Ого, Postat again. Harita что немножко.
Actually first place, and they couldn't quite get into second gear throughout the entire day. They struggled in a lot of those fights, but for them right now, it all comes down to this survival stage today. For AGAL, it's not just about Sky and Scroll, it's about the entire team, it's about the entire club championships. There's so much on the line here.
Well, lucky for them, they are the favorite to take it all here today, but first they're going to have to prove it all at the survival stage. And lucky for us, though, we have 7 with more action.
Thank you, Mini and Monster, for that breakdown of what's been going on here at Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. But we got to talk about the Sony story of the day, because it is going to be about AGL, Sky, and Scroll. Can they survive?
I mean, that's what we were wondering. It was not the group stage we were expecting from them. Again, imagine being someone who didn't really watch much Fortnite before this weekend, and everyone's telling you, AGL, they're like the best duo in the world. They're going to roll through their group stage easily. Was a tough thing to watch them yesterday, Vivid.
Yeah, and now kind of how everything is pinning out here in EWC in the last and final week. I mean, Sky and Scroll might be the last hoops here for AGAL to kind of push them over the top, kind of try to go ahead and secure that first place in the club championship. Sky and Scroll, it looked like a guarantee coming into the competition, right? We thought they were going to get top 7 guaranteed. Yesterday, it didn't happen. Survival stage, though, technically, if you kind of think about how everything's kind of panned out, the teams that they're facing today should technically a little bit worse. So maybe the competition will be a little bit easier. But as you can see, they're right, Sky and Scroll, the elims pretty even for them. And honestly, the only thing that was really keeping them alive, even in their group stage, was those soul clutches. I need to see these guys just play more together throughout the day today.
And that's going to be the main one, Levin. We were talking about, even we were joking about it in the first day when we were doing the halftime show. Create your perfect Fortnite player. One of those options was the clutch factor, and for this duos, we need to start seeing the clutch factor, especially if there's only just one alive at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think, you know, the great thing is, like Vivid said, there was a bit of good clutching from them, right? I think Scroll in particular had a bunch of great moments where it really felt like he was taking that responsibility, putting the team on his back. In an ideal world, the best version of Sky.
Подшугурая на Европа има явно ваша лейт. Смисъл, то по-добре лейт, ама не знам колко. Искам поне един час лейт. А не знам кога ще свърши и WC. И да се надявам, че ще по-добро днеска и WC. Аз вчера не съм го гледал как няма.
I don't think anything had kind of gotten to them mentally yet, or at least that's what it had appeared, unless they're really, really good at hiding it. So I think Sky and Scroll, they still look like they can go ahead and take this home.
Yeah, and I think the silver lining is, it's not like they were far off. Right? If they had come like 17th or something yesterday, well, not 17th actually, like 16th yesterday, they would have been gone home, yeah. But they were close, right? Like they were in those spots at one point in the game. They were only, you know, a good game and a half on away from
Wait, Kelly, come back. I just got one question for you.
Sky will win it.
Can Sky and Scroll bounce back and survive today?
100%. I'm going to give them second place, just like I gave them yesterday, and I was wrong then, so who knows?
Today will be right. Thank you. Appreciate it. There you go. Let's see if she's going to get her prediction right. But talking about AGL, talking about everything going on here at EWC, we got to talk about the club championship. So let's see what Glitter has been cooking for us.
That's right, Seven. AGAL do need to have a strong performance on our stage today, but let's talk about why that is and what's been going on across the rest of our stages as it's time for another club championship update. Trackmania still needs to get fully into the thick of things as they are not in top 8 yet. However, notable names that have made their way through to the top 16 are Carl Jr., for Falcon, and both AGAL players in Gwen and Binks. So we'll be keeping an eye on how things progress over on that stage throughout the day. However, when it comes to the rest of our stages, over at the Allianz Vault, absolute chaos has been going on in Crossfire, and let's break down exactly why. First of all, Falcons went out early. Everyone thought this might be an opportunity for some of the other clubs to earn some points. However, when we got down to top 8, both Navi and the EWC defending title champions, AGAL, were knocked out. What does that mean? Well, in top 4, we do have Liquid. This will be an opportunity for them to get some more points on the board.
На
Hopefully
Alt,
move
искам
their way
Alt да
up the
конец,
rankings. But what the real question is, will it be Baisha Gaming who took out both
Топ
Falcons
6 не
and
е лесно.
AGAL who take home the title and deny those CC points from any of our clubs? And finally, what we've got going on in Counter-Strike 2. Big things happening over there. Fury are the first club to make their way through to top 4. However, we're definitely going to be keeping our eyes on Falcons and Vitality as they still have to play through the quarterfinals and see if they can solidify their spots in the top 4. Lots of storylines will be playing out across all of our stages here today. And as more updates come in, I'll make sure to keep you all updated.
Thank you, Glitter Explosion. By the way, that was the coolest shot we have gotten so far of a club championship. Oh, she's just chilling over there with the totem behind her. She got a chance to talk about Falcons and what Falcons has been able to do in some of the other games. Falcons is currently chilling.
Турнира няма да е
They
свършил
have nothing to
тогава.
worry about today. If anything, they're just going to be maybe look at what some of the other teams are going to be doing.
Well, here's the thing, is that there's been so many talks about Falcons and AGAL, and the reason for that is because it's like that first and second place battle. But the club championship is so much more than that, especially for all of the other teams, because points can still be picked up by all those other clubs to fight for 50, hundreds, millions of dollars. So there's just so much to fight for. And Levin, one of those teams that's going to be fighting for their club here today, of course, Furia, Gone and Knight. How close they were yesterday. Oh my gosh, it was 8th place.
Honestly, looking at that final leaderboard and not seeing them in there, it was almost a bit of a shock, right? Because there were so many moments throughout the day where you looked at how they were playing and you just sort of went, yeah, these guys are putting on a great account for themselves over for Fury, right? Obviously, Glitter was just talking about how well Fury are doing so far in CS. I mean, here in Fortnite, again, you look at these guys and you think of the smaller regions, right? Of the non-EU regions, you look at these guys as one of the leading duos.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at this head-to-head right now. The one thing that I want to point out is just look how much more eliminations Gone has overnight. Over 14, 24-10, that is a big discrepancy.
Well, yeah, Gone gets a lot of hype from that region, and rightfully so, right? He has that ability to keep up with the best of them. I think the one thing we've always said, Vivid, even with maybe us two being quite biased against some of the smaller regions, one thing we've always been able to acknowledge is the talent is there, right? You put these guys in a 1v1 against some of the best in the EU and NA, they can always keep up, and I think Gone, especially showcasing, you know, as a fragger, he is one of the players to watch out for.
Yeah, I love the fact that you bring up that overarching theme of some of the smaller regions, and to be fair, we've actually been very, very impressed so far. We have 2 teams that are kind of already through some of those smaller regions. We got Lua and Romero from Group A. They kind of qualified through for the Brazilian region. And then we saw Mini Pollo and Fukin kind of qualify yesterday from the Asian region. And then with Gone and Knight being very, very close as well. I mean, it's looking actually pretty good in terms of the performances we are able to see from some of these smaller region teams. I just really hope that Gone and Knight can kind of continue up with some of that momentum throughout the survival stage today. Of course, it's going to be a little bit harder, right? Only top 6 here today, but I really do think they could do it. And I'm rooting for these guys. I'm going to be a little bit biased here, 7, because I had the opportunity to kind of hang out with them a couple of days ago, and they are just so fun. Like, they are just willing to kind of do any sort of like content. Some of the emotes. We saw them kind of have some fun with Jacob. These guys, they deserve it, man. I'm rooting for them.
Brother Vivid, we're sharing the same brain cell right now, because before you even said I'm going to be biased, I was thinking, do I want to be biased or not? Because I don't want to be biased, because you've been hyping the Brazil region up for me as well. And I see Furia in the finals. I think he'll be exciting, especially with the energy that the fan base is going to be able to bring. I know Seek has gotten a chance on the past days to just go walk around, talk to some players. Let's see what he's been cooking for today.
Day number 3 of the Esports World Cup elimination stage. Eyes on Sky and Scroll right now, representing AG. Guys, it's great to see you. I love seeing your face right now. You seem super locked in. Today's a big day. Only the top 6 can make it to tomorrow's finals. How are you feeling?
I mean, we learned a lot from yesterday, and yeah, I mean, today shouldn't be like that hard.
Okay. Let me come on over here. Between you guys, how are you feeling? If he's saying it's not that hard, do you feel the same?
Yeah, I feel like yesterday we maybe just went too hard on it because we thought it was really hard, but I think today we'll make it easier for ourselves, and yeah.
What kind of strategy are you guys hoping to like bring? If you're gonna feel like today's not as hard, what are you gonna try and do differently to make sure? Because top 6, man, that's a pretty tall order.
I mean, I'm not gonna say too much, but yesterday we were way too passive.
I like that. So going on the aggressive. That's basically the strategy. Let's just get in there, do what we got to do.
I mean, yesterday we played maybe a bit scared, and today there's just nothing to lose.
I love it, guys. Well, good
Заглавието.
luck.
Що
We'll see
смело,
you on
по-това
stage. I'm going to try and find more players here. We can see, just start looking across some of these names. Oh my gosh, Booga Braids. Oh my gosh. Mr. World Cup, guys, how are we feeling? Elimination stage, we got to make top 6.
I mean, we're feeling good. We refined some of the stuff that we were having issues with, and I think we're going to be chilling now.
What about you? I mean, Braids, come on, top 6, man.
I mean, we have a new drop now, so on start map, which was our problem. So
Се чувствам на почуте деше бъде топ 7.
I love it, guys. Best of luck. Stage is right here. I'm going to try and see if we can catch one final duo. Man, I can feel it. The tension in the air is crazy. I wanted to see if maybe there's just one more duo. Okay, I really want to quickly Gone Night. Come here, catch you guys super fast. I wanted to say massive congrats. You guys absolutely eliminated it yesterday. 2 victory royales. You were popping off. The crowd was going crazy. How did it feel in those moments to get that wins? Because you need to kind of do the same today and be top 6.
Yeah. Yesterday we were cons like on both maps. 10 out of 10 we got contest. So we need that wins because we were missing some games, doing 0 points. So we need to pop off on these games. So for a moment I thought I was going to call because we did a little great on the last game, but Fukun I think did a massive clutch. So he clutched for the qual and we missed by like 8 points. I don't know.
Yeah.
Knight, how are you feeling? Obviously, you got to be top 6 today. You guys looked incredible yesterday. Are you just going to do more of that today?
Yeah, we are very confident because today it's what Gon says that we are both in maps. We are free, so we are very confident.
And one final question: what would you guys say to your fans? Because you heard them yesterday. You guys got VRs. They were going crazy. What do you have to say to them?
For my fans, I love you all, guys. Thank you for the support. Thanks for Furia. I love you, my orgs, my fans. That's it. Love you guys.
Yeah, I love you all. Thank you for the support and hope you make it visit. Hope you're cheer for us today.
Thanks, guys. Best of luck out there. I appreciate y'all. All right. You can see a lot of players locked in, focused, top 6 advanced. Let's get it.
Thank you, Seek, for going around and getting that Alliance player arrivals and getting all that good information, because I love the attitude that these players have, especially in survival stage. It's make it or break it. You got absolutely nothing to lose. And with AGL, Sky and Scroll, they were saying they were wanting to be more aggressive today, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, look, they look like 2 players who are ready for a meal. And the good thing for them, players of their quality, today should just be kiddie food. And that's ideal because they need to stay hungry. Get through today, get back into the final, and show everybody you are still a top dog.
You heard what they were kind of saying. They expect today to be easy. Now, hopefully, they're not coming into it not necessarily respecting the competition, because that's when you can get called off guard. But the fact that Sky and Scroll are seemingly feeling very, very confident, it's got to mean good things.
It's going to be a great thing. By the way, I love that we got a chance to see some of the fans right there with the sign clothing, sign pieces. If you actually take a close look at it, I'm pretty sure you'll end up seeing Levin's signature all over that, because this man keeps getting stopped. They keep telling him he is the GOAT of the Fortnite Esports talent roster. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time we get started with survival stage.
Ма колко голем, ние ще ги видим хората тук. Бургер ям. Скина не е добре. Everything
that these duos have worked towards has led them here. Some expect
14 autres verront leurs clés tomber dans le crochet, être détruites, tout comme leur rêve d'accéder à la grande finale.
Now they stand
at the foot of a mountain. Every fight, every rotation, every decision matters because today, only the top 6 survive.
Ces joueurs connaissent déjà la scène, ils sont prêts à rentrer, mais aujourd'hui tout recommence. Les points sont reset à 0 et il faut le savoir, en seulement 10 games, ils auront la possibilité de prouver qu'ils sont les meilleurs joueurs du monde pour rejoindre la grande finale. So I think it is time to welcome our duo on stage, starting with Ivchou and Jojo Fishy!
Те да не са братя, бе. Коста.
Dom and Dimush, they are T1. Rue and Moda, they are LVL Esports.
To szoku za mapę.
Gone and Knight, they are Furia. Yasin and Salvatore!
Booga!
Braids! Khalid and Masharif!
Тут каз виждам, я сразу упорю.
Edson and PH Zin, they are Foot Esports. Tomat and Mofu, they are Richard. Phoenix and Retro, they are Onyx. Zidog and Goofy. Vason and Anon.
Ja, waarom moet je daar reden?
Oddly and Spooks, there.
Lele. To ja mam chyba. То направо са бори там всеки врател. Негово дясно.
They are SHUL Esports.
Направо.
Yuma and Koyato, they are
Юма и Койота.
Cringe and Volko. Easy and Nociv, ils sont Team Arcade.
Коста те мокрила. Леле.
Shadow and Virgo.
Shadow и Virgo упала, брат.
Yapko and Panzer, they're Geek Esports. And finally, Sky and Scroll, they are AG.
Най-добре се за последно, брат, така.
20 teams enter and 14 will be sent packing. No more excuses, no more second chances. A place in the final hangs in the balance and a chance at $1 million.
Comme vient de le dire Barney, seulement 6 duos réussiront à emporter un ticket pour la grande finale. Mesdames et messieurs, le survival stage de Fortnite Reload Championship.
The group stage is over.
Страшно мина сканского.
So far. With some teams outperforming their own expectations and others missing the mark. 14 teams have qualified to the final lobby. And now there are only 6 spots left. Today, 20 teams have one final shot. Perform well and the trophy could be yours. But one mistake can mean an early end to your journey. It's time for players to step up and make a name for themselves. Welcome to the survival stage.
Ivchou,
This is one final chance for our teams to qualify on through to Saturday's finals. Only 6 of our duos will be qualifying through today. Monster and Miniminer here taking you through all of the action for the first 5 games. We're going to have so much action here, Monster, aren't we?
We're going to have a lot to talk about. This is the survival stage where the stakes have been risen let's just say several bars higher than the previous rounds. You know, if getting to grand finals wasn't enough, representing your club championship points here now is on the line. So there's a little bit more than just your own personal pride here. It's also what it means to your club.
Yeah, and we've got 10 games in the survival stage right here. So one bad game might not have as much influence as we've seen previously, but for teams like Sky Scroll, so much weight on their shoulders, so much pressure on those guys here today, such high expectations for teams like them to perform once again for today, and not just for that team, not just for them as individuals, but as we talked about, the club championships, that knock-on effect that qualifying through, or indeed not qualifying through today, will have on the overall standings. So much on the line today.
Yeah, you know, it's really interesting. Group stage A, group stage B, and now the survival stage. I believe that the roster has got increasingly difficult as far as the skill crunch is concerned.
Yeah. Не знам дали изобщо имат право.
A competitive bracket as opposed to what felt like group stage A, where the teams really gapped out ahead of one another, and we sort of found our defining 7 really early on.
Yeah.
Yesterday, that was not the story. It really went the distance. Today, look at how many teams came so close during those initial group stages, and those that were expected to be outliers in this setting here. I think that's going to make for an all the more tougher survival stage.
Yeah, especially those teams that didn't, of course, qualify and are now playing today. They still played really well. It wasn't like, yeah, you didn't play well, so now you're in this position. A lot of these teams that are sat at those desks here today are teams that have had good days in the groups. They haven't had absolute disasters, so lots of expectation on those teams' shoulders as well. And there's going to be opportunity, I think, for some of those smaller region teams. We talked about them already. We've seen some great performances in the past. We've seen huge performances from Night and Gone yesterday as well, and they just didn't have enough to get over the line. So I think there's sort of newfound expectations for a lot of those guys as well.
Yeah, I mean, listen, as far as smaller regions stepping up and performing, Brazil, by far, in a way, did excellent.
Yeah.
So have OCE. You saw Goofy Z-Dog there. Surprise performances from them. Spooks only, come on. Who expected them to be in the running, like, realistically, right? So to see them playing so well, watching as we jump into match 1, these are going to be clear teams that we're going to keep an eye out on. And then, of course, Shadow and Virgo. This is one of NA's best here. Somehow finding them in this.
Virgo, nah.
Say that. The initial first eliminations are going to go into the hands of Salvatore, who had an excellent day yesterday.
Yeah, really impressive actually how those guys ended up playing. And I suppose the way that these games have been going is that fighting off spawn, one of the players then going to another area and then rebooting to Spooks taking on Goofy, a little bit of OCE on OCE action right now. Goofy is the one that falls in that particular fight. And of course, we're back in Elite Stronghold here for the first 5 games. We've seen definitely a lot of differences in terms of teams' play style and how each map has played. So excited to see how things go down right here. This just seems to be sort of OCE central right now. Spooks is trying to get in the box of base.
Yeah, can I say something? Spooks here, man. This guy, I feel like, has really proven himself as the biggest surprise as far as fighters on the region. I had little to no idea of what he was capable of. He has been a non-stop force on the field, but Vazen here at least shuts that down. And again, that's with Vazen having a 200 HP health lead to kind of kick that one off. And still, Spooks almost got him. Yeah, Spooks is doing incredibly well. I think in that sort of duo, you often sort of see, you're going to be talking about Oatly realistically. A lot of people have been speaking about him. First time LAN, lots of pressure. How's he going to play? What's he going to be like in terms of this situation? But yeah, Spooks has really stepped up to the plate. As well as Jojo Fish and Aoxy, these guys had such a good end to the day yesterday. Winning that last game to just scrape their way out of that bottom three, which they found themselves in for a lot of that day. Sky and Scroll, though, how much more can we say about the expectations on these guys' shoulders? It's almost possibly the most expectation you could possibly have. Literally, mathematically, scientifically, just off the back of a second major win, back-to-back as well over on EU. Solid performance at the FNCS Summit as well. And even in this competition in particular, they are 100 points. AGAL are 100 points behind Falcons in the overall standing. So it's like, how much more pressure do you want to add and put on these young lads' shoulders? Well, they are already doing some new strategies here. A little bit more aggressive here today. Yesterday, they kind of started their game one, not maybe understanding the benefits of the more aggressive. Today, they've already earned points faster than they did last time. I believe in game one, it was Sky who clutched up 27 points at the end there by himself. Demis and Darm, what was it, 18
Значи топ 6, брат. Sky Scroll първи. Буга Брейс 6. Удар нему с 5.
Yesterday as to what we can expect from this team and why a lot of people would have had them as a guaranteed surefire top 7 qualification, because they are just that good. And it's strange when you think about Dimash and Dom, because they're the sort of team that you would expect this year that would be that sort of consistency team, playing those low ground layers, almost suited to this 10-game format where, they're going to be making those end games consistently, they're going to be playing low ground, and they're going to be doing that throughout every single game. In duos in general, of course, here, this event as well, they haven't been that. They've been almost the opposite. They've been quite hot and cold, so they need to try and reignite and regenerate some of that consistency that we've seen from them in the past.
Gotta fire up. Salvatore has continued to prove himself as an exceptional fighter, but again, Z-Dog and Goofy have really done the same in their group stage, kind of kicking things off. Only took one game for them to slip out of the running. Same for Salvatore and Yasin. Already respecting the prowess of OCE there. Coyota and Yuma. Some time to see on socials from them, talking about they're going to be giving it all they've got. Jumping in with GK, Japco, Panzer. The emotions that were expressed really post-game. You could tell that Panzer was taking it pretty tough.
Yeah, he was, and
it's sort of reflective of
how these guys have been playing really in general in duos. They haven't had that level of performance that you'd expect when you think about how they performed at the back end of last year. I think it was 3rd or 4th of the major 3 channel, major 3 FNCS, and then 3rd in globals as well. You'd expect more from them.
Yeah, look at these points here. Look at the crunch. Team Falcons now leading by just 300 points. So AGAL really has began to close the gap here. We are in the final days of the EWC 26. Sky and Scroll have to come out of this grueling survival stage, or it might just be all over.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear from them as well with Zeke. They wanted to be a little bit more aggressive, change up a lot of their game plan as well, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now, getting involved in a lot of these early game fights, because I think they just lacked that confidence for whatever reason it was yesterday. They are one of, if not the best teams in all these lobbies that we've watched so far. They can fight. They're capable of doing that.
And Peter Bonfoyo said the same exact thing. You know, we had the pleasure of catching up, making that content bit, and we asked them, hey, what team, which of you think is the most dangerous duo in the lobby? Who you're most, kind of concerned with? Sharkantini, Sky, and Scroll are the others.
Yeah.
And that's going to really put a lot of pressure on Saturday's grand finals, right? If it comes down to it, Sky and Scroll will have to outplace outperform Peterbot and Pollo. What a story we're going to have set up then.
Yeah, the dangerous thing for Sky and Scroll is they haven't had that consistency that Peterbot, Pollo, that Shark and Teeny as well here onto Panzer and Ivchou. Rue looking for the angle into Panzer, full boxed and taken out there as well. Disastrous start for Panzer. We'll be looking to make good after what happened earlier on in the week, and a team that we have expectations of as well, Rue and Moda. I think they're the sort of team that can pop off in random moments. Maybe not the sort of team that you'd have necessarily as a guaranteed surefire top 6. Of course, they only just about made it out of Group A. They were nearly fully eliminated, of course, there, but nice little elimination right there.
Yeah, everywhere we're jumping, we're seeing Goofy and Z-Dog scrapping already, so keep an eye on this duo today. Gone and Knight looking to be pretty fired up right now, so overall situation decent. Zone far already has revealed itself. A few teams still existing south at the Elite Armory. Really interesting to see that even with a couple of zones before the reboots turn off, no one is looking to fight. So that's really telling of the pressure of the stage setting that we're in.
Yeah, I think that's just survival stage nerves. I think, you know, first game nerves, get those jitters out. You just want to have a decent start. I think, you know, if you do have a bad start, yes, you can come back, but it's so much easier just to set the tone for the day. You don't have to win the first game. Obviously, ideally, you would. But just to set the tone for the entire day, if you can get a nice top 5, get a decent amount of placement points, you can really build off of that throughout the rest of the day.
And I have to imagine, these are all players coming off of their VOD reviews, practicing, looking to really patch up their mistakes. Most of these teams had really rough game ones, not getting the placement points that they were looking for. So what better time to expect players to play for placement than kind of when it's fresh in your mind, the strategy is there, you know, I gotta start this off correctly.
Well, everyone's in the same mindset, aren't they? Everyone's in the same frame of mind. It's like disappointment is the first emotion that they're feeling right now. So it is just trying to rectify that as much as possible. Toyota, Yuma, excited to see what this duo can do, of course, as well. I feel like Toyota is always coming up with some new and interesting strats that we can get to see.
Right.
Bit of a data.
Знаеш, никога ще оправят делей BR и осрахали мапа. То си няма делей,
But they're a team that can pull out surprises. They're a team that can find success at random moments, and I think they have what it takes here to qualify through into that top 6.
Yeah, even now, they're just looking to kind of hang out here, wait things out for the Zeta division, and play for the placement points. Now, we have
Twitch,
seen
YouTube, and TikTok
become an issue if you stick around for too long. So we'll see as they're really deep in the storm here. Izzy, Nosif on the other side, had their moment, had a little win here. It's one thing to find your confidence when you get a little bit of a land victory. Seeing Oatly and Spooks there in the distance, also taking a ton of storm here. But all in all, is going to start coming down to a clash here shortly, depending where the zone goes. It's going to be an Eastern pool. This is going to work out pretty well for the majority of the players.
Huge cheer in the arena right there for Izzy and Nosif as well. We saw what it did to Skyjump and Momsy yesterday. The confidence that they were able to get from this Paris crowd was really impressive, really. The way that they sort of took that, they didn't see it as pressure, they saw it as motivation, they saw it as a bit of a boost, as a catalyst for their performances. And Izzy and Nosif need to take that same frame of mind as well. You know, we saw them performing well on day one. They had, again, moments, they had a win, they had a couple of top 10s, but they weren't able to translate that into consistency. So they'll be hoping that the French fans here can really just give them that almost third player in the team. They need him as a trio.
I want to make a little comment about that Yuma rotate right there. By the way, the zone started ticking for 2. They dive down ASAP to a mountain. Just keep an eye on them and their storm sickness likelihood. It might just get really interesting. Virgo and Shadow on the other side, already positioned up. Every time Virgo pops up on show, the Gentle Mates pop. They love Virgo. He's gotten so much support lately, especially after his last big performance on land. How can he take that newfound confidence into these tournaments? Khan and Faded. Seen a lot of Khan here at the convention floor, all around the EWC kind of area. Lovely guy.
Yep.
Good vibes, great energy. I got a good feeling about him.
Honestly, you need that as well when you're on land. I suppose it's different to playing online because you can see your teammate's face. You can see the emotion. It almost radiates off of each other. And if one of you's just feeling a bit down, one of you's not feeling as confident, it can really have a knock-on effect. So having those confidence vibes, having those even just positive vibes going into the games is really important. I think that's really great to see from Sky and Scroll as well. You know, they were having those positive frames of mind outside of the competition, and it's going to help them greatly. Gone and Knight as well. What great guys these guys are. Speaking to them a little bit outside of the
end game of first.
Outside of the games, Gone
game.
Definitely speaks more English, so speaking more to him, but just great vibes, great energy.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Zone 7's now here. Reboots are officially closed.
And
this is some very interesting terrain. You know, it's going to be a big discussion here over the round or over the course of these 10 games. There's something about the layout of this map. You start to get these vertical areas come the end game once the zone starts tightening up, and we are looking directly at some issues to be. But shockwaves in hand for Virgo and Shadow, nothing to really worry about. And this is going to probably be the slowest of all the games. If I had to guess here, the initial kickoff here for that survival stage, but here we have it. There's a shock effect. There's the launch pad. Up and over they go to save a bunch of material here. Virgo and Shadow also look to slide their way up this mountain here. And look at how much it's going to start costing them.
That's the key difference right there. We saw two ends of the stick. We saw a team that's going to save all of their materials by using that launch pad and, of course, the overdrive grenade effect. Then you have on the other side a team that's having to invest a lot of those in Virgo and his teammate, Shadow. So big moves there for those guys. Oatly and Spooked out of the game as well. So well. And I think a lot of people were very surprised about that. Unfortunately today, not getting that same start.
The first team to fall before the placement points. They had those initial eliminations. Just like that, one game out of the 10 already starting to put in that wear and tear. Phoenix is going to get caught out by Gonen Knight there as well. Nosif and Izzy on the other side. Hard to see if France can pull that back-to-back victory royale. That'd be quite the surprise for the crowd. I'm actually a big fan of seeing the RPG make it to the end game, especially when they carry this many rockets. This is a very telling type of loadout. We've seen teams like this, of course, pull through victory royales just off of the strength of being able to collapse the high ground teams. And here we have it.
Wouldn't be a big fan of receiving an RPG in endgame, but, you know, definitely a valuable tool in the toolbox for Izzy and Nosif. What I will say about Izzy and Nosif is they're the sort of team that can clutch at the last minute moments. They've done it in last chance qualifiers. They've been there, done that. They need to channel all that energy here as well, but yeah, of course, look at this, Panzer now. Solo clutch needed. We spoke about how important getting a good start is, and it all lies on Panzer's shoulders right now.
Yeah, a couple solos in the game right now. You have Retro, Panzer, Vazin, all by themselves, so 3 players now trying to represent for their club. Of course, they're looking to push it just a little bit further. Exotic sniper in hand here. This would definitely be really good for Khan now. He's got that high ground control. Shockwaves coming out. Up and over the rest of the competition. He really has to reinforce this build. Dangerous. Khan's getting over. Teams are also up top. Meanwhile, here's what Panzer's situation is looking like. He's just trying to hide out. No builds in sight. Big fight breaking out right there. Just gets a little tag there, Mini. Nothing too big. Meanwhile, Demis and Dorm finally finding their groove.
Yeah, they're getting a first knock right there as well. That's nice for them. Play this sort of second layer. The difficulty for them is that Hype do have that explosive exotic in Khan right here. You can see it's so good at just holding down the teams in the second height. The difficulty for these guys right now, though, is they've only got wood. They need to try and make this 200s, 170, it's dwindling, and Zone keeps pulling, so that's a disastrous pull for those guys as well. Panzer's still alive as a solo, just trying to make his way into those placement points. Remember, top 15 is where those placement points start cascading in. Fishy down as well. Booga and Braids are the team that's going to be in the position to take him out. Looking to take this front side of Zone again. These guys have been so effective in these end games, particularly in the group stage as well. So I'm expecting big things from them again today. They just need to turn it into wins here.
Yeah, look at that. Pans are finally falling. Even with that hero's effort to push it far, he didn't earn much placement points there. Sky and Scroll still in the end game here. Already getting mixed C down low. There's the full finish. Loses his teammate in the process. It's Khaled who's underneath him. He's going to have to do that quick layer change. But there's that RPG we talked about coming into play, forcing the blender down low. Darm, though, knows how to handle this. Finds two Elims, loses Demis in the process. But there they go. They get to reconnect here.
That's what this team is so good at. They're so good at just getting back together when things are tough. And look at this for Scroll. 10 HP, can't make the edit. Tries to get out, tries to weave his way through. Doesn't even have a chance to pop any minis. Has no materials here as well. Only 6 builds in the metal. Trying to use all those old builds, but no. Goes down in 10th place.
Hey, that's still a top 10 though. Not too bad as he pushes it further. It's Demis who, of course, gets to reap the rewards here down low. There's the heals coming out from the Flowberry Fizz. I love this. While he's kind of handling the rotation, Darm's healing him in the process. Teamwork.
Това е най-добрият дърмган в играта, с добрия скол. Буга си има фол демидж тук и нямаше да го мейки май.
All about where this next zone pulls. Yeah, builds back towards the east. So it's going to go back over a lot of those builds. Demus and Dom trying to hold down these low ground layers. Nice little shot there onto another player from Demus. They don't have loads of builds right now, so this pullback is going to be music to their ears. Braids still alive here as well, actually making his way into the zone after a heal off. No builds on him though, so really needs to try and make this big shot count. Nice shot right there, not able to take down Mofu. Only 10 HP as well. Siphon is going to be super crucial here.
Yeah, the difference there, if he would have gotten that hit there, he would have
Middle East teams има high round.
But look at this, the pressure down top with the
Salvatore
here is definitely being felt from the teams down low. Virgo still in this game as well. No more Shadow though. He's already inside the top 5, also clutching up. That's a huge shot up to Darm. Perfect spot to be in, but Darm was so fast. They're at 6 eliminations now and counting 2 shots from Demis and Darm there, but not without its own exchanges. Tomac goes down. Can they get Mofu here? The side edit. It's going to come down to the Siphon to keep him in the game.
8 кила 1-2 срещу Middle East-ерите. Middle East дали ще изложат на White Crab. Даром обаче имат high round, даже има Storm Sickness, мисля, че Middle East-ерите win Game 1.
Such a good group's performance. We're unlucky here to make it into the survival stage, but already here in game number 1, proving that they deserve to be in the top 6. A really nicely played endgame as well. The way they took height was really solid. That mythic drum gun, so crucial in the way that they were able to hold that down. And you can see by their reaction, they know it's just game 1 of 10. There's still plenty more time. And they probably know it a lot better than some of the other players. It's like one game doesn't necessarily matter that much.
Yeah, but Demis and Darm also made that end game. You saw smiles on their faces. Here's Virgo, here's Phoenix and Retro, one of the second team to fall in that lobby. Unfortunately, not looking too happy with the way that one ended up playing out. Can't blame them either. That's the thing about reload. It's kind of tricky. It's like you fool yourself into thinking, oh, we're in endgame. But of course you are. That's where things start really getting interesting. And you're there and you have eliminations, but it's those placement points, they really make the difference.
Well, you can go down in endgame and still get no placement points. It's absolutely crazy. Take a look at some highlights right here as well. Unfortunately, Dimash going down right there. I did fancy Darm and Dimash in this fight, particularly on low ground, if they were able to survive as a duo. But Salvatore and Yassine were holding down that position really nice. Remember, Khan faded with a team that were on height earlier on. They looked like they were going to be able to hold on to it for so long, but then, of course, the materials dwindled, and Salvatore and Yassine cells, and it's the perfect opportunity for them. We don't have the teams that are typically playing a height. We don't have those Peter Bot Poyers. We don't have those Shark and Teenies in the lobby. If you're going to play height, if you're going to take a risk, this is the lobby to do it in. And for them, they needed to make it happen. For Sky and Scroll, not a particularly good game either. Not an absolute disaster, but something to build on, despite all the expectations on their shoulders.
Sky Scroll are pretty nice.
I think is an okay start.
It's fine,
it's a lot better than, you know, kind of how they started off yesterday, where it was just a singular place, you know, player trying to push this, of course, the points along. Jumping through.
Койота имат на топ 6. Бразилци, Шало и Върго. Някакви азиати си, брат.
We're kind of floating around. I like how we get the boos and the cheers, depending on, of course, what org is on the screen. But hey, y'all, just give us a little moment. We're going to go ahead and throw off to the side here. When we get back, we'll have some more action in game number 2.
Че докато япват, брат?
Play.
Да гледаме други япари.
Does it have squid? Alright, bro, just ignore him, bro. Nice. No squid, please.
Man, what is Clix wearing, bro?
Nope. Yep.
He is in his 60s.
Jesus, dude. Just put the burger in the mouth. Just put the burger in my mouth. What should we do today in between games? I want to do. I had fun yesterday doing the country quiz and all that shit, bro. Bro, well, yes. I had a lot of fun. But we forgot to do one thing. We forgot to check. Wait, we got comms. Oh shit. Oh, this is from yesterday. Oh yes.
If you get a dev chest, it does the same thing. What? And that is how it works? Oh my god, I did not know that. I had no clue. Has it been like that the whole EWC? I feel like that has not been talked about enough.
Спуснах в чат. Нищо.
Yes? Really? We've been known? This is one of those things you guys are going to gaslight me now and pretend that you all knew this. Crackly made a video on it? Damn, okay. They changed it like last week. No point, still 16 players. Wait, really? If you get a mythic from one chest, and then you wait for the chest to refresh later, you will get a guaranteed mythic again.
By their past. I'm inspired by it.
Huh.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
These are actually cool segments.
I have 0 builds. I have 2. We have to run right. We I got crash pads. I'm gonna come back up. I'm coming back up to you. Okay, come up. If I have crash pads, he's like, in my box. I'm good.
I love Acorn's comms in endgame, bro.
Are you good? Where are you at?
Yeah. I'm like on your layer.
Okay, I have 200 metal. Listen, we can fizz crash pad up.
These are some good ass comms, bro.
Grapple up. Just a normal crash pad up. I will. Solo crash. Can you fizz? Okay, you think we need
Normal ass comms.
I'll come with you. Crash padding? Go.
I'm gonna go on high.
Think? Yeah, go on. Nice, man. Come no, bro.
Komnu, oh my god, they do actually say it. Oh my god, they do say Komnu. Komnu. It's like one of the only Danish phrases I know.
That survival stage. And Salva and Yasin Kelly being able to start off with the victory royale.
Listen, at the end of yesterday, we really saw them starting to pick things up, and I was wondering, were they going to be able to continue that into today? And it looks
oh, you're
like
Danish, aren't you, Pickaxe?
Really well. I love that they got that off in the first
What does Komnu mean? I believe it means.
We're actually taking a look at some of the highlights there from just the groups that were kind of played, and we kind of saw it, right? Salve, kind of typical up on the high ground, very, very familiar with that type of position. I was actually talking with Jacob on our way over here today, and he was like, you know, one of the teams that I did like, it was Salve. Salve was very, very common in finding some of the early game eliminations. Listen, with a game one win like that, they might get in that top 6.
4-25. Той турнир свърши към 9 финиш.
We've been here a couple of days now. Game 1, people do things in game 1. It happens, right? Of course, big them up, right? You want to give them their props. They deserve it because it was an impressive win, but you can't get ahead of yourselves, and they should know that better than anybody. There's still so much Fortnite to be played.
Well, listen, if we're talking about picking things up, though, Vivid, then we have to talk about Darm and Deemish as well. Really rough start for them yesterday, and then, of course, I mean, we don't see the leaderboard just yet. Maybe I don't want to spoil things, but they're looking pretty good in our leaderboard right now.
Yeah, without a doubt. Obviously, Kelly's kind of alluding to it right now. They didn't win the game. They got second place. But how many eliminations they were able to pick up, they are going to be sitting in first place. Now, I got to actually go ahead and pause this conversation entirely. Let's go ahead and take a look at the regional representation up here towards the top of the leaderboard. I mean, we got EU up there, Darm and Damage. We got Yasin and Salve representing the Middle Eastern region, Tomat and Mofo. And then you got Yuma and Coyota representing Asia. Ghana Knight from Brazil. And then Shadow and Virgo sneaking in for NAC as well. So game number 1, regional diversity towards the top of the leaderboard. This is exciting.
A lot of diversity there for now. I mean, it's funny you mentioned that because it ended up happening yesterday. We saw a team perform really well yesterday in the first game, and if I'm not mistaken, it was one of the teams that actually ended up getting their keys crushed at the end. So we are going to be looking for that consistency after this match.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's obviously going to be good signs there, but one, Still so much Fortnite to be played. Like I said, here on Elite Stronghold, there's going to be a bunch, that changes throughout these games as people sort of develop as far as uncon versus contested. Obviously, when we switch to Slurp Rush, then things get crazy over there, right? And so I think if you're one of these teams, you're just trying to find your footing, right? Find your footing, get some momentum, and just keep things rolling.
Bigger regions do end up coming out on top is that they find stable footing a lot easier than our smaller regions. And so although it seems like almost even at FNCS's, it starts off with a lot of these smaller regions having good pop-off games, good eliminations, but then as things start to develop and the tournament continues on, that's when our bigger regions and our bigger teams do end up just kind of outplacing our smaller regions time and time again.
Vivid, earlier we got a chance to see during the pre-show a chat with AGAL, with Sky and Scroll, and they were saying they were wanting to be more aggressive after this game. They only end up getting just 2 eliminations and they're still
Yeah, I mean, for Sky and Scroll, I did want to go ahead and hit home on that as well. Definitely not the game that they were probably looking for. And this is where it's going to start to matter, Levin, because you were kind of talking about it. The reason why they were probably feeling good about their performance yesterday is because, yeah, they didn't get like dead last. They weren't towards the bottom of the leaderboard. They performed pretty well. But in game number 1 of when it was a knockout stage and you don't do too good, then I feel like those thoughts have to start to enter their minds.
Yeah, I think they have to become more aggressive, not just, from a pure, let's run around and get some eliminations, just from like a win condition standpoint, right? We know how the zones on this map can be with all the different elevation. You have to be more proactive about, we get to moving zones and like, okay, how are we actually going to win the game, right? Forget just trying to stay in the game as long as possible. What's the play that wins us this lobby?
And I'm really hoping they don't wait until Slurp Rush to kind of come out with that plan. That's what we saw yesterday, where they kind of struggled in Elite Stronghold. Hopefully they knew that that kind of was their weak point, because Slurp Rush is when we actually started to see them step things up the Sky and Scroll that we knew, but they just weren't able to climb up fast enough. So again, I don't want them to wait till Slurp Rush to be able to pull something out.
Something that I want to make sure that we all keep an eye on as well as how these lobbies are kind of playing out. If you remember, Group A, high ground pretty much seemed uncontested. If you went up for it, it looked like everybody kind of just gave it to you. I saw something very, very familiar that game, so keep a close eye on how these enemies are playing and what the win condition might be.
Just brought me flashbacks of Group A, especially because during Group A, it was nothing but Aurora just with the high ground, and then decided to just switch it, and he ended up being the Falcons duos too, taking over the high ground. We'll see if that's going to be the case here for this group, which is none other than Survival Stage. Now, when we're talking about AGL, we're talking about them being more aggressive, right, Levin? Where would you set the mark for them in regards to eliminations that you would be happy with their performance?
For me,
this next game, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, one, there's never going to be an exact
Шаг
number.
на
One
3
thing I do
снимат
wanna see
зарубят,
along those
ама
lines,
те не
I
са
do wanna see
гладнали,
them get
не
like
знаем
a
защо.
big game, like a big double-digit elim game. Not just because I think that's sustainable and they're going to keep doing that, I think it just is a sign of intent, right? About how they feel they stack up against this lobby. Like, nah, you lot are scrubs to us, man. We can do this. And I think they have that ability, even if it isn't their typical bag. They like to play a bit slower pace, more efficient. I think they can do that in one of these games.
And in these kind of tournaments with how valuable eliminations are, you have to. We saw their placements in the games, and they just, or I'm sorry, day 2, and they just did not have any eliminations. Even in the games that they performed kind of well in, they would only grab, 3 or 4 eliminations. It just wasn't enough, but you can only ask to get so many eliminations when clearly their main plan isn't working out. To go on the aggressive, either that's early game where maybe they send one player out to where they know that there's a highly contested spot, maybe they can grab some eliminations there, but that obviously adds a big risk, because as soon as you see that one of them is alone, that means that the other is as well.
Yeah, hopefully they'll be able to adjust to whatever the lobby ends up giving them. I know they were coming in confident, they were wanting to be aggressive. I want to see that aggression. By the way, for everybody that's been tuning into EWC and just watching Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26, if you're not familiar with everything that's going on with the totem, with the keys and all that stuff, don't worry. Barney and Glitter got you covered.
As we commence the survival stage at the Fortnite Reload Championship, we thought that we would set the stakes. 14 teams will have their keys crushed by the end of the day, but what does that truly mean? We're going to talk about the keys, the totem, and of course, the crusher. First off, let's talk about the keys. If you qualify for the Esports World Cup, your team is given a key. That is essentially your lifeblood at the Esports World Cup, and that is what our teams are coveting this entire time.
And where do those keys end up? Well, of course, they end up in the totem. For those whose keys are crushed, they live in the graveyard. However, for those whose teams find success, the keyframe is then removed from their key and placed in the totem to immortalize them in the history books of the Esports World Cup. And with $30 million on the line, every win in every title is vital for these clubs.
That is a lot of money, but the fun part is when our players get to crush the keys.
That's right, Barney, because here at the Katia City Grid, we have the most menacing key crusher on the block.
That is true. This brings us to the drama of our competition because our keys literally balance on the precipice of success and total annihilation.
It's a unique twist here at EWC for us, unlike any other competition.
That is very true. So remember, only 6 of these keys will leave today unscathed and join into the finals. So stick around to see it in action. And with that being said, casters, over to you for map number 2.
That's one of the best things, one of the best feelings for the person pressing that button, but not if your name's on that chop-in block. We've seen they're also uniquely engraved, so it really is a personal touch.
Yeah, it is, but today, 14 of those keys are going to be crushed. It's brutal, it's horrible.
Feed the beast.
I know, it's
Falcon
crazy. 6 of them have been
първи,
crushed so far, across Group A
Falcon
and B.
са първи.
6 of those keys will remain intact ahead of tomorrow's grand finals. Of course, which of those keys, which of those teams is that going to be? And so far, for a team like Izzy and Nosif, they'll be wanting to be in that top 6. They'll be hoping that their team and their key is going to be finding themselves in the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, surely. I mean, you see the lobby already starting to take shape here. With our top 6 currently, we have a nice little spread of international coverage. We talked about it. I think everyone more or less expecting. We're performing up to expectations, minus Sky and Scroll for AGAL. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on their story, on their drop in particular here throughout the evening to see how exactly they have managed to adjust their play. Game 2 is now here. Match 2 is loading up. The Esports World Cup is just heating up.
Гледайте само тугови брат. Леле.
This is more players than we have seen in any other setting or game in a singular drop.
There's half the lobby. Who isn't here at this point? This is unbelievable. I mean, obviously a lot of the solos are going to be landing at their regular drop spot. Retro down, Spooks down, Ivcho alive. Just thinning out this entire little drop spot right here. Lots of those teams will just be solo dropping there and then trying to get over towards their teammate again. I think that just sort of shows how first game jitters just sort of are out of the way, especially for a team like Ivcho and Panzer. 4 limbs already onto Ivcho. Can he make it 5? The answer's no.
So Mat and Mofu end up coming out as the last man standing here. I was glancing around, making sure that was accurate. He is the only one left outside the hostile hold there. Well played for him. Not bad either. 2 Elans there to go and continue to pad his lead. He's in 3rd place. So look with Sky and Scroll up against Jojo Fishy. Aoxy. It's a 2v1, but still Scroll giving Aoxy a run for his money for a second there, but there's the little dance from Aoxy's side. Jojo Fishy's cold as ever. That's 3 Elans for the first ever LAN participants for Jojo and Aoxy Fishy. Again, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. I'm proud that they've made it this far, but this is just a sample of what it's going to take if you want to be an elite performer.
Well, even yesterday when they won that last game to claw their way out of the bottom 3, there wasn't much emotion. I think they have higher expectations of themselves than that. They'll be expecting to find themselves in that top 6. Again, another team that are. Sky and Scroll already taken down a couple of times right here. Nosif and Izzy are the latest culprits of that. And big cheer, of course, again when they come on the screen. They'll be hoping for a bigger cheer towards the end of this game, though. And they're a team that can do it. I spoke about it earlier. They have these clutch moments. Seems like they can always do it in the moments where it matters most. And I'd say 90% of the crowd here want to see that.
Yeah, most definitely. Jumping over with Goofy and Zudo. And actually take down Yuma there. Coyote still up. You can see it in the distance. Sky just kind of keeping an eye out on this same exact drop. Players nearby, sort of camping the loot that's available here in the machine there below. Goofy and Zudo are on the hunt. Meanwhile, Braids and Booga. Terrible spot to be in. Head-to-head like this. This can be a full elimination and likely even send them out of the game. Booga's going to lose his life. Faded, although super healthy, still hasn't quite managed to finish the deal here.
Braid staying alive for now. Is Booga going to be able to get back in? He is. Just about to Braid's taken out by
Kan направо 3 играта.
Looking really strong, and then
Той къде оглежда, брат, той е умник.
Didn't pull in their favor, so they'll be hoping for a little bit more luck in this game, but showing the confidence early on, going for height. Of course, the mythic helps, or the exotic helps. Tomat in a bit of a battle here against Ivcho. And again, Tomat Mofu, a team that also clawed their way out of that bottom three earlier on in the week. It's a big day for them as well. They don't want to just stay in the competition for the survival stage. They want to make it to tomorrow as well.
This is tough. Booga opting to hide while he sends Braids away here, but Khan and Faded are on his heels. And they get that elimination. And you saw Booga there only had an AR, opting to send Braids with everything, hopefully in efforts to go ahead and get things situated there inside the storm, but nothing just yet. Skyscroll on the other side, looking much better. Again, they were also eliminated. You can see the loadout, not exactly the best, but plenty of time here in the game as, of course, these drops and chests continue to load back in.
Утре е най-интересното, да, утре ще гледам.
After such a strong game one. Only down to about 1 HP right now, going into the storm, dipping in, dipping out as well. Shadow and Virgo are not going to let him get away anytime soon. Nice angles, nice piece, nice control. A nice elim from Shadow and Virgo. A little bit of a cheer as well here from the M8 fans in the arena. And Phoenix and Retro, this is the team that in Heat 1 or in Group 1, Group A, they came out of the gates really strong. They got that, I think it was Game 2, Game 3 victory royale. They were looking strong and then ended up finding themselves here.
Sorry, Jacob had lots to say about this NAS duo being able to start performing and kind of have their moment, but it's hard to keep that pace up. Like we said, once all, you know, the other teams start to warm up and the jitters kind of go out the, out the way, they tend to take off. You saw that particularly even yesterday with players like Victor V and Kanata, for example, started off so slow and then towards the end finally caught their groove. Same thing with Sky and Scroll. Extremely slow and picked up towards the end. Gotta be fast, gotta play smart. Jacko Panzer, again, a lot to live up for, as yesterday was such a letdown for them on their overall performance. Saw Jabco and Panzer, we were coming through the metal detectors to kick off the day. They looked at us right in the eye and said, no, we're ready for today.
Yeah,
adjusting things.
It was weird, wasn't it? Because they didn't start the day very well. They had a really good middle, and you thought, that's fine. You know, we're back to normal here for Yapco Panzer. We're back to the level that we expect from them. And at the end of the day, they went missing. It's like they need to try and turn those middle games like we saw yesterday into and stretch it out into the entire rest of the day.
Big team being eliminated here. Toma and Mofu in third place. Already taken down. They had 60 points earned. And now they're the first duo to fall. That's a big problem, especially, again, coming in with the momentum where they left off.
I was expecting more from Sky and Scroll in that last game. I mean, obviously placement-wise, but they came into the day saying they want to get a lot more aggressive. They want to take the lobby on. They want to try and show why they're one of the best teams in the world, if not the best team in the world right now. And they got 2 elims, and it came later on in the game. I was quite surprised that they weren't as happy to fight earlier on. I think this game's kind of, they've flipped it a little bit, but I expected them to really go properly aggressive like we've seen from some of our other teams. They're capable. I think they need to sort of remind themselves that. Maybe it is that sort of first game. They want to have a decent start and give themselves a bit of a sort of launch pad to kick off the rest of the day with. But this is the sort of gameplay we want to see from them, getting really confident off-spawn fights, because they are a better fighting duo than pretty much everyone else in the lobby, or maybe just definitely everyone else, really.
Yeah, and you know what? You can take the risk. You can take so much more risk in this type of format. And I think they're trying to find how far they can really push it. How much risk can they actually apply here on the lobby? Ascent, Salvatore, and Yasin already on the move there. You can see them kind of leading the way, going for the large dead side rotate around the outskirts. Meanwhile, Gon and Knight already found themselves at the hostile hold, trying to hold teams from the outside from entering in freely. There's a good amount of the lobby still outside in the storm here. They've got to get moving though. Mammoth pistol in hand. You know, it's a surprising how many teams are not using the Mammoth pistol, where Peterborough and Boya, for example, are running it every single game. So there really is a preference in the play styles here, and the way teams kind of build their dynamic for reload.
Yeah, and a lot of times the teams will be using them without a spray weapon as well. You have Mammoth pistol, shotgun, that'll be the loadout. And to be able to play that style of gameplay, you have to be really confident in those shotgun hits. You have to be really confident in those box fights. You have to be really confident at playing height as well, and being able to hit those shots and make that inventory slot being taken up by the Mammoth actually worth it. So, you know, when your name's Peterbot, of course it's worth it, right? But for some of our other teams, maybe that isn't the case. That's why we see Spooks right here with that combat SMG instead. And big day for Oatly and Spooks as well. I think, you know, they really came out of the gates really strongly in their first LAN performance, and they have a lot to answer for here today as well. They've got now expectations of doing good on their shoulders, and maybe sometimes, I suppose, if you go into a LAN without any expectations, it can definitely help.
Yeah, I think win or lose, you know, they surprised everyone with how well of a performance they had just yesterday, to be honest. But of course, this is what's going to define whether or not you can move on to the finals here. Coyote's going to find Panzer. All right, this becomes a time and place where you start falling here will be major setbacks, given that the reboots are going to be shutting off here shortly. Again, just 3 elims here for Sky and Scroll, the fastest start that they've had, I think, throughout the entirety of all of their games, even yesterday's included.
Yeah.
So definitely off to the proper start, but it's now doing the part that they did really great yesterday.
Well, that's the thing.
Sama nam bukva misle
This is what they're used to. They're getting themselves in a nice position. They can play the end game like they know how to do. It's getting to this position in a solid state in terms of loadout, in terms of positioning. It's been what they haven't been as confident at. So for now, this is just normal Battle Royale. Of course, once those reboots do end, it's just going to be normal Battle Royale. And this is where you'd expect them to thrive. So you can definitely see them set up for success right here as we get a look at the map. Very north pulling zone. And I'm going to call it right here. Sky Scroll win this game.
Oh, early predictions coming out of Mini Minor right now. Might know something we don't just yet. Spooks, Oatly kind of made their way in, migrated through, putting pressure here on other teams just to stay active, stay warm. Yuma, Coyote, options there in the distance. Joseph already rotating around the outskirts. But all these cliff faces here, giving them a bit of a hard time to actually find cliff faces here. Kind of lineups here. You have an idea that there's a team there, but again, don't really quite have all the information they need. And here it is, you fall now. If you're one of the ones under gunfire here, that's it. Reboots are officially being disabled. Aoxy is going to be one of the ones to get knocked there initially. Rue as well. There's the finish for Rue. There's the finish for Aoxy, and now he's completely eliminated here. So a decent start to game 1, but their story comes to an end for Sky and Scroll. Front side of zone, already looking to go for high ground potentially here.
Remember, their win came from high when they played it early, so maybe they'll be looking at it. It's not their typical way of playing, but maybe we'll see them go for it again. Like I said earlier, there's not that high-dominant team in the lobby. You don't have those powerhouses that have already, of course, qualified through, so if any time to take it, it is probably now. Goofy Z-Dog, another team that played really well in the groups, unfortunately find themselves here, and unfortunately in this game, find themselves down and out. Dharm and Dimash in a nice position right now. They're going to use that fizz. They're going to use send them really high in the sky and get towards that dead side of zone. Yuma and Coyote find themselves in a tough position here as well on that left side of the screen. They're going to get looked at by so many others, but maybe the saving grace for them is going to be this launch pad. They're going to see right ahead of them players like Salvatore, Yassin, players like Dimash and Dharm have made it in, and there they are, Yuma and Coyote taking a high ground position.
That was extremely lucky, by the way, because they were getting targeted when Z-Dog and Goofy fell, and little did they know, they were so lit up. But being able to bounce back, take a little bit of high ground here off the launch pad, I mean, they might turn this entire game around here. Surely the extra points are going to be welcomed as well. Top 16 now, Salvatore, Yassin have to make a move. Demis and Dharm here on the outskirts. Rotate, but get spotted out, so it's not really safe by any means. Up in back they go. Saying, They know we're there. Let's just go right through the middle instead.
Demish way at the backside of zone. Failed shockwave, failed overdrive there for Demish. And again, twice in a row. That's unfortunate. That's where I make their way in now on the dead side of zone. Sky and Scroll all the way towards the front side as well. Lots of investment here into these overdrives, not only just because of the couple of failed ones earlier, but also now having to get them both towards that front side. Max pull for them. Booga and Braids, I've said it all week, they've put themselves in good positions. They haven't been able to close out wins, which remember is what you need to do when it comes to tomorrow's Grands. So again, they're in a decent position. They're playing these mid-Grand layers really nicely. And naturally, when your name's Booga, there's always expectation on your shoulders.
Yeah, we were talking about how Knight and Golden actually had several victory royales. That is going to be a part of the formula if you want to win this tournament here today. Just in general over the weekend, Virgo and Shadow looking good. Only in
на high ground, Lele с стрипила. Holy fuck.
So now, here's their chance to kind of make a return.
Браво!
Meanwhile, back down to low ground. Gentleman's Virgo on
Lepo,
the move.
lepo, bravo. Nice miss.
Had he landed that shot, that could have been a game changer for the Jogo boys on height. But nothing just yet. There's the material drop for Shadow. Shadow's got to take the lead here as the IGL, the duo. Meanwhile, Booga, Braids, front side of zone as well. Another moment and another opportunity to kind of prove themselves. Yuma's going to fall into the hands of Retro, though, during the chaos and the rotate there. It's not even looking good for Yasin either. Voko cringed down and out. Still under full control for Oatly and Spooks.
Oatly looking to prove why people call him Goatly.
Shockwave
in this position right now. They need to try and find a win. They need to try and make the most of this high ground position. Izzy and Nosif on the complete other side of things down on low. The French fans right here, they're getting active, they're getting excited about the potential for a great game here from Izzy and Nosif. God and Knight find one in the backside of zone as well. That's going to be a crucial refresh for those guys as they were running a little bit low on materials as well. You see Knight investing all of those, getting towards that front side, but oh no, Oatly and Spooks are getting contested. It's a shot from Oatly. That shuts down one. PH's in down as well. That's to the hands of Spooks. And not only are they on height, they're holding onto it very well.
Well, there you have it. 5 eliminations as well. Things are really starting to add up here, and this is the type of game you need. This is the type of run you have to put yourself on.
Кой лети за това high ground толкова много, бе? Кой ти има на high ground? Що гледаме някакви low ground, брат? Буе, Брейдс. Лолт ли умря от Кан, баба, бате? Но, тъпят я фейрят, бате. И тъпят контролер. Няма, Спукс и Отли умряха. Ебах ти хълпите. Стараше по-нависоко да отиват. И тия кани фейрят, братле. Как да ни убият шибания контролер, има емот. Human емот, бе. Като този зон по... Въй минимален демидж на помпата, даже не може да не е. Добре, убил Бога, найс. 2 кила сме даже. Айде, фейрят залягай, братле. Sky Scroll, браво, бе. Бога умира. Пак Middle East име на Tyrell. Някакъв Gloom, братле, и Knight. Дармката. Умира. Ах, то Кан е още жив. Мамка му топ 3 взеха. Sky Scroll. Nice knock. 2 в 1. Срещу Кан. Браво, бе, Sky Scroll win.
They need to do it for themselves. They need to do it for AGAL. They're in the prime position. 2v1 against Khan, who's trying to heal off as much as possible inside of the storm. But it's not going to matter as Khan hits a huge shot.
Бе, може малко билда, врата беше на шут, може да ги пуша.
AGAL win game 2.
And the crowd is on their feet right now as the victory just went through. You see the red and white. AGAL fans are proud here. What a win for Sky and Scroll. You know what? It was not looking good. Brazil boys hit that rocket launcher down on the side and got Sky, but it's Scroll who turns it around.
Well, that's what makes this duo so good, is that they've got the same brain. You can see the coach being really happy.
В моя орке невъзможно да се намерят.
Yesterday, it's not. It's actually their coach. That's what this team do best. They're almost on the same wavelength every single time. Sky got cracked, chunked a lot of damage. Scroll was there to immediately fight back. And for this team, that is exactly what they do best. Playing those low ground layers. I don't want to say I told you so, but early on in that end game, they were looking really strong. And this is the position they always find themselves in.
I'll say it for you. You definitely told me they were going to win that game.
Yeah.
You called it early as well. Take a look at that one more time from their perspective.
Не знам дали съм, просто няма как да се намеря до отгоре.
7 eliminations, not a light game by any means. They're going to be our match winners. And you know what? Now they're in the race. Now they're feeling good.
Yeah, they awoken. I mean, I think in that game, right, we saw them fighting a lot early. You see smiles on the faces of the boys right there. Their family's actually just behind us. They sort of erupted right there as well, as they know better than everyone that these guys are the real deal. You know, they know what they're like off camera. They know what they're like outside of the game as well. We know how good they can be when it comes to actual in-game performances. But they're just good lads as well, you know, and they have that chemistry that's super duper important. And that's helping them through that game right there.
Yeah, definitely. Well, with that, guys, take some time here. Grab yourself a big pop, maybe a mini shield. When we get back, we'll have more action.
Апдейтна ли се лидерборда? Ууу, Sky Scroll топ 5. Дарем Демон Стил First, брат. В това кани ферят скоро с 10 кил, брат. Те са им даде бахти точките. В тая игра. Те Middle Eastери. Те даже не са били Middle Eastери от Бразил. Була е стил 7th. В Олтлия го имаха тая игра, брат. Шаха са топ 7-те. Ако не топ 6. Ама, яко и панзар. Не го очаквах това на Uncon. Всъщност тази локация. Автобуса като е там не е също много Uncon, ама да. То това ни им пречеше те игри, мисля, че.
I got one, it's alright. Why are you eating lunch at 4 p.m.? What is at 4 p.m.? Lunch? What?
This is huge for those club championship points.
Massive victory royale. Jacob, this is huge for those club championship points, right?
No, it's definitely huge. It's not only huge for the club championship, but themselves. They're the reigning, defending EU major champions, and they came out yesterday flat. Like you left a bottle of soda open overnight. It was flat. But these guys do not make the same mistakes twice.
It's so good. And look, they're just right here. What's up, Sky, Scroll? Good to see you guys. I love seeing them super locked in as well. Oh, man, I love that you said that, though, because we've had, you know, we think back to Summon, we had that kind of crazy performance. We thought, expected them to win, just missed out. But now here at LAN, they have really learned from that mistakes, right? Those little things they really needed to improve on, they have.
Yeah, they definitely have. And like I said, yesterday was just slow to start. Today, they're just punching right out of the gates. They get a victory royale here in game number 2, putting them towards the top of the leaderboard. And you got to imagine how that feels for the club championship as well.
Oh, man, AGAL is thinking, yes, keep doing that. We need to make sure we need to make it to finals. Another duel, though, Shadow and Virgo just on the way across here. Obviously representing NA, we have to hope for them. I know Vivid absolutely loves them. How are you feeling about them?
I feel confident. I feel so confident for them. Coming into this during the qualifiers, they weren't the most aggressive team. They got here through clean, consistent gameplay. Yesterday, I feel like maybe they were trying to do a little bit too much. Today, I feel like they're locked in, ready to go back to their game plan.
For me, it's always going to be the stand-up moment of Shadow Virgo, and at Summit, they're like, hey, you know what? We're going to go ahead and call our shot. We're going to need a VR right here, right now. They're capable of this kind of high-level play whenever they need to call on it. But remember, Jacob, we need to make top 6, right? We need to make sure we can make it through to tomorrow's finals. Do you think that they can do that top 6 right now under this pressure, under these lights?
Yeah, I think they and everybody else needs to kind of realize one thing. It's 10 games. It's a marathon. It's not a race. If you expect to play perfect, you're going to be kind of headed for disappointment. So you got to be able to roll with the punches, expect things to happen that you might not necessarily plan for, and then kind of go from there. And I think Shadow, Virgo, even Sky and Scroll have been doing that perfectly today.
And how are you feeling about the map rotations, right? We've got Elite Stronghold, we've got Slurp Rush. Some teams seem to operate a lot better on one versus the other. Obviously, right now, we're kind of starting things off. Do you feel like some teams are maybe going to look to pick up in that second half?
Yeah, I honestly think that's a great addition to the reload type format, because you can have teams, like you said, are good on one map. Imagine if your bad map was Elite Stronghold. Now in your mind, you're probably realizing, hey, I just need to keep it in contention of the top side of the leaderboard, so that when you would go to your good map, you can fire off on all cylinders.
Just stay strong, right? That's all it's about. With that being said, we want more games, so let's kick it back up to the casters.
Thank you so much to our boys, Zeke and Jacob, holding down the fort there while we were getting hydrated up top. And also, special shout-outs to Virgo and Shadow. That was one of my favorite pieces to do. The little fun bits, man. That's what this is all about. Let's take a look at the rankings, though, here. Where are we standing as things are wrapping up? Darm and Demis jump up into first place. It's Khan and Faded who are holding down second. Yasin and Salvatore remain consistent, and the numbers go on. But look at the slip down here. Oatly and Spooks, you would think, are having a bad tournament, but hey, that was a great game too for them.
Yeah, great game for them, playing high. Nicely done from those guys. Cringe and Volko unfortunately find themselves in that bottom 3. I spoke to them at the beginning of the day as we were coming on in here, and they said we're definitely winning a game, guarantee, today. So do with that what you will. So we're about to get into match number 3 right here. Every single game counts for this qualification into that top 6. Every single game matters for this game.
With Knight and Gone coming in second, that jumps them up to 4th place. Sky and Stroll now, after that Victory Royale, are in 5th. So the standings really are starting to take a crunch towards the top.
Нещо се коментираше за Derby от FNC, дали ще има такова нещо, верно? Не.
That would be your top 6. Well, we're getting right back into the action. It's not over. It's only getting started. First elimination is going to go to Gold.
Като падат на тази локация тук и трябва да играят малко по-различно. Те са Uncon, обаче всеки влиза за килове и ако умрат, те си умрат, защото те са долу в което падат.
Nice job for Eoxy. A little snipe elim there too. Gone's getting active. This is a 3-on-3. Both sides, no shields. This is a fair fight if I've ever seen one. Brazil versus NA. Come on, Eoxy. Can't mess it up now, buddy. Ooh, he couldn't hit the shot that mattered.
I love these like off-spawn skirmishes where there's just like 18 different
players.
It's fantastic. Pretty good for points as well as Virgo there. Finds his first in this complete utter chaos. Gone managed to get 4.
Някой тим умря да не са те.
They are the first duo to be eliminated completely from this game as well. Not an ideal start for them.
Saw the smile on his face as well. It was such a strong performance, picking up 4 wins. It's a nice way to start it. Jojo Fishy and Eoxy have been double eliminated by Sky and Scroll, just catching Jojo off guard. And then they dance. I think they recognize what just happened in the feed there. GG's for them. And that's just Scroll and Sky's first elim too, you know? They're just mixing it up. First they were dropping in the mix, in the melting pot. That time they said, oh, let's just go to our draw and kind of stay true to our strat.
It's funny because individually they're so good, so you would think, yeah, they could definitely hold down the fort in that melting pot, but can't. Second place for them in the last game. Spooks and Oatly want to make good as well after their unfortunate demise in that last game. They look really good actually going on high in that game. They were looking strong. But of course in this sort of meta when there's RPGs, you've got shots, you've got launch pads. I saw a Shockwave Hammer earlier as well, the mythic version of that. So you just never know what teams below you have in their arsenal. And makes it very, very difficult to hold them to high. Even Booga right here with the mythic in hand. And again, I feel like Booga and Braze are going to qualify today. You know, it shouldn't be a crazy prediction, but the way that they're putting themselves in really good positions in endgame, the way that they're playing these endgames so consistently, they don't look phased by the pressure of this lobby.
And again, it shouldn't be a crazy prediction, but with the way that these guys have been playing, they should qual.
Yeah, Luca's doing just fine so far in the tournament. 75 points total earned. In case you were wondering, that is an accurate count. That puts him in 7th place, still trailing by 21 points behind Virgo and Shadow, whom again have already earned points here. I know in the replay you saw taken out there in the STC highlight, but Panzer, Jabko on the other side, every time we've jumped to them in between the breaks, it is just like watching pain personified. Just they look miserable. It's been tough on them so far as they've really not performed up to their own expectations. Oh, Panzer actually spots Night, but Night was quick on the draw there. Doesn't even wait for his own teammate. We'll see how that fight ends up going out. We'll keep an eye on the feed. Salvatore and Yasuno, quick updates. Looking all right.
Looking fine. Yep, good start to the day from them, of course. First game victory royale is going to give them that boost at the beginning of the day. And the analysts were sort of speaking about it after that game. One game cannot be the be-all and end-all. You can't lose the momentum. You can't lose sight of the format of the competition. And I think for them, that's going to be the most important thing. It's not getting too ahead of themselves, not getting too excited, and just maintaining. Having a couple of wins maybe is going to be all you need, and then some decent end games to go alongside it. Same with Gon and Knight. Finding themselves in good positions in end game, going for crazy plays on height as well. They're taking risks, they're taking control, which is exactly what you need to do in these lobbies.
Furia boys looking well. ORC's Nosif and Izzy looking strong too. Little pop from the crowd here, of course, whenever Izzy and Nosif are on show. Zone kind of coming dead center here. It's going to fare favorably for everyone for the most part. All the other games we've had, everyone's pretty much had their kind of pick of whether or not they wanted to stay deep in the storm. I think this one's going to play a little differently. I'm excited to see something a little more dynamic from the few. Teams already eliminated, though, to keep y'all up to date. Vazin and Anon, Aoxy and Jojo Fishy, the first two to fall. It's not very common that teams will fall in these types of formats either. But hey, sometimes you draw the short stick.
Yeah, it's difficult. But again, likewise, you have a good game. That shouldn't get too ahead of yourself. If you have a bad game, you've still got plenty more to go. And a completely new map as well halfway through. So for those guys to continue to keep the vibes high is going to be really important. And I'm really intrigued as to how today is going to play out in general, because remember the last couple of days we've had the bottom 3 getting eliminated, right? Now we've got 14 teams being eliminated. So the latter stage of competition today, what sort of strats people are going to start pulling out, I do not know. Because you could be, I mean, if you're dead last or you're way down there, you might as well go for some crazy plays that we haven't gotten to see yet. Because realistically, previously, making those plays could have found you in that bottom 3 as well. So it is a lot more opportunity for risk today.
Yeah, we're going to have to see kind of performances like what Faded and Connor are doing, where you land and you get those 4 elims and you really set yourself up with some good head starts. And, you know, everyone realistically needs to play with urgency all throughout the tournament. You cannot ease up.
So Sky and Scroll get possibly the worst supply drop you could probably get, right? There's green loot everywhere. It's terrible. In a good position, though, again. This is the sort of team that you put them in that position after 7th zone. Get on low ground like they did in that last game. They're just levels above the rest of the lobby. And they just didn't show that yesterday. We didn't get to see the Sky and Scroll that we were used to. In that last game, it felt like I was watching a traditional Battle Royale game from EU. It just felt normal. It felt like the world was at peace when that was happening. Yesterday
на Шарко кешане точно до моята и на нея.
We heard it from them. They said it themselves. Hey, look, we gave a lot of respect to lobby. It was a difficult. They said it was a difficult, like, games, difficult lobby. I don't know, you know, again, European, little bit of a language barrier. Not sure if they meant that more so like difficult as in we were in our heads and we didn't really play the way we should have. We gave too much respect. Or it was literally hard.
Блейд, какво стана с Олти и Спулкс? Що Олти няма нищо?
Just couldn't perform.
Can you imagine Peterbot ever saying that?
Right. You never hear it
the lobby was really hard. Like, it just...
Well,
they gave too much respect.
Maybe if he had to translate into another language, right? That's my point. Is like, maybe it just came across that way, but the way it came across again in English, not their native language, it was like, hey, the lobby was very hard.
Maybe. I just don't think they gave themselves enough respect and gave everyone else far too much respect. You don't see teams like Peterbot and Poyo, Shark and TD giving the rest of the lobby respect. You saw them keying everyone, you saw them going for anyone and everyone off spawn and then just closing out fights really well.
Yeah, speaking of which, that Epic competitive account put up a little interview. It's like, hey, when you hear...
Не може да взима неща.
No, Peterbot, Poyo,
It was the quietest video I've ever watched.
They rattled off the 3 strongest duos you've ever heard of. Didn't even budge. That's the level of confidence that they bring to the table. But let's get back into survival stage mode here. Panzer already on the move. Again, much more on the line here for Team GK. It's all about club championship points and much and more. T1's Demis and Darm currently leading the competition. If you glance over to the leaderboard there on the right, you can see S8UL faded.
Как така на LAN event?
Page 2, Virgo Shadow holding down the bar, which is currently 96 points. So, 96 points. At any given time, if you are about 30 points of your immediate competition, you have some buffer.
Yeah.
So, Virgo and Shadow are kind of getting there. They're kind of getting to that point to where they're getting to that breakaway section.
Yeah, and we haven't seen like many teams really solidify their spot, whether it was top 7 in the groups or of course now top 6 here today. We haven't seen a team that's just making that top 7, that qualification completely out of reach. So it'll be interesting to see if the difference in the lobby, whether between the top teams and the bottom teams, is as stark today. Previously, where it is really close on that border. Zone pulls back towards that southeast though. Lots of our teams already find themselves in that position. Going to make things really difficult for those teams. There's like red arrows, there's white arrows at the very top you can see because they're all set up, positioned, based up on top of a hill. So, be interested to see what those sort of rotations are going to look like when they make it in.
Yeah, a few of them kind of holding down those super launch pads. The team to the north already flying in pretty quickly here. But there you have it. The zone's already revealed, so Reboot is now officially on a timer. Just a minute left roughly before this closes. Izzy, Nosif, fans in the crowd once again. Nice little pop. Great noise coming through for Nosif and Izzy. Or are they 51 points in 9th place currently? Of holding things down here.
I think the important thing for them is just staying in contention all day. They're not the sort of team that we would expect to win the whole day, but just staying in contention, keeping that crowd on your side, keeping them excited when you appear on screen. I don't know, you can sort of feel the energy. Obviously, the players have those sort of noise-cancelling over-ear headphones, so in theory, they shouldn't be able to hear it, but I feel like that energy just radiates. They know that they are the fan favorites here in Paris, so keeping themselves in contention is going to be really important for that.
20 seconds now until Reboot's end, and we still have pretty much a single team inside the zone at the moment. Take a look, a lot of action going down here tonight and going under some pressure right now. Phoenix is the one that's taking the bulk of the fire. It's Oatly and Spooks are going to be the last to rotate in as the zone starts to close, but Phoenix is in a world of trouble here. Gonna cost him everything, but Retro gets in just in time actually.
Yeah.
So he does spawn in. He's gonna have a chance to possibly reunite.
The worst time to go down though. Literally the worst time to go down. If you're gonna get rebooted, you want to do it earlier on. So it'll be interesting to see how Phoenix and Retro can sort of bounce back from this game after a really rocky start right there. We'll sort of see how that ended up going down. Wow, lovely little switch up from Ivcho right there. Had that piece control, shotgun into Mammoth pistol. We've seen a lot of the good teams using Mammoth, so they're looking strong yet again.
Looking for Jacko and Panzer's name. They are dead last at the moment. They needed those eliminations there. Let's see if they can continue to do that and earn some points. Jump up and out. Right behind them is Cringe, Voco, Goofy, and Z-Dog. Goofy and Z-Dog had such a strong showing to kick things off, so I'm actually surprised they're so low on the standings at the moment. But again, don't count out any of these teams that have had their moments of greatness.
Yeah.
They know they can do it. Here's a rotate coming through. Nice little crash pad. Action here. Breed's gonna make the edit. Huga's gonna make the toss. PH Zin, Ed already make their move. Huga and Breeds are on the hunt. And then jumping into a Golden at night, like a little update here. 5 making 6 now. It's on to, again, that Brazilian duo there. Oh, where the guy, when he rolled off, he might even get saved here. Goat's not gonna get his finish, I believe. Oh yeah, he does. Khan actually gets the full finish there.
Nice work from Golden Knight. Keep that confidence going, keep the vibes high. That's going to be the most important thing for them. Nicely pulled back zone here as well for Booga, who actually stayed on top of that hill. You can see a few of those arrows in the bottom right. They decided to go down onto the sort of ground next to the river. They got quite lucky that the zone is going to pull sort of around the hill rather than back up it. So it seems like Ruin Moda, Khan and Faded. The gamble paid off and they can live in relative peace down there whilst things transpire. Oh no!
I saw rockets going in from Khan and Faded. They're getting active. Then it's going to pull back up and over. Oh man, all these teams will have to begin committing to get back out of the crevice here. Meanwhile, Sky and Scroll, pressure coming in from the high ground duos for whatever reason. Coyote and Yuma have sight lines on what's happening here. Demish and Darm, actually they don't have to go up and over. They have that little bit of a pull that allows them to kind of sneak their way on. It's like a battle happening down low, battle happening up top for supremacy here.
Demish and Darm looking to have another good game here. Been playing very well. Braids and Booga likewise. Looking to maintain that higher position. You see Gon and Knight from Furia in a good one as well. Cringe and Volko trying to recover their day so far. Find themselves in second last, 19th on the standings. They're looking to try and take this game by storm and take it by force up here on height. Rockets coming down as well, causing absolute havoc. Trying to forge a path so that they can make their way in, make sure that that second height isn't going to look at them whilst Volko is sort of tarping ahead. Nice sort of fundamentals here from high ground. Demish and Darm clearing out these low ground layers here as well. Virgo is the one that they take out. A little bit higher actually than the ultimate low, which is where these guys we know can operate very well. And the zone is just going to be so dangerous here. You can sort of see it's playing on the side of that hill. If it pulls back towards the south or the southwest, that's going to be so dangerous. That's why Shadow here is just trying to elevate as much as possible as a solo as well. Khan taking down Retro right now, only a knock for the time being. But Khan and Fader look to have another good game here as well.
Khan and Fader are playing exceptionally well right now with their rotates here. They get Retro there just to get the finish on the way there. And I was happy we got to touch base with Shadow for a second because Shadow is solo at the moment in 6th place. Booga and Braids are still alive on their heels here in this game. And remember, there's a 30-point difference between them.
Yeah,
so jumping up and over them is going to take quite some effort. Same can be said for Sky and Scroll, who are also at just 108 points. But
easy knock if
no sip. Izzy go up to the top as Panzer and Japco from GK
Panzer pakku menot leelee. Ei mai neapărat top 6.
The French fans rise as well as Sky and Scroll on the complete other end of things look to try and take control of this lower ground section as they did in that last game. Izzy and Nosif, the chants are coming out from the crowd. They're feeling good, they're feeling confident. They think this is their time. And Izzy and Nosif position themselves way up above the rest of the lobby, hopefully for them breaking into that top 6 as well. Could this be their moment?
Oh, look at this though. Knight's gonna fall, goes by himself. Braids also solo playing this one out as Darm gets Booga there with a big elimination. This is Braids' opportunity. Can he earn 15 more points and jump into the top 6? That's 3. 12 more left to go. Demis, Darm, 5 elims now. Braids gets Kyoto. Can he get the finish? He sure does. The Siphon is keeping him alive here. He makes it. Team in front of him. I think that was gone there. That's a solo, little does he know. But he's completely out of match. Meanwhile, down low, Sky already out. Scrolls by himself. Scrolls just widening the gap here by clutching up by himself. Braids doing the same for himself here, as he has now officially earned even more points, jumping his way up to 99, but it's France on top, France on height here for Team ORC. Meanwhile, Braids though takes down Go.
Really nice clutch here from Braids, getting all that Siphon Scroll as well. No stranger to a solo clutch in these current situations, but look at the way that the zone is pulling all the way back up that hill. All these solos down on low, all these teams fighting it out, struggling as well whilst they do. And look at this, Sound all the way down on low. Braids is still in the game as well, keeping his team inside of that top 6. Huge moments right now, but look at the zone. It's so awkward. Can he make his way up? Braids is going to fall. Nosif will get the credit. There's a second elimination of the game, and they maintain the position. Might it be all they need? It is.
Back to zone puhuvat.
So huge. There's nothing this guy can do. You can try your best to climb up and out. It doesn't matter. Nosif, Izzy will win that game.
Тия хай граундове винаги толкова опи, братче.
Surely now putting themselves in the competition, in the conversation. That is how it's done. I think reality's setting in. They were smiling, but they're trying to settle themselves back down, not get overly excited here, but they surely have done something spectacular. They've gotten a nice little win.
Felt like the entire Paris got to their feet right there after they took height. And then there was that moment where 12 Zone pulls back over the hill. And it's the team that found themselves in an optimal position early on. It's the team that fought ahead. It's the team that put in that preparation in the end game to have a successful end of the team that comes out on top. And for Izzy and Nosif, this is the sort of confidence that we want to see from them. Remember, they did get a win in their group, but they didn't quite use it to their advantage. They couldn't continue that momentum as much as they needed to. So for Izzy and Nosif right now, as we get to take a look at how it all went down, everyone down on low was just completely scrapping it out.
I mean, it was Izzy, Nosif, and the Mountain. They played so well together.
Go descendre, vas-y, go descendre.
You see, not much comms needed when you got the Mountain on your side there to back you up. But seriously, all jokes aside, they had the high ground. They took it at the right time. And I guess the better move was to play that upper natural elevation. It definitely ended up playing out well. We got to give credit to Braids, by the way. Two eliminations there. He actually took down Scroll that was clutching there. We didn't see it on the feed, but he definitely popped off.
Absolutely popped off right there. And those solo clutches are really what can keep you inside of contention to qualify on through all the way into the finals. And just from a sort of viewing perspective, even from a neutral perspective, how good would it be to have both of our French duos in the finals tomorrow? Remember, Skyjump, Momsy were really good yesterday. Absolutely no shadow of a doubt that they would find themselves into that top 7 and, of course, into the finals. And for Izzy and Nosif, they're the fan favorites. We want to see them in those finals.
Yeah, we have to, you know. They're obviously setting themselves up for success here. They're putting themselves in a position to have the spotlight on them and really have a moment to make it to finals and then do something big, do something great.
Yeah. It's their time. I mean, with the fans on their side, with the way that they're playing, it's absolutely electric. But what I want to do is I want to hear from them right now. Zeke and Luti are standing by.
Now. Fans, EWC, make some noise! Oh my gosh, Izzy Nosif, I cannot believe you guys just got a victory royale. How does it feel in those moments to not only get a win, but then to hear this crowd go crazy?
Qu'est-ce que ça vous fait évidemment d'avoir gagné cette game, mais surtout d'entendre toute la foule qui devient complètement folle?
Franchement, ça fait plaisir, mais c'est pas fini.
I mean, it's really cool, but it is not over.
Franchement, ça nous remet un peu dans le classement, dans le haut du classement, et ça nous motive encore plus à continuer parce que voilà, je compte me qual et je compte vous rendre fiers, les gars, donc let's go.
I want them to be proud of us. This game is really important for us because we're going up now on the standings and the rankings, so it's good, but not over us yet.
Obviously, that's right. It's not over. You still have to make it into the top 6 at the end of the competition for you to make it into the top 6. How will you feel coming into tomorrow's finals?
Justement, là, il va falloir que vous fassiez top 6. Qu'est-ce qui, à votre avis, qu'est-ce qu'il va falloir pour aller chercher ce top 6 et pour aller réussir à choper votre place pour demain pour la grande finale? Qu'est-ce qui manque?
Franchement, juste de la constance et qu'on fasse le moins d'erreurs possible, qu'on continue de jouer comme on l'a joué sur cette game et puis normalement ça va le faire.
Consistency, the less mistake we can, and just play as we play on this game, and normally we will be able to do it for final tomorrow.
I love that. Obviously, dude, these guys are behind you. EWC is behind you. What do you have to say to these fans, and can you give them all the hype in the world because they want to hear it from you?
Qu'est-ce que vous voulez leur dire à tous ces gens qui sont derrière vous et tout le WC qui vous encourage actuellement sur cette scène?
Franchement, merci à vous. Hein. Ça donne de la force et merci.
It's given us so much strength, so really thank you to all of you cheering for us.
Can you just tell them right now? Say, make some noise for us. Tell them right now.
Dis-leur, encourage-les et demande-leur de faire un peu plus de bruit encore.
Allez les gars, faites du bruit, faites du bruit, faites du bruit.
Thank you guys so much. Best of luck in the rest of your games, all right?
Bonne chance pour vos prochaines games les gars. Une dernière fois du bruit.
Где те французы ворота?
Bro, we were going crazy.
Yo,
Crusade!
That's a top fucking score, Savage. That's a
Holy
good
shit.
score.
Crusade with a 5.
Сега се настроя Apex Pro-то. Еми, инсталираш си софтуера им.
Yeah, holy shit.
Wow, that's actually impressive. Okay, yo, this shit's so fun. Aim trainer. Oh wait.
Ooh, should we actually do a challenge here? Who gets the most? It's on your mouse though.
No, it's not. It's not my mouse.
Yes, it is, bro.
On God, it's not.
But you've been using this the whole time.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, let me do it one more. Let me do it one more.
We both get 2 tries.
2 tries.
You're missing. You're missing clicks. 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right.
3, 3, 3. Well, make a guess, bro. That's a lucky number.
All you. I don't want to kill your flow.
Ако чуеш, на поета ме е на 1.0.
You say me too, me too.
Jay, you think I'm gonna get better?
And we also saw some great plays out of them. I believe they actually Royale in game number 3. So to see them do that actually once again, that is what we want to see. We knew that they had it in them in game number 1 or day number 1, but unfortunately falling by the wayside. Just a little bit of rough games going down to 19th and 20th place. But today has already looked leagues better than day 1 for them. And you can hear it in their own confidence that they're feeling so much better about the tournament.
Yeah, they're one of the teams I predicted to enter the top 6 today at the end of the 10 games. And of course, we've seen so many times this year between these two, just how they've been able to face the adversity and overcome expectations. And, you know, we already saw it in Group A a bit, a sneak peek, and we saw it a lot yesterday in Group B. The effects this crowd can have on these French players, the backing that they get, the support that they get, it really seems to do something for them, and I think it's going to carry Izzy and Nosif through today.
You know what's funny, Lev, is that we are obviously in a very, very big venue here, right? We got a lot of games going on, and sometimes when we hear the crowd cheer, we're not necessarily sure if it's this game or that game, if it's Fortnite, who are they cheering for? But there was a couple times that game when we saw Izzy and Nosif up on the higher ground, and I heard the crowd cheer, and I was like, were they cheering for them? And then we showed them again on the higher ground, and the cheers happened the exact same time, and I was like, wait a minute, this can't be a coincidence. And sure enough, it was the crowd every single time cheering for Nosif as Izzy anytime they were doing well. But also, we got to mention it, right? We kind of saw it on the leaderboard, how well some of our other teams did in some of those elimination categories. Super impressive.
Not just that, and for Izzy and Nosif, we got to give them props too, because the first 2 games, they ended up in 9th place, they ended up in 10th place. It's a great bounce back for that duo, and now they're putting in contention to be in the top 6 with only 7 games to go, and that's exactly what we're going to be keeping a close eye on, those top 6 duos that are going to be going towards the finals. Now, we're talking about AGL earlier on, and we got the perfect response out of that duo with the win.
Yeah, I mean, what better way to turn in a conversation about how well Sky and Scroll are doing than to give us a victory royale. But it's not just the victory royale, it's also that we are seeing them finally make it into the end game every single time. Before, there were some moments in the mid game where they went down early, and we just know how devastating that can be. So we still see a few solo clutches coming out of them, Vivid. Obviously, we would love to see them come into the end game with both players alive, but regardless, this is again leagues better than what we saw in the group stages.
Yeah, without a doubt. You want to talk about leagues better, Levin? I know you want to talk about it. We saw when we got a quick little peek at that leaderboard. T1, Darm and Demish sitting pretty in first place right now. You kind of called on them. You wanted them to kind of have these good games. They've had good games.
Again, I think it's a reminder. The reality is, T1 are a team shouldn't really be playing today, right? You know, if you're going into the competition, most people weren't expecting them to be playing today. Same thing can be said for AJL. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing today. That's why I'm not getting too gassed. It's like, all right, man, like, you should have been here.
The Ilan points, I mean, in that victory royale for AGL, they ended up with 7 eliminations. Are you happy with that one? Is that exactly what you were looking for,
Yeah, you
Levin?
know what? The second the game ended, I said, it's not quite the double digits I was asking for. You know, I am you know, I'll give them a bit of grace there because they do get the win and they've looked a lot stronger today. But yeah, I'm expecting a bit more still.
If you're talking about strong teams, we have to talk about Yasin and Salvatore. I mean, they were doing well yesterday as well. It took a little bit for them to kind of lock on, but Vivid, they have been just performing every single end game. We are seeing them alive.
So one thing that kind of put them on my radar, at least yesterday, was how many eliminations Salva was able to go ahead and pick up. But as you can actually see up here towards the top 5 of the leaderboard, they've actually just been the most consistent team in the placement category. So kind of now switching strategies, perhaps. They've been the most consistent. The eliminations are a little bit lackluster when you do compare them to some of the other teams around them. But hey, second place right now.
Yeah, highlighting more of those teams. Khan and Faded. I got a lot of eyes on Khan and Faded. Yesterday was a crush again for them. I think they went into that last game yesterday in a qual spot and they just had dropped out, or at least in, you know, the back end of the tournament. They were really sort of in there. Again, a team who, when they qualified for RES finals, we all sort of looked at it and went, oh, okay, new kids on the block, what are they going to do? I actually didn't realize, but they're working with BloodX, right? So they're being coached by, you know, an experienced coach, one of the best coaches in the world. I think so far, looking really strong today. Hopefully it continues.
Vivid, as we're looking at the second page of the overall ranking here, is there any team that's currently surprising you with their performance and being in the second page?
Let's take a look at it here. Actually, Oakley and Spooks, I mean, they were playing so well in their group stage. And, you know, we kind of have this conversation about the survival stage where it's like, yeah, you kind of expect the survival stage to be just a little bit easier because technically you already have, what is it, 14 of the better teams that are already qualified to the finals. You're not necessarily competing against them. So with Oakley and Spooks doing well out of their group stage, I was like, oh, well, maybe the survival stage will be a little easier. We'll kind of see them play even better. And, you know, we kind of saw some highlights so far from them from the day. But yeah, down there on the second page, a little bit surprising for me at least.
I'm region biased, so I'm excited to see Bugha and Braids currently within that qualification spot, sitting in 7th place. Obviously, they're going to want to make some changes because they want to get higher up in the leaderboard to make sure that they have that spot solidified for the top 6, actually, I should be saying.
One team that I was looking at on that second page, too, that we saw them a lot yesterday was Ioxy and Jojo Fish. I thought we were going to maybe get a little bit different here, but that's not being the case so far today.
Yeah, I was expecting a bit of a better day for them. Again, looking at that bottom 3, guys, I'm not going to lie, I'm getting a bit concerned. You're looking at Ioxy, Jojo Fish. I'm looking at Yapko Panzer, dead last 20th. I mean, oh my goodness. It was really upsetting for me yesterday when we would pan to Yapko and Panzer a lot, and it was just Panzer with his head down, like head in his hands. And it's like, you know, you have to come into today, reset, mentally prepared to face the lobby. It just feels like they just are completely out of it right now.
And the one thing, Vivid, we got to keep an eye on too, as you were mentioning GK there towards the bottom, the gap now to 6th place is almost 100 points. I know we've seen teams being able to get that in just one match, but it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, it's going to get tougher and tougher. These teams got to go ahead and clutch up. And this is why we love the environment that we are currently in here. Remember, these players kind of have the opportunity to take breaks after their games, you know, talk to whoever they want. You can see Sky and Scroll having a little bit of a conversation here as well. So for some of those teams that are towards the bottom, they got to do something very, very similar. Find some way to switch it up because your games are kind of running out, right? Yeah, you can have those 100+ point games, but you don't want to have to. And honestly, it might not even be possible to clutch up. It's top 6 today. It was a little bit more convenient in the past couple days where it was top 7, a little bit more easier for you to clutch up. Top 6, it's going to be tougher.
And obviously that pressure as well, where if you're not going to make it into the top 7, well, hey, as long as if I make it into the top 17, I have another chance. But that obviously is no longer a chance that these players have. But what they do have is more games and in a completely different map. So for the teams that might not be doing so well in Elite Stronghold, they will definitely have plenty of opportunities in Slurp Rush.
There will one team that has been performing well, especially for those first 3 matches. Furia is one we've been keeping a close eye on, Levin, and right now they are in contention as they are in 3rd place. They are within those top 6.
Doing what I thought they'd do today. I mean, when they were doing the grid walk and Zeke sort of went to chat to Gon, he did not look like a brother that was about to play in a survival day. Nothing about his demeanor screamed survival. It seemed like he was thriving, he was comfortable, he was ready for the day, and that is showed in their gameplay every single game.
I mean, the fact that they missed out on qualification just by 2 eliminations, you know that they were practically qualified. They were there, they had the chance to be able to do it. So for them to be at the top already, I think that they are going to easily make it in.
But I think we talked about it earlier on, right? The high spirits that Gon and Knight were actually in after they failed to qualify for finals. When Zeke talked to them, they just seemed so happy, man. They were happy to be here. So still, that mental game, we got to constantly talk about it. These Fortnite players, man, some of them can stay in it throughout a competition, gone a night, or a duo that can.
I'm hoping they continue on that consistency too. It's a team that I personally, you know what, we're continuing with the bias. I would personally like to see them in the top 6. I would personally like to see them in match point finals, but now it's time we continue on here at survival stage with none other than Mini and Monster.
We would like to see them there as well, but the reality of the matter is, Monster, is that only 6 of our duos here will be making it through this survival stage. It is truly now or never. And we're getting towards the 1/3 point of all of these games. Remember, 10 games here today, going into match number 4 right now. Lots of expectations, lots of legacies on the line here as well. And we're going to see 14 of our teams exit the competition today. I think AGAL are going to be really happy with how Sky and Scroller come out of the gates here.
Yes, so far, definitely really good. And, you know, that first game, a little bit of a damper maybe on our expectations of them, but surely they did what they had to do there towards the end, which, again, absolutely commendable, because now they are back in the competition. Looking at the overall teams here who have now officially broken the top or just into the 100+ point threshold. It's going to be 9th place and above. Shadow and Virgo being the most upsetting slip down, but hey, Nosy and Izzy take 6 now. Solid, by the way, solid lead after that last Victory Royale. So we'll see how they can continue to perform. Well, here we have it. Match number 4 is now on the way. Faster than I expected, and it only gets more and more active here game after game. Get ready for that graphic. It's gonna pop up quick. It was gonna be Retro who gets the first elimination to kick things off here. And then you have Z-Dog, Knight, and others still in the mix. Here's Retro, okay. Let's see more of that. This is that group stage A Retro we saw in game number 2 that took that win.
Uh-oh.
Gets rolled up on though. Good finish.
Honestly, a lot of this sort of off-spawn fighting is all about getting that shotgun earlier on. Who's going to get it? Braids able to pick one up in this position as well. Nosif there does go down in this sort of area as well. Salvatore in the distance as well. Rue is there as well. Braids wants to get involved in this action, of course. Rue finding that first elim right there, his second of the game so far, and finding another one.
Whoa.
Onto Braids. That was really nice, actually, just sort of putting it in reverse, waiting for Braids to drop on in, then hitting the shot whilst low HP. Pretty impressive stuff there.
This gives you a glimpse of greatness there. You saw Booga kind of backed off that fight too. It's like, oh yeah, you do your thing, Braids, should be all right. Maybe it was a small mistake if they wanted to earn those points. Either way, Sky and Scroll will end up pulling up here. They find Nosif on the other side of the map. Nice little start for them as they secure their first 3 points. Take a look at the highlight from Rue. 9 shield, 3 HP, by the way. Takes down Salvatore, dances, and then demolishes Braids. Like, what was that?
What's so funny about that is if Braids takes him out there, we'd be saying, why is he emoting? What are you doing? Take it seriously. But he avoided that, because of course he was able to take down Braids as well. That was quite funny. I like it when players eat. I think they should do it more.
What, emote?
Oh, why not? Yeah, emote. Tell him what's up. You know?
Get rolled up on?
Yeah, I would.
A little bit of everything. Braids actually getting chased right now. He's going back to the POI here. Oh, he actually defends. Okay, I like that. He's playing defensively because Booga's under attack here. That could have been very, very bad for them.
Booga is under attack.
So he goes into hiding because Booga gets caught out by Salvatore and Yasin. And that person that was chasing Braids doubles back into the POI. It was Rue and Yasin who, by the way, already showed Braids what time it was. So he wants nothing to do with that.
Salvatore and Yasin looking to find another one right here. They've cleaned up this entire area really well. Yep, there it is. There we go. Give Rue a taste of his own medicine right there. Another emote coming through, but Salvatore and Yasin, they've started the day really strongly here as well. This was probably the team that I had the most questions about in terms of they played well in the group. They didn't qualify through, but I felt like did just enough to still be considered as a top 6 team. I still wasn't quite sure, and they're coming out here really strong.
It's really interesting. It's like when they played well, they played so well that we're like, who is this duo?
Yeah.
And then when they fell short, I think it was just because they have been playing side by side, which is really interesting. They're not doing the whole like, hey, you hold this side, I'll take this side.
Yeah.
We'll kind of merge together and play endgame. No, they're playing together and dominating, and that's why we're kind of seeing that performance come through. It's a very unique take, I guess, on the game mode, right?
Yeah, and you don't, more often than not in Fortnite, you find a lot of success by not doing what the top teams are doing and what works best for you. Because what Peterbot and Poyo and Sharkantini do, it's very difficult to replicate because your name is not Shark, your name's not Peterbot. You can't just jump in box, you can't just carry a mammoth pistol and a shotgun. And it's very easy to get carried away when looking at some of those top teams and thinking, yeah, just do what they do, that's the only reason they find success. But you have to understand what type of team you are, and I think Salvatore and Yassine are a very good example of that, as Oatley finds his first of the game. Spooks onto cringe there as well, so it did look as though that
Ivchou идва, когато има турнири, за които има смисъл да се играе.
Needed here for EpicPartner, who again find themselves at the wrong end of the leader.
Hey, well, look, last game, they were dead last. At least now they've gotten themselves a little bit of a lifeline here, earning some points finally, pushing themselves up and out of the complete bottom. Furia, Knight and Goat, already on the move here, 161 points. Things starting to shape up very well. Between first, second, and third, it's a pretty close race there at the top. Meanwhile, Sky and Scroll trying to fight their way up into that conversation. No Scroll at the moment as Sky's getting pushed in pretty aggressively here. This is a bad spot to be in. Scroll's got no shield. Sky goes down. Ooh.
Scroll needed a solo clutch right here just for a little bit. Goes back inside of that storm. Very weak, as you mentioned, as well. So this is the sort of situation that they found themselves in, where I was really surprised about in their group, where they just kept going down early on. And then in game 2, we saw them not doing that. We saw them taking out a lot of players, getting a lot of eliminations, setting themselves up really good for that post-7th zone gameplay. And they found a lot of success. So big questions now for Sky and Score. You can see on the leaderboard, 5th place right now. Not by that much, so you know they do have to be very careful here. It's not done and dusted yet, and that's why some of the celebrations are quite muted, I guess you could say, particularly from the teams that are getting wins here.
Yeah, surely Booga looking like he's wearing the scars of the battles. Not too much here on the material count overall, so he's got a bit to catch up. Love that little shot there from the crowd. Izzy's shirt with the signatures all around it. Yep, and he's got Izzy's and Thor's. He must be really happy about that. Have to have your favorite player's merch and your favorite player's signature, along with his duo on it.
Yeah.
Must feel good.
That's why
you gotta come to these.
Well, exactly. You get to meet the players, you get to meet lots of different impressive people in the scene. I always feel bad signing things, I know people ask me, because I feel like I'm ruining it. You know, you got your Izzy shirt with your Izzy signature. You know, minimize signature. Basin and his teammate Anon, Salvatore, taking down Booga right here. Again, rolling on right here, Salvatore and Yassine. That's their 7th of the game. And like you mentioned, they're doing it together. So they're finding so much success in almost being the anti-strategy from a lot of our teams.
Yeah, and they're kind of pushing the coast here for this dead side rotate to get all these extra chests there and whatnot, and it's actually working really well. Booga just couldn't catch a break. He's already loaded back in. He's getting back with Braids back over at the Peerless Spear. Meanwhile, Jeffco and Panzer at 4 eliminations now here at the hostile hold. This is pretty far north from the safety of the new zone. So we're getting late into the game here, but it's PH Zin who's on a defending shot. Oh, someone needs the siphon here. Both sides got to be quick.
Oh, yeah,
Jeffco's going to off the shield. PH Zin also just getting, again, chunked alive here. Away. What can we find? Is there anything that can give him some white HP? Lucky for him, there's a med kit. Panzer and Japco end up getting with one another. He finds a med kit himself there.
Oatley and Spooks down and out of this game.
First duo.
Yeah. Again, it's been a day to forget for them so far. Thankfully for them, it's only the halfway point. They are about 60 points away from that top 6 currently. It's weird. Lots more expectation on them today, I suppose. You know, going into their group, not much at all. Maybe that's having a part to play.
they're not too far off. 60 points, they've definitely earned something. It could be much, much worse. You in that 30 range, but 60, you got a foot in the door.
And remember, everyone else is going to be gaining points, right? So by the end of this game, it could look more like 80-90, which is even worse, but you're right.
Той тима е decent, не е най-добре.
Points. Gonna have to shift things up very massively.
Demis Storm here, tuning back in with our game, or match 4-point leaders coming into this, but Salvatore and Yasin, after just going on a tear, have earned their fair share of the extra points now. Things are looking to kind of park down here at the moment. Plenty of teams in the storm here. Sky and Scroll just making their way out. 4 eliminations for them. Another hot start. So long as they don't fall, it's going to work out very well.
Yeah, they're just in a complete position of
peace
right now. There's absolutely nobody in their area. Oh.
Благодарение на Орк и че вече ще пише проф.
He's look at those 2 pink arrows. I was thinking, yeah, they're going to have a nice zone pull right here. It's going to be good positioning. They need to recoup some of those loot and heals and stuff from top tier training. And the zone pulls back towards the west. And even worse, back up a hill.
Пълно RNG. Ако не знаеш човек отсеща как играе пълно RNG, с кой ще играеш.
You get pulled towards the mountain now. Let's see it. Shadow Virgo, Yuma Coyote, some of the first to touch base. Darman Demish, you see, kind of face down. There's S8ULs, Khan and Faded. Very explosive duo right now. That was pretty dangerous of Khan. He had one hand off the keyboard, which is wild to think about.
Because they're confident. Actually in wood builds as well. You got the extra cover right there. Gone a Knight. Team that's flying in a little bit later. You can see a lot of teams making these later rotations. It is a 2-tick right now. That's why they're having to stop, take a moment to breathe, pop one of these med kits before they do make their way into that dead side of zone. Really nice rotate. You can see on the bottom right of the screen that mini map. They do have a little bit of time until that zone does start to close though, so you have to imagine they'll be getting onto that edge. It does close completely, I should say. As looking like they can get in a really nice position. Yeah, they make their way into the zone, which is really important for them. And a team that really, I think we should have had higher expectations maybe than we did for these guys, because the way they played was really good. If they qualify through today, they showed that they can play height, they can get wins. It's like, yeah, why not see these guys in finals? Why not give them a shot?
Yeah, they were only 8 points off. Had they not fallen slightly early in that last game, couple more elims, you can argue, regardless of the clutch from some of the players we saw in that last game. Was it Fuku? It wouldn't have been enough.
Yeah,
it was that close.
And then 2 wins as well. And 2 wins, and they still didn't qualify through. Consistency is important as well. Oh. Sky and Scroll, who do they upset? The Fortnite gods. They've had another zone pull, absolute max. They really want to make it difficult for them. Booga. Reboots are disabled right now, so Braids will not be back in this game for the rest of it. Booga down to a solo. Deemish and Dharm, a team that haven't really been rocked all day. They've looked really solid. Looking a little bit weak on everything right now as well. Those white HP, having to use those splashes. Med kits being invested here as well. They're waiting for that zone to start pulling around. Unfortunately for them, they do have Yapko and Panzer that are looking to hold them down, but Panzer does get taken out by God, and they're going to close in on this position. They are. Look at this aggression here from the Brazilian duo. The Brazilian region, of course, as well.
Panzer slips out of there. He's still alive, technically. He falls to the low ground. He might actually end up getting saved. We'll see. Oh, Virgo finds him there. He had a moment. There was a chance. A little glimmer of hope, but going to Night of firing off right now. They're looking really good. They are leading the rotates as well. This is all on top of the Chisel Cube. You can see the terrain getting really awkward there, so have to break through. Meanwhile, Sky and Scroll on the other side, just looking for the pixels in the sky.
Hit this?
And
oh my goodness.
He clips Cringe in slow motion. That was a filthy shot. You know, normally players render out that far, but he saw him.
I could barely see him. I had my eyes on the monitor there, trying to look at where the player even was, let alone
a little shooting star.
Managing to take it look like that. That was
Coyote Yuma na high ground, Lele.
Who's on height? Got Japan's Coyote, Yuma. This is the game they need. This is the type of exciting play we need from this duo.
Yeah, they have that. I think they have that sort of confidence in themselves. They understand that they are a team that can perform on LAN. Haven't quite seen that level yet today. Just find themselves outside of that top 10. But they're in contention, putting themselves in a good spot here as well. Dimash and Dharma's managed to recover, and it's these mountainous zones that have been really difficult for those teams all the way down on low ground. That's why the position of Yuma and Coyote is of much importance. Gone and Knight also finding their second elimination, of course, just earlier on. And they're just looking to try and play a lot of these layers now down below. I think the zone does pull a little bit down as well, so as we saw earlier from Izzy and Nosif, the team that stay up, the team that think ahead, are going to be the ones that find the most success, but that's much easier said than done.
Yeah, definitely. But look, they already have 2 elims. They have plenty of material here. They still have a lot to work with. There goes the split from Knight, or to Knight from Bone. Booga is still alive right now, but there's still 19 duos up remaining. No material count. It was just a matter of time. And saw his reaction there. A look of pain just settles in.
Scroll
falls though. That's going to be pretty rough. Demis just catches him off guard there. Now it's all up to Sky. We've seen this before here. It's an important moment right now too, not to drop the ball here.
Not even in placement points yet. Gone and Knight. Got plenty of material count as well, so they can keep their wits about them in this mid-ground. We've seen plenty of solo clutches from Scroll this week, and Sky now do the same. More than capable. Done so incredibly well across the course of this duo's career as well. Loadout looking good, materials looking okay, which is exactly what you need for these solo clutch situations. Sky, you've got your team on your back. AGAL fans watching on in order to get them to qualify on through right here. Just looking for an opportunity for a little pick. Looking towards the backside of zone. Has gone a Knight looking very healthy inside of this mid-ground. Huge moments for them because, of course, with Sky and Scroll down to just a solo, Gone and Knight have an opportunity to continue to push themselves forward. Scroll gets caught out in his box. There's another team spraying on through as well. Heights looking as well. Another team take him out. That was Dimash. So Dimash and Dom have taken out Sky and Scroll. You'd have to say the most immediate competition in terms of ability faded down as well as Gon gets his third to continue their propelling through the end game.
That's a surprise too. All that was happening to Coyote fall too. Somehow high ground not exactly working for them, so they're going to concede to giving it up. Meanwhile, we still have Darm in this game right now. 7 missiles in the rocket launcher. Bone ends up by himself here. Oh, look at that. Actually manages to save Knight potentially here. There's a team below him. It's a fight just breaking out. It's just Shadow there. Shadow's going to lose the battle. It's up against Mofo. Meanwhile, Darmadesh back in the game. Kind of gathered themselves here. Rockets are coming out. He's recognized, hey, I got to use this or it's going to go to waste and into the hands of someone else. Meanwhile, Jojo, Fishy, and Aoxy end up on high ground. This time, it's not in the last game of the evening. It's much earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, they're looking to start today as they finished yesterday. Dimash gets another elimination. That's their 6th of the game, using that RPG so well as well. The crowd are up to see Izzy finding one in the feed there as well. Aoxy and Jojo Fishy, no eliminations on them so far. They played this game very well, but you can see that reflected in their materials as well. Only 20 builds there on that team on height. Zone pulls back down towards the bottom as well, towards the POI. So for the teams on low ground, they're going to have to battle it on through. You can see Izzy and Nosif doing that right now, and Paris erupts. They get their 6th of the game. Low ground is theirs. They're continuing to plow on through. They're looking to keep that momentum going off the back of that win. Izzy and Nosif are here to play.
They have a feeling there's someone out there in the storm. It's actually Z-Dog, but look at this. Izzy plays a side angle, getting behind. Darm and Demis have dug a tunnel. And they're off. Jay's trying to play for placement points right now. Not sure how well that's going to end up working out. We'll see. Aoxy and Jojo surely have the most dominant position here and now.
Uh-oh.
Oh, they split off in different directions, too. I don't think they even really knew what they wanted to do. Demish falls.
Dom's still in it. Dom's still healing off there in the backside of the storm. So he's got a med kit. He's doing okay. Aoxy now having to drop down. The materials are dwindling. Nosif down to a solo as well. 6 eliminations on this guy. Gets stuck on such an awkward position right there as well. And does end up falling to Jojo Fishy, but a huge game for the French.
Yeah, Darman Demish also out. So this is a 2v2. Ruin Moda. For Ruin Moda, this is a defining moment for them. Can they fight their way into top 6 here and now, or at least get closer to it? But no, they try to go for the heal off. It's not going to be enough. In the end, Aoxy and Jojo Fishy managed to win another game here at the LAN event. And again, the seriousness on their face because they lost out on potential points. So I'm thinking Rumoda just denied them, considering, hey, maybe we can't exactly turn this around. It's not looking too great. And just like that, at least they're back in the tournament though, Mini.
Yeah, I mean, remember, Aoxy, Jojo Fishy, they had a good game, a good finish to the day yesterday, but unfortunately today it's they haven't even got a single placement point heading into this game. 16th was their best performance, and that's why the reaction very much lulled and not too excitable, because unfortunately for them, they haven't been able to have much to celebrate about throughout this entire week so far. You can see the points that they're on. Rue, of course, had no heals, so couldn't survive in the storm for much longer. 5 eliminations on him, though, so we'll be more than happy with that. But Jojo, Fishy, Aoxy, I think a lot of frustration you can sort of sense from those guys, because they know they're capable. They've picked up a win. They picked up a win in the group stage, arguably a harder lobby. They picked up a win here in the survival stage, but it's all the stuff before that. It's the position that they find themselves in where it doesn't mean as much as it could, as much as it should. If we had 3 good games at the beginning of the day, that win would have been cause for celebration, but with Sky and Scroll as well, Sky not able to solo clutch maybe as much as he would have wanted, so they're really keeping it interesting right here for the latter stage of this competition.
Most definitely. See Izzy, no Sif. Spirits are still up. Obi and Spooks there. We caught a little glimpse of them for a moment. Definitely need a little bit more work.
Definitely, but game number 4 was absolutely fantastic. It was electric, but we've got more coming up.
Let's see. 16, 19, първи с 1 кил. Трите LC тима. Пазят си гърба, брат. Пазят си гърба трите LC тима. Яко и Панзър са 18. Ето, Кринч Волко 17, братле. Кринч Волко 17, трите LC тима пред тях. Не знам какъв клол, ама. Юма и Койота 87 точки. Дарми Демос 4, 7, 4, 2. Дайо. Скай Скроса ин. Изи Нокив и Ясен Байсалва. Те с Middle Easters са разиграли нещо. И те бързилци и те. Еми ето. И другите региони могат да направят нещо, брат, когато няма search trading и когато няма тиминг, брате. Когато няма search trading и няма тиминг, виж какво правят другите региони. Ето, че може, брат.
And there it is, guys. Yes, very, very supportive, and that helps the players a lot.
Финала е утре, да. В момента топ 6, които направят, отиват на финалс и утре играят топ 20, да мек пак след лоби. И утре са финали. Който win е утре $130,000 всеки.
Oh, did we get a kill? How'd they die? I don't know.
Did we get a kill?
4 games down in the survival stage and only 6 left to go. That being said, me and Taco here to kind of talk about what's happening so far, and I feel like we're seeing a little bit of a runaway towards the top of the leaderboard. Those first and second places up there towards the top. I feel like first we got to talk about it. Salva and Yassine just playing so consistently today.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting dynamic, but I think that the switch really started to flip for them in yesterday's competition. Right around that game 4 or 5 period, we started to see Salva just get so incredibly aggressive, and honestly, he's been fragging out and carrying a lot of that into today's competition. If they keep it up at this rate, Middle East might just have the representative for finals.
And I feel like that's got to be the conversation. I keep bringing it up personally, but Taco, these smaller regions, you are so used to going to LAN events where you're kind of watching these smaller regions perform in those finals, to kind of see so many already make it into the finals and see some playing super well tier today. It's got to mean a lot for them.
Oh, obviously, and not only that, but also knowing that they're just one of the 2 teams still left over from the Middle East side of things, because we've seen what took place in the Group A stage and Group B. Unfortunately, there were some eliminations that costed things, but hey, they can still carry the torch.
Without a doubt. And now, like, kind of like the opposite side of the conversation, right? A team that maybe necessarily expected to already be in those finals. I feel like everybody kind of supporting the EU region expected them to do so well in their group stage. It's got to be Darm and Demus. That being said, they have picked it up immensely today.
Yeah, they have clearly been doing tons of VOD reviewing, like they can give pretty big credit for Sven and just their work ethic. But I've been really impressed by the way that they've come out super strong in the first half of today's competition. Hopefully they'll be able to carry over some of that into the secondary once we switch over to Slurp Rush.
And did you see that game, how they played that last game out, right? Kind of all the way down in the tunnel, just strictly playing for placement points. If they can play like that throughout the rest of the day, that's pretty much all they need. They have such a good placement towards the top of the leaderboard.
Right, and it's made it very clear that they have a great understanding of how to not only look for those strong elimination matches, I mean, cough, cough, 18 from yesterday, but now if they can continue locking in on the consistency for placement, they'll just remain right there at the top. They've already built up a nice cushion.
Yeah, would love to see Darm and Image continue to do well. Would love to see Salva and Yassine continue to do well.
Bravo na Vivid,
Who would you like to see start to do well here
Vivid,
in this
Levan.
You know, this might be a little bit of bias,
И
but I gotta see the Lion do. Buga and Braids. I'm ready to see them start really picking up the pace here, and I know that all of these teams, though, 14 of them going to be sent home. It's heartbreaking, but they're all putting in their best effort.
All right, you talked about it. Listen, the survival stage. Let's go ahead and jump into the halfway point. Game number 5. Our casters are red.
That's right. This is it. I mean, we're hitting right into match 5, and then the players will have a moment to really evaluate their current situation and their stance in the tournament. Top 6 move on. The standings is all that matters. The other 14 will have their tournaments cut short and their keys crushed.
You don't want to be one of those teams. There's plenty of them. Percentages-wise, you're more likely to be one of those teams. But with how Darm and Dimash, Yassine, Salvador are playing today, they do not want to be in that position whatsoever. For the teams on this second page, Edson, PH Zin, Phoenix, Retro, Yapko, Panzer, Cringe, Volko all find themselves in the bottom half of this bottom half. They've really got to turn things up right now. And even though we're going to go to a new map after this game 5,
Oatly Spooks, sama mai neama sa Oatly Spooks, Buga Brave.
We've seen how momentum from Peterbot and Poyo. Remember, they won. They didn't have a very good start at all. They won the last game on Elite Stronghold, then went ahead and won the first game on Slurp Rush. It doesn't completely disregard all of that momentum as well. So this is a really important moment for our teams, because this is really truly where you get to decide and you get to determine what type of team you're going to be. Are you going to be a team that's fighting for the top 6 just outside? Are you going to be a team that's trying to hold on to first? Or are you going to be a team at the bottom of the leaderboard that need to just throw every single strategy book out of the window and try something completely new?
Yeah, one thing I'm noticing is that Sky and Skrull are in that dangerous territory right now where they don't have buffer room comparatively to Izzy, Nosif, and above. So being in 6th place, currently holding the threshold at 147. Their next jump up to get up and over Izzy and Nosif, they will have to best them by roughly 40 points. So there is quite a significant margin, a significant gap being
Почивка, не шо стоп.
Around 5th and above, in Sky and Skrull are just clinging on to 6 currently. We'll see what they can do. Can they get that big game? More desperation, I feel like, as the rounds go on and the players just go all out for the drop. This is how you want to do it, though. You can easily earn yourself a quick 20 points here. You are lucky. Braid's going to do just that, continuing to kind of solidify his way back into this conversation. Virgo's going to be one of the first to fall. Darm, Salvatore, and Tomat as well. Very, very nice job so far. Braids with a third elimination. Just like that, Coyote finishes him as well. And then it's between him and Goofy here. Japan versus OCE. Coyote has already gotten 2. Gets the third. That is what we want to see from our friend Coyote here. Very nice team for the Zeta boys.
Yeah, they need that too. 12th place right now going into this game. 96 points. Remember that threshold, Sky and Scroll, 147. That is a considerable amount, 51 points behind that top 6 right now. So those few eliminations are going to be really, really vital for them just to keep them in contention, to keep the vibes high going into the latter half of the competition. Nosif down in the feed right there as well. Coyote just praising how well they were doing. Unfortunately getting stuck in a bit of a sandwich right now. Unfortunately going out as well to Tomat and Mofu, who I think the strategy here is just to try and roll on through the rest of the solos that find themselves battling it out at the beginning.
Nearly had that too, had both of them very, very weak for a second there. In the end though, Tomat, Mofu will be the victors of the drop, the hot drop if you will. Hostile Hold will probably be their next stop after they fully solidify their loadouts here, so in any case, definitely appreciate it. Sky Scroll back on the hunt right now. 6th place as we see them again, 147 points now. Jumping out to Jojo Fishy, the action is real, and down he goes.
Sky Scroll пожгил Бездар.
Quick and swift elimination.
Pretty good there from Sky and Scroll. This is what we were talking about earlier. We want to see more of this early game aggression. We want to see more of these eliminations because they are the best team in the lobby. On paper, they're the best team in the lobby. Why not prove it? Why not go into the early stage of these games together, fighting it? You can see their family there in the bottom of the screen. Some memes as well. But let's see more of this from Sky and Scroll. Let's see them put themselves in a winning position going into that 7th zone, because that's when they won the game.
I feel like that's what we're seeing out of Yuma and Coyote right now as well. This is a hero's effort from them to try to really confirm things here, right? Set a stamp on it at the Elite Stronghold. After this, we're going to retire this map. We're going to be moving on after the players get their kind of moment to recoup. Hari and Khaled. I mean, they've earned themselves some points. I feel like we haven't seen them once here on the show. Our focus has been so top-heavy.
На мен ми трябва да заребил човек, който има им.
Nosif and Izzy getting farmed right now. Izzy at least did just spawn in. That could have been terrible for them. So works out that at least Nosif, although he gets finished here, Izzy did just spawn in. Otherwise, they would have been fully eliminated.
Yeah. Shari as well. So they're a team that's inside of that top 10 right now. Look at this though, Izzy. Awkward for Izzy. Down. Luckily Nosif is still alive, so they won't have to worry too much about that situation. But as I say that, Nosif goes up in the sky, flying high, but going down. Just the vibe in this arena. It was deafening. The silence from everybody. Everyone is in a state of shock right now. The team in 5th place, the team that everyone's looking at, the team that everyone's hyping up, go down in such awkward fashion. But great news for Sky and Scroll. We're closing on in. And they need to make up that difference, and that's going to help them out greatly.
Great news for the rest of the players, roughly inside the top 10, honestly.
Yeah.
You need these consistent warriors at the top to start faltering. Otherwise, they're just going to run away with things. The gap's going to get too wide, but hey, Nosif and Izzy being down here really does start to open up the runway for everyone else. Jackco Panzer still trying to find their way through, still trying to find their footing here in the tournament.
It's just tough. I mean, I thought this sort of format maybe would play into Jackco Panzer's hands, the experience that they have.
Middle East,
this year overall really just been one to forget, unfortunately. So we get to see how Nosif there, of course, did go down. Just so unfortunate. And they've made this second half really interesting, at least. I can only imagine they won't find themselves in that top 6 by the end of this game, depending on, of course, how teams will end up doing. But they're giving these fans something to watch. They're not running away with it and making things really easy for themselves. They're making it difficult. And as I said before,
Middle East
Izzy and Noted, they're a team that
sepping.
clutch up in the final moments. They're a team that I wouldn't be surprised that need a win in the last game and get one. So it's like, yeah, it's an unfortunate situation for them, but they got to
Ask my diagram Middle East. My diagram Middle East Grants chat.
Other teams on the
Mașa
heels here,
Polvera
Virgo
numera
and
2
Shadow
Middle East,
being
then
one
more
of the more
think as
notable
much
ones.
as
SAUL's faded though in Con are
Grants.
not the ones behind, but
Понеже
currently
има един
very
Grants,
much in the lead.
първият българин клава Grants. И не сега, че съм първият българин, който клава Grants, ами няма да е на Европа, ами на друг регион.
Needed this more than ever, but Con in Scroll or confirmed the Elim onto Scroll there with faded skies, just kind of waiting by here. Cannot afford to take the risk anymore. He's quite literally watching the action go down right there.
See what Sky can do. Scrolls back in the game. It's tough because I was hoping they would sort of roll through a few of these duos here early game.
She's sipping с Xbox.
See the nerves
insane,
from the friends and family and the coaches.
Guess who is getting earnings on both regions?
Every single one of these games matter because the importance of this game has just been amplified. The fact that Izzy and Nosif are down and out. Yeah, every game is important, but this is really even more important because it's an opportunity as much as anything.
Yeah, big look of concern on the faces there of the parents, friends, coaches there in the crowd. Then you got that cheeky smile on Khan's face as kind of secured the drop for themselves. Choma Mofu continuing to turn up right now after taking down Coyote there before. It's a fight for the Many Machine right now. Legendary Fish as well. That's always an interesting pickup. Sometimes they'll go for it. Depends on who you are.
Please make the final elimination with that. I want to see it. Got to try and come up with a line for if that happens, you know? A final blow.
Uh-oh. Braids very, very hurt. Booga trying to play a little more defensively, but he's putting himself between Gone and Knight now. Page and Edson, these are two Brazilian duos. Right in between. Very much known for their aggression, though. These teams usually don't give up, and they might be giving a signal to Gone here. Get in there, go for it. We're pressuring from behind, go ahead.
What a horrible position to be stuck in for Booga and Braid. You can see they've had to invest a lot of their materials here as well. Need to use some of these med kits. The actual position in zone is quite good. The storm is now moving. So they'll be more happy with how they are, and the fact they're able to survive that is really important. But because they invested so many of those builds, they're not going to find too many eliminations right here. They're not going to find opportunities to go and refarm in this particular area.
Преди си вървяхме 80 пинг с Xbox и 100 без.
Where can we disengage and try and recoup some of these materials? Because that's going to be on the forefront of their mind right now, and you can just see them getting on the move right now there on the left side of the screen.
Играеш склад Victory Cup, играеш Soul Zero билдове, играеш някакъв друг турнир. Турнирите не са оверлапсват. И е някакво много топ.
Remember, it's match point format in the finals, so 350 points as soon as you get there. You need to then get a win in order to actually win the entire event. I believe there is still a match cap as well, though, right?
Ако Div 2 имаше Ело и даваше 2 точки на кил, аз ще играя Middle East. Ама няма. Не сега, че е една точка на кил, ами няма Ело, брат.
Cold was easily on track. Peterbot was. Sharkantini was. I mean, you can argue today, Demish and Darmar definitely playing pretty hot. So anyone that kind of goes on a streak, stays consistent, you give or take around match 7 or 8, we'll start entering into match point conversation territory. That's going to be fun. That's never before seen, by the way. I think that's worth giving all the credit to the EWC team here. Obviously, experimenting, having fun. This entire product's been exceptional to watch kind of come together. Even this here today, the survival stage, one of its kind.
Yeah, I mean, even yesterday, can we have Jacob doing emotes on every broadcast we do?
I sent him the contract. I think he's already in. It's all good. It's getting taken care of. It's going to be awesome.
I want to see it. I'm not going to volunteer, personally.
Careful what you sign up for.
Oh, God.
Well, you wanted to watch, right? Here you go. Need you to do this one.
I don't know what I'll be doing for the last half of today.
Salvatore Yasin continuing that same look of determination here. Have full control of things here outside the chisel cubes. These vending machines tend to be hot spots for players, but no one kind of coming this way. Everyone jumping on, up and over, getting more of the high ground positioning instead. Sky and Scroll included, the Storm weighing in on their HP, but overall, just to bounce back into the tournament.
Yeah, they've found themselves in a nice position here. They've found themselves in a good state going into this end game. 20 seconds to go until reboots are going to end. We have seen players going down at this point, which if you do go down and reboot before that timer ends, you can still get back into the game. So it's determined by when you actually get eliminated. And it doesn't look as though anyone is going to get eliminated. Such a horrible time to go down, so I think all the teams sort of know that. That's when we get probably the most peaceful stage of competition and stage of the game. So everyone's sort of in the same boat right there. Another difficult zone pull for Sky and Scroll. They're going to have one of these Crashpad Juniors in order to try and make it a little bit easier. Sky leading the way right now. Scroll trying to ensure that nobody's following and shooting them in the back. I like the way they sort of stagger that rotation as well. No need to try and make your way all the way in. For Khan and Faded, trying to forge a path their way through, trying to scout out, see what's ahead. They do have those overdrive grenades as well. Potentially even maybe a launch pad with how late they're leaving this. They might want to use one later on though, although they do have that favorable position inside of the Storm. Yeah, one singular overdrive grenade gets them pretty much into the zone. So nice opportunity for them, spotting out a few materials there as well, so maybe we'll tarp that way.
Yeah, I'm glancing around. I'm looking for Virgo and Shadow, just trying to see if we get a little bit of an update on their situation. Remember, they're also very, very close. Here it is, Virgo with 24 HP, a successful rotate, only because they're alive. But it's going to cost them the remaining of their heals. This is their opportunity. One of the rare chances you have now to jump up and snatch away No-Sip and Izzy's positioning here. I know the crowd might not want to hear that, but these are the types of chances you get very rarely in a tournament format like this. And same thing can be said for Khaled and Mhari. Or Shari, you saw there, they're still alive. They're at 134 here as well.
Maybe mixed emotions if Virgo goes and has a good game here, because remember there's a lot of M8 fans actually in the audience, so it's like, yeah, Virgo, M8.
That's right.
Oh no,
that's right.
Izzy No-Sip getting overtaken, so interested to see what things are like for that. Sky and Scroll, of course, find themselves in this position. Gone and Knight looking to try and have yet another good end game.
Oh, Shadow's down.
That's not ideal though for them.
Shadow Mirror
going for ninth is their chance to break away for Virgo now. This is his chance to have to clutch here if he really wants to kind of remain competitive. Ooh, almost lands in a box with a player. It's always a scary situation to be in. This is going through a major POI. They could end up finding some leftover loot. Gone on the other side. No elims earned just yet, so no points earned here is actually very, very much questionable. I mean, this could really go either way, looking at things now.
Yeah, and kind of strange for them as well. We've seen them getting a lot of eliminations coming into the end game and then a lot of eliminations in the end game itself. So maybe they understand fourth place right now for them. They need to just find a little bit of consistency here. They probably looked in the feed as well. No-Sip, Izzy down, so playing things a little bit more calmly. But as of right now, no points for them. Khan and Faded, 2 eliminations for them so far. Vazen is their target at the moment, spraying the pressure on through. Zone pulls back towards that north. Couple of teams on the low ground and have to try and make their way up. Retro and Phoenix looking to try and get another win, as we saw them get one in Group A. Holding down that position up on height. But as we've seen, it's not safe and sound as of yet. Dharm and Demush looking to go on up. I don't think they'll go for height here, Dharm and Demush. They're not the sort of team that have been doing that today. We did see it yesterday in Group B. Whether they'll want to do it again, considering their position, we'll have to wait and see. Booger and Braids, though, good opportunity for them as well. A couple of difficult positions ahead of them. Tomat down as well, just ahead of them as well. So really important that they do well. Sky and Scroll down where they belong on the low ground. And that's Virgo and Shadow completely out as well.
Yeah, they tried. No placement points earned there. A 0-point game for Virgo and Shadow. They get frozen in 7th. Booga Braids are ramping their way up right now inside the top 10 here currently. Gone and Knight trying to see what more they can do. Again, haven't quite really begun earning points yet. So everyone coincidentally, inside the top 5 really hasn't changed much. Not even Nosif and Izzy's position being contested just yet, but that's all going to change here as there are only 27 players remaining.
Look at this though, Dharm and Dimash up on high. 0 eliminations so far, so very different to the way they got that 18 elimination win yesterday. No wins for them so far today as well, so they're still looking for that first win. They want to prove to us that they can take wins in these sort of formats. Going to be really vital for tomorrow's finals. Scroll a bit wounded down on low ground, no shield either. Sky looking to try and forge a path all the way through, goes through a lot of these old builds as well through this major POI. Dharm and Dimash getting contested up on high. Khan and Faded are the team that looking to take it. They've been playing high so much today, they're trying to make it their domain. The materials are dwindling. Khan looking to try and ensure that they don't go down to full damage if they get chopped, using that Flowberry Fizz. Booger and Braids now down as well, but Khan and Faded looking to have a little bit more success here on height than we've seen them
Big
today.
chance right now for Sky and Scroll. Those are some key eliminations. 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th are down and out, so Sky and Scroll have a chance here to make a runway for themselves. That's going to be hard to catch up after this break. Give it a second. Khan and Faded still going for it. 4 elims now. High ground is theirs, and they're closing in on Dharm and Dimash's lead too. Dharm and Dimash finally get themselves their first elimination here. That's onto Yasin, so no Salvatore in sight. Khan still pressuring from up top, plenty to work with other than the material counts. They went with such a late high ground take, but in the end it ends up working out as they're inside the top 10. Scroll gets Salvatore finishing up that duo. No match picked up though, it's all up to Sky. He's got a little bit of work with. Team's on his heels as Knight and Gone. Knight falls first, very nicely done. They're gonna need the refresh here. Another edit from up top. And then only in Spooks, 7 elims trying to play for a win here. This could put them closer inside the top 10. I mean, we said it, Vinny. Just one game can all of a sudden put you in the conversation. Scrolls down, Sky still in 6 elims here.
And Sky takes down Dimash right there as well. That's one of their immediate competition ahead of them. Spooks and Oatly though looking to put OCE on the map, and so is Z-Dog and Goofy. Spooks and Oatly the only duo alive right now though as Sky tries to make his way into that zone. Spooks and Oatly trying to prove right to the other.
Bravo,
it's not a fluke. And they take the game. The rest of the lobby tumbles so quickly. The energy is there, the vibes are high, and going into Slurp Rush, they reignited the belief.
Oatly, you can see the excitement on his face as he finally eases up and gets that land victory. He's got to come back down to earth. There he is. Okay, he's back. He's back.
He's like, yeah,
I'm still Goatly. I gotta get back to it.
That's good though. I mean, I think it's important for them to prove to everyone that yesterday the way that they performed was not a fluke. Going off the chain, the aura. Oh, so cold. Coldly, you call it. Why not? Dimash and Dharm though, what a performance from these guys.
That was a good one. Take a look at the highlights here. From Oatly's perspective, I mean, they made it look easy. They had that Nitro high ground. It was good.
Bravo.
So your winner, Spooks and Oatly, Team Jogo, that was quite the win. And again, a very, very important win. Way to get a dub as you go into this like kind of next session where you get to sit
Damn,
back,
top
kind of
8 момента. Браво,
for the slurp rush.
33 точки
Like, this is the time to do it.
Те го правят леко.
Help kind of rejuvenate yourself, then come back ready and push for a strong back half of the tournament. They did so well yesterday.
За топ 7.
Just makes you wonder,
Два
slightly better
OC
start. They'd be very far ahead right
What's
now.
the context of that halftime break?
Yes, OC са on top my
Maybe look at those VODs,
OC
take a break, take a breather, have a sip.
Заслужават повече прескок вече. Гледай, първи и втори OC. Първи и втори. С 8 кила и двамата.
It's now going into that break feeling confident, feeling good, happy about how things are going. But for a team like Izzy and Nosif, that's the complete other side of things. They're a team that didn't end the game right there particularly well. And that now changes how they look at things. Even Sky and Scroll, they'll still be expecting so much more from themselves. And It's going to be interesting to see how they continue to develop throughout the second half of the day as well, because they're not done and dusted either.
You know what? We also got to give shouts to Z-Dog and Goofy. I'm looking at the points here.
Yeah.
They also, with that second place there, puts them just possibly ahead. Again, we'll wait for the official score confirmations ahead of Oatly and Spooch, though, so which are now pressing on the heels of Izzy and Nosif, who had the biggest upset falling early there. So now it really does become anyone's race all the way down to roughly 13th place.
Wow.
All teams from 6th to 13th are now in contention for Izzy and Nosif's spot.
It's all getting really close here. You know, the latter half of the competition is going to be absolutely fantastic. It's going to be close. It's going to...
Окей. Сега ще има 25 минути почивка сигурно, защото свичват маповете. Така че дайте малко да сега комент на Fortnite. Middle East 111 MS, ма направо 10 пинг само викате. На Middle East. Капачки. Капачки да съм 0 пинг. Капачки. ms. А какво става? Що се вижда така в TikTok? Какво стана, бе, брат? Какво чувам? Не мога ли да се оправите шибаната игра, брат? Плиз, аутапвам, за да не мога да чувам такива шитни. О май гад. Ще умра, брат. 57 пинг е на Middle East. I guess вие сте уди, брат. Сега ще видим, аз съм сигурно 105. Нула пик съм! Нула пик съм! Не съм нула пик. 69. Да, наистина е много добре, браво. Кефи ме. Това е, брат, цена игра Юра. Браво е, лек, браво е, тежък. Това е 67 пинг на Middle East. Уит екзитвах съм обаче. Не паднах 60. Направо да мръдна на 67. Не е случайно май. А, братлето, как? Все едно играеш Шил, брат, верно. Холи. Правим си Zero Build сезон шефа. Ого. Тук дали има специалния вендинг? Има специални хора. Има го. Брат, защо само на лонки го няма? Какво съм заслужил пак? Ще ми трябва да го има. Как сменяш региона ми от настройки, братле? На второто или третото. Не знам кое се пада и нагоре. Holy Game Master, да. Ще го да. Това се знае, че не играе Zero Build. Още като тръгна да чупи това, разбрах, че никой не е играл Zero Build. Брат! Само в Понки го няма. Ела, що не ми се рефрешнаха краш парите, нали си купих? О, бай, бай. Злата не дай по-добре. Пак съм пропускал. Мра, 70 пинг тилта си. Европа е от 8 на. Аз играме до вис. Вой не се рефрешват. Ааа, брат. Това е тъпо. Абе, на лонки дали са яднали? Направо ми коментирай, брат. Коментирай, направо. Краш пада отива под земята, сигурно пак има оня бък, където като краш паднеш мога да умреш от fall damage. А то гъската откъде ма стара чака. Не, като няма щит е много сложно да се играе, няма щит. Защо е толкова трудно да се намери щит? О, брат, защо е толкова трудно? Който те стрелне първи, той печели. Който те стрелне първи, той печели в този Zero Build. Ивак, играй това от тела. О, хелна, бре. О, хелна. О, хелна. Ти много прост, как така ще играеш в този къп, бе? Няма да направиш нищо. Баш си халката, бат. Каквото се братлей на български, може да ми го пишеш този коментар. Те с колко минути такова имат? И WC. Те си дигнаха направо цял подкаст, братлей, на този диван са оплекали тримата. Нищо не пише тогаш. Биели ги много ясно, това аз. Ако не аз, кой? Сега тук ако няма венник направо, така ще ги направя тяло. Ако няма вендинг, тук трябва да намеря нов спот. Дръж! Няма го! Тук е единствената локация, къде го няма този вендинг, бе, брат. Ей! Какво става, брат? Не е толкова трудно. Бах, ти му умшената. Е, тази халка, какво ми взима лута? Халка е едно дет. Holy bait, бе. Е, това е да си про zero build плеера, брат. Е, това е. Как не си играл zero build, не ставаш за нищо лек. Аре. Оп, идва. Holy pro, не, аз съм най-добре zero build плеер ever, в този fucking game, bro. Oh my fucking god, bro. О, да! О, да! О, да, брат, о, да. 4 в 1. Идвайте ми още, бе, брат, че са много малко хората, бе, брате. Още малко да ми дойдат, ако може. Ще не са... О! Това не е вендето. О, ма то направо не ми дай. Не ми дай, виж какво ми даде. Двете най-опи оръжия. Ей, това е било риф, нищо. Мисля, че е по-попър. Добре, даже е по-добре стана. Бай. Кавато найс. Брат, защо го няма вендинга, бе, чат? О, моя къде кампи, бе, бро? Това е от EM тренерите ми. Стак Ивчо. Давай да дропвам 20-та, бачо. Давай ми 20. И бум. Какво правим, умник, просто тъп. Тихо. Още ли мога? By the way, искай да шопаем на нови, така става. Not mad about it. Ей, че съм дебел, брат. И тук няма добрия вендинг. На кой? На кой му е хрумнала тази идея, брат? Бързо. Това е най-гадният слайд, който може да се стане, брат. Най-гадният слайд е то, който мисля. Браво. Колко съм слаб, за вярване от най-слабия умирам отново. Най-слабия бе чат, защото умислях 3 патрона мидер, трябваше да ухна за 130 общо. О, най-слабия.
Love it. We gotta see it tonight. We gotta see it.
Не, тази бална темка е много точна, брат. Скара не е толкова точна. Европа ще си играе, да. И да го вземат тук пашера Европа. Ивчо го ли играе? Не. Колко е МС към 100 нещо? Ала съм 70. Бах ще ги брат, защо дойде тука? Защо дойде тука, бе? О, мага. Бах че халката, брат. И то кривия пистолет, изобщо за кой не го дава в инвентара. Първите 5 патрона го стрелям в него, никакъв патрон не влиза. Бах ще има ушата. Даже не знам, он е по-отдолу как ми наби такъв демидж с втория шот. Ама браво, браво, брате. Продължай същия дух. Ще станеш про някой ден. Капа обаче. Какви са тия спрайтове, само дет ми излизат по екрана. Еми за някакви награди, брат. Събираш ги и излизат и има награди. От тия спрайтове, кой е най-добър за ползване? Нямам идея. Аз даже не знам дали в ранкет дават нещо. То пише, че дават, ама май не дават нищо. Колко точки ще е скина? Ми 310 плюс. Назлюбил ще, бля. Как ще толкова спокоен не съм. Гледай игра, гледай игра. Как скочиха преди мене, брат? Как го таймнаха? Ей, нахуйник, какво правиш, бе? Еми... Да, игра още една игра и отивам да гледам и да си. А той somehow взе и AR, не знам дали някой видява. Ако нямаше AR, нямаше му убия. I guess взима помпа и AR. Добре, брат. Добре, брат. Не си любил да ма кеф повече. А на билд вече дали билдове като отвориш чест? Не. Еми, ето. Билда се едно ти е зарубил вече. Колко е КП ми от 8 е най-върно. И WC2.
He could touch down afterwards. We know how difficult that can be.
И WC2 вървиш. По-хубаво, че такова да ме по-бързо на спаун. Найс.
Nearby. I think Z-Dog's teammate getting back into the game as well. So Slurpee looking a little bit crowded here in a moment. You see in the distance Z-Dog getting tapped there. Darm and Demas go on the attack. They get one. Goofy's trying to stay alive. 12 seconds is the name of the game. Luckily for him, they get distracted by Shadow and Virgo. And that's something that happens here in Reload. There's just so much commotion going down. Sometimes you lose track of your original target.
Hey, but those pivots, exactly what Goofy was hoping for. Even the slightest bit of pressure relief can go a long way here. But Darm Demas, they have really been riled up by Shadow and Virgo's debut here. Darm, Demas, they're going to be forced to kind of reconnect. Virgo also falling back, but he's just taking shots from so many different angles. Won't be able to escape. The pressure is overwhelming here as Demas now collects. Darm even going to opt to head straight towards that slurp truck, but Shadow, he is just hoping that he can buy enough time, make sure that his duo is able to at least reboot back into this one.
Yeah, but Darm and Demas have a clue. They know he's somewhere. They don't know his exact spot, and they're going to get a lot of information because his duo is going to spawn right above towards the safe side of the zone. That's Virgo just trying to land 10 toes down, but he's immediately getting chased. And that's something we've seen throughout both of our group stage days. Once a team has you kind of isolated around the rest of the map, they get that initial elimination and they chase and they chase and they chase to get Elim after Elim, and that's their 5th one of the game now.
And it's the worst of both worlds, right? Because for Shadow and Virgo, obviously they need an opportunity to stabilize in this match, but also they need an opportunity to play catch up. But for Darm and Demas, they're just further extending that lead and forcing the rest of the lobby to only think about that next 5 spots left up for grabs here. Still, pressure's packing in. Steamy Stacks, Knight, and Fury are gone, doing what they can for the Fury organization. They came so close in yesterday's competition, just barely missing out. But it was obvious that the potential was 1,000% there for the Brazilians.
Yeah, it's just that one was just so stacked, and overall just so close of a leaderboard. Last game really deciding so much. Mofu and Tomat in that first group stage, they narrowly dodged that bottom 3. Get a chance to play here today. Sky and Scroll continue early game aggression. Their second one of the match, but this is how they found the first. Retro just gets caught slipping. The lurk from up above. They clean that one up, and that's what starts their momentum here in this game. Goofy, Z-Dog, though, on the other foot, are trying to gain some traction. They haven't gotten elimination yet, but that doesn't mean they're going to stop trying.
In a way, they're kind of picking back up where they'd originally left off against the likes of Darm and Demas before they were distracted by the Shadow and Virgo fiasco. But Demas and Darm, they've just done such a great job controlling everything that's been happening around Slurpee Swamp. And when you have such a central position on the map so heavily on lockdown, Demas Darm are just going to continue posing problems for teams that would be hoping to just pick up any scattered leftovers for a recovery point.
Now, this could be a big opportunity, though, for Goofy Z-Dog. If they can pick up this elimination, the amount of loot they're going to be able to get is massive. Z-Dog, only 3 shots left. I want to hear him palm that over to Goofy. That way they can kind of put him in fighting capability. A couple misses, that's going to be it from Z-Dog. And you don't want to miss against Darm, Demas, who've been floating around, Shadow and Virgo, who's been around. You can see Phoenix in the distance as well. And don't let it look too comfortable here. These guys are in the zone. 1 second, 1 damage per, and it's going to ramp up to 2 tick per here in the next zone as well.
Still, teams more than content, but from Darm and Demas' position, all of this constant fighting, it's sort of left them in a bit of a pickle. They are going to need some refarm to be present, but Braids immediately 180. What looked so promising initially against the likes of Yuma and Koyota has now been turned on its head. Huga trying to do what he can to pick up the pieces, but he'll be forced to drop, forced to just go fully on the defensive. He doesn't want to get picked off every single match. They need to convert into late game placements if they realistically want to climb into that top 6 contention point. And Koyota and Yuma are in the exact same position, but now it's only Braids left to try and escape the line of sight.
Yeah, this is the worst possible time in the game to have things like this going down. Fifth zone, yeah, you can reboot back in. You get a little bit of a pseudo loadout, but where are you going to drop? Especially when your teammate Booga is already in the zone, and they started this game around 23 points away from that first qualification spot that they need, so they got to figure out a way to kind of pick it up and pull it together, reunite as a team in the same box. There is still time to make that possible. Even see Oatly and Spooks making their way in, 5 eliminations. And I think the first time we saw them yesterday, that was kind of their proving ground. And I think they had such a great performance, all things considered, that they're coming in today with full confidence.
And we saw the confidence from Oatly in the visuals, okay? He's feeling ice cold on the day. He continues racking up eliminations with this duo Spooks. Things are going to definitely start conveying pretty heavily in their favor. Nosip and Izzy, though, moment that they come on screen, French fans already getting a bit excited here. And they still got their work cut out for them, being that cutoff point at the start of this match. Still trying to make sure that they have a very promising Game 6 here. Shari and Khaled, though, actually got Oatly and Spooks on the run here a bit, and Oatly's actually going to fall. Can't actually withstand these picks from Storm on top of the pressure.
Has me worried for Spooks as well. He's trying to pop a med kit, and Char immediately pushes up. So you should more than enough to buy time. Oatly should get back into the game, but you can hear that sound clicking down. That is reboots turning off. So from here on out, if you do find yourself getting eliminated, you're really going to leave your teammate by themselves.
That was a tough blow there, though, for Virgo, watching him just re-engage against Dharma and Demish. Those early scuffles still kind of trailing into this mid-endgame position, but Sazone continues to pull over towards Boom and Base. Izzy, Nosif, a little bit more of an isolated position. Braids, Buga still looking to try and pick themselves back up after that initial hiccup against the likes of Yuma and Koyota. Definitely came at a much later point, and like you said, Jacob, definitely at a stage where you don't want those kinds of issues to occur, because now you have so many other factors to worry about. It's not just about getting the elimination points and being set behind on the placements, but how much material do you have to work with? What kind of loadout are you really able to rock at that point? And you're almost banking on just being able to pick up a refresh along the way, but we've seen how long it takes before these placement points even start kicking in, and knowing that it's only 3 points beginning at that 15th place position, it's just so tough.
Yeah, especially since where those points actually do start to set in around the 10th zone, almost the full entirety of the game that you're playing out, almost to be met with absolutely nothing as the zone pulls on over towards the western side. But we have a bridge, we have a slope. Getting straight from the side. Reboots are turned off, so it's very imperative for him to stay alive. But it's multiple teams joining in on the fun, leaving him with almost no answers, burning through all his materials. He does find a way out, but it's separated from Oatly up until now. He gets stuck trying to close the distance. Oatly has to decide, do I be the hero or do I try to stay alive and get some more points?
Zero forgiveness there from the lobby. That focus was just too brutal to contend with, and it's so devastating because Oatly and Spooks, they initially looked strong, initially looked promising, but Oatly's down to his final 2 builds. He is cooked right now, Jacob. Way too many healthy players alongside him, and Aoxy and Jojo Fishy aren't really in much better of a position. Jojo gonna take the leftover materials from Aoxy just in case he can't pull off the revive, but as it currently stands, the whole lobby's already looking their way.
Yeah, does look like they might be able to survive though. Holding the walls, getting the revive. Sky and Troll feeling a little bit of that pressure from underneath. Khaled and Char doing a good job causing a little bit of distraction, but you got to be careful. Sky and Scroll looking like they're fighting back, and there goes the pressure relieving shot. Grab him straight down into the box and take down Sky.
Sky seems so prepared to drop. He seems so confident that he was going to be able to convert that into a steady knock elimination credit. But now instead, Izzy Nosip trying to take up the forefront of that frontside position. We could see exactly where things went south for Aoxy, Jojo Fishy, and Oatly. All those teams.
Controller, brat, controller. по-очакваш?
I'm trying to contain myself seeing some of those shots right now, but if I continue to see more, be careful out there, y'all, because this one is continuing to heat up, but you still have Darm and Demas in this game. That is our first place team so far. Again, at certain point in this entire day, if Darm and Demas keep playing the way they will, it's going to be mathematically impossible for them not to qualify, which would leave one spot left underneath them that is unincapable of being taken over. Booga and Braids, though, they need a good game here. Sky and Scroll need to continue to hold on. And the Sky and Scroll, yesterday, they had a lot of troubles, but this is what kept them in the game, their solo prowess.
Yeah, but just look at that club championship leaderboard lighting up on the side of it and knowing that Scroll needs to come up with yet another solo clutch position because all of those placement points, they have to secure their spot in finals. He knows exactly what's at stake, not just for his position in this tournament, but for his organization as a whole inside of EWC.
Especially since he's in 5th place overall, top 6 qualifies, who may not be the line, but he's close enough to the line where he's starting to feel that pressure. Booga and Braids underneath where they need to be, waiting for that perfect moment. Zone reveals itself, trying to shockwave in the box. He's gone up above. He has the bow. He's just destroying everybody underneath. Scroll's going to narrowly be able to escape that one by the hair on his chin. But we got exotics, we got everything we need on the high ground.
And we also just saw Izzy and Nosif getting eliminated. That means 6th place now at the mercy of the results of this game. Gon and Knight, though, they are not letting up by any means. This steady pressure from overhead is just going to be so problematic. Teams are all getting crushed underneath this boombo, and not only that, but Scroll, he's actually managed to build up a little bit of a shield, but might have spoken a little bit too soon here, Jacob. Scroll's managed to conceal himself a little bit inside of the tree point, but Gon and Knight, they're just so stacked.
Unrelenting pressure, another knock from up above. They're really giving nobody a chance to look up, and it's forcing everybody down below to meet each other just like this. Big shot from Virgo, but it's not going to be enough. Edson and another big run here. They were the ones that initially took down Scroll as well.
Scroll, though, coming back into it. He's at least low enough and concealed inside of the bush. Out of sight, out of mind, that might be the mentality, but Darm, guess where he's headed? Straight to the high ground. Faded and Khan, they've worked their way up, but Darm, even as a solo, able to kind of present this facade that he's still got plenty life left in the tank here. But Scroll, big knock onto Z-Dog. That Siphon eventually going to start carrying over, helping him out potentially, but he needs it to come sooner rather than later. And Scroll finally starting to get that little bit of white HP online, but it's just too little too late.
Only top 11 or even 12 performance in that one. Not necessarily where you want to finish, especially when you're running. Darm still by himself. He is literally running around, scrambling, trying to find the answer here. A little Cubby off towards the side, but uses his last materials to make sure it's safe. A new high ground team up above, Cringe and Vocal. 135 points and counting here, and they're in the best position with the rocket launcher from up above.
The double RPG fiasco too for these teams underneath, but Cringe tries to take a moment to heal. Gon gonna get a little chunk out of his HP for it. Gon now looking overhead, doesn't get the shots to connect onto Khan, instead forced to drop. Frontside low position though, not a bad spot to be in. Looking back with no materials, but Booga, the Lion, he's trying to roar, just needs to come up with one elimination. A little bit of material, picks it up off the ground. The materials, he's gonna have to fall back into the storm, and he found the exotic Slapberry Fist.
Did he get off in time? That's gonna be the big question. I do think he did, but they spotted him out in the corner. First shot's gonna take down Shield. They go and try to dive back into the zone to take him out. Voco does, and they take high ground, and they take the game.
This was a huge moment, too, for Cringe and Volko. You see that little bit of relief, the mini celebration, but they know they still have quite the uphill battle before they are comfortably in position on that leaderboard for the top 6. But even one victory royale, starting off the second half in that manner, is enough to give a huge momentum swing potentially later on. All things considered, that was a very strong clutch up out of him. They needed those placement points.
Yeah, Booga's just kind of keeping themselves going. He started that game 140 points. I said it was around 23 points away from Izzy and Nosif on that leaderboard. So not only did we see second place go down early, we saw Sky and Scroll go down around top 11, and that's going to go ahead and alleviate some of that pressure off of the rest of the leaderboard. It's not going to be perfect here. We've still got plenty of games to go for some of these teams to continue to try to close that gap.
Като е имало 2 дена и тя като директно отиват на ден 4, как се казва, с 7, а не 8.
really just thinking back on what we saw out of AGAL Scroll, though, the fact of the matter is he was able to still line it up just barely in that top 10 potential. So that did help them just a bit with trying to maintain inside of that top 6, but yeah, obviously Cringe and Volca have got to be feeling really nice about managing to pull off a victory royale here.
Yeah, going into that game, I believe they were around 17th place with 84 points. And for reference, the victory royale gets you 60 points alone. So almost surely getting close to doubling up their scoreline after that last game, kind of pulling them closer and closer to that top 6 that they need. But like I keep saying, all weekend long, especially when it comes to match point finals, these teams, they're used to kind of playing 6 games in a tournament, sometimes 5 games in a tournament. This is more of a marathon instead of a foot race.
Right, and when I think back on it too, for Cringe and Volca, they just turned that entire low ground into the Demolition Derby. I mean, between a Boombo with those explosive arrows and then on top of the RPGs, there was really nowhere left to try and hide things out because all the builds are just being imploded within seconds.
Yeah, it's gone in night. You're talking about with that Boombo on the high ground. We literally had explosive on high ground, they lose it, and then a whole nother team with explosive on the high ground. But Gone in Night, even though they did not win that game, they still performed well enough, making it deep into the game to kind of hold their position atop that leaderboard. May not be the #1 spot, but they definitely pulled themselves close.
And just like that, we got a
nothing is granted,
for more of the game
everything
come, so
is
make sure you guys
earned.
go ahead and grab yourself a little refreshment, and we'll be right back.
Is it true though? Is it true though?
That's gonna be tough. Tomato. Chat, y'all having a good Friday? Yes or no? Y'all having a good Friday? Y'all vibing? What place you need to call? You need top 6 to call. We're gonna... No, you ruined it. Okay. Hey, Dubs, even 14 months. Good morning, handsome.
Okay. Join up. Everyone, type the code that clicks this type in to join the Kahoot. All right.
Bang. Bang.
It's 636579. 636579.
Nice. Nice, bro.
Oh shit. Clicks is received.
By Meanie, Kelly, and Vivid. Meanie, you told me you got a chance to talk to this duo that was able to win.
Guys doing these like pep talks, right? It's all Levin doing a bit of a pep talk. Levin's coach section right there. I actually spoke to Cringe and Volca at the beginning of the day, and I said, "You guys are going to win a game today, right? You guys are guaranteed winning a game." And they said, "Yeah, absolutely." So can we get a mini pep talk? Why not? That's what we're about here.
Yeah. And off camera, we unfortunately got to miss that part, but as long as you got them into that victory royale stance, that is all they needed because they were looking a little rough before that game. But to see them be able to come out on top, even with so much going on throughout the day, it might be a little late, but it might not be too late.
Well, I gotta talk about Booga, right? Obviously, you saw Booga and Braves, a little bit of highlights there. Honestly, the biggest highlight of the game for me was Booga kind of clutching up a couple of extra points towards the end of that game, right? Dipping out into the storm, getting the heals required. And this is what we needed to see out of Booga and Braids. Actually, listen, if we're gonna keep talking about these coach segments, right? Oh, Minnie had one, Levin had one, I had one. Taco was actually calling on Booga and Braids not too long ago to see kind of what they can do. And yeah, off the back foot of that performance, you gotta imagine Booga and Braids gotta be flying up the leaderboard. You gotta be talking about flying up the leaderboard 7. I can't wait to see it because Cringe and Volco, they were quite a ways down towards the bottom, and after a great performance there, I'm very, very interested to see where they're going to be standing.
Да, идемо са First, бразилци са втори. Това не е апдейтното. Апдейтното е 6 яра. Канал Фери 3, Middle Eastern 4, Skyscroll 5, Буга и Бред 6. В момента 214 точки е коло. Те Изи Нокев бяха 30 май 5. Сега виж къде са бат. Кринч Волко върнаха стаята 100 точки игра, май. 93. Отли Спукс падат надолу. Надолу падат, брат. Те и двата тима ли са от NA West? Яко и Панзър.
Z-Dog and Goofy are definitely going for the placement heavy, and that seems to be working out in their favor just a little bit more. It seems like a lot of these duos that aren't Darm and Demish, Dawn and Knight, are kind of going for more of the passive playstyle, and you can see just how many elimination points Darm and Demish are able to gain right now. I don't think anyone's really fighting for first right now, but definitely that 6th place spot has plenty of teams well within contention.
Darm and Demish are entering a territory in which they may not even be able to get knocked out of those top 6, right? If we were taking a look at the points there between 1st and 6th place, it was like 122 points. So a big lead for Darm and Demish there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the second page. What do some of these teams have to do? I can tell you in 10th place, right, when we were talking about Oatly and Spooks, they were on 168 points. So even though you see, you know, the likes of Tama and Mofo, Shadow and Virgo over towards this side, I mean, 156 points for Yuma and Toyota. If they just go ahead and pick up 12 points and they jump all the way up to 10, which we already kind of talked about how close 6th to 10th was, still a lot of potential for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I'm glad you're bringing that up because of how close everything is. 6 games have gone by. We still got 4 more to go. It is getting, I mean, the pressure's just going to start getting to these teams. I can't wait to see who is going to be shining, who's going to be in that top 6. But for now, let's see what's going to be happening in game number 7.
7. It's not just the players that the pressure is getting to. As a fan of Fortnite, it's getting to me as well.
My heart kind of can't take it because we've seen all of these players so many times before, and just knowing that only 6 of them are going to actually be able to make it towards that final battle bus for tomorrow's competition, it's just kind of heartbreaking because that means 14 of them are just out.
Yeah, and especially since you played all year to get to this stage 4 different qualifiers. And then I feel like it was history that, I think Vivid said it, that Fortnite Competitive tweeted it, that every region this team, or this weekend, got at least 1 victory royale. Somebody needs to fact check me. Is that the first time it's ever happened? History continues to be made in Fortnite, which is amazing.
Всеки регион е имал по една победа, това е crazy.
Darm still floating. He's headed straight towards their initial drop, but for Panzer, who got braised. Everyone else left in a bit of a scramble here. It's every man for himself, just about. Phoenix and Retro also still trying to be involved in the party that's been breaking out, but Braze, there will be no escaping the doom of Steamy Stacks. Is now Panzer, Yapko, seemingly like have a fire lit underneath them. They are trying to gauge whether or not it's going to be possible to actually take out Edson, but currently in a little bit of a safe position. That could change just a moment. Oh, Panzer actually can get the turnaround. Yapko.
То 26 игры, брат. 26 игры в нашей да не вынат.
There will be no opportunities. In fact, Yapko, he just has to stay alive because Panzer, it's all about the reboot.
I think he did it. I think he's about enough time. Yep. Panzer is going to be back. And you can kind of see in the minimap, he's trying to decide where he's going to go because just respawning is even half the battle, especially when so many teams are looking on over in your direction. But it does look like Retro is kind of holding down the fort towards CME Stacks. Edson's down below. Yapko's there as well. And it just seems like game after game is a solo hot drop right out of the gates. Best man surviving. Get your team some points. Retro knows that Edson is just a sliver of HP away from going down. His 5th elimination of the game and a good 15-point start from a team that needs it.
Cue the Benny Hill's theme music though, because Edson's making him work for it. Retro nearly gets put into the dirt, but will fortunately be able to secure the elimination here. 5 in total though. So this action that took place at Steamy Stacks, if Retro and Phoenix can walk away from it, surviving it, that's actually going to be a pretty big upswing towards their points.
Yep. See though, Pietson backtracking over here. He's probably trying to lend a helping hand to Edson, who's just been running around with no shields, to be honest. Retro found him out. The game of hide and seek for at least that elimination. It's going to be over. His 5th one out of the gate, 6th one of the team. And this is what I've been wanting to see from some of the teams that need it. There's very few opportunities left, and why not just go ahead and throw everything out there so that way, if it does come out that you do not get top 6, at least you go home with no regrets.
Hey, if you throw enough stuff at the wall, you never know what's going to stick. But for PA Zin and Edson, not too sold on the fact that this was actually where they want to continue trying to hedge their bets, because PA Zen, Edson, they are just going through the blender right now. Just so many bodies here at Steamy Stacks, and now it's all down to Edson to potentially create a little bit of space here, give them some time to actually recover. But Aoxy and Jojo Fishy, the early eliminations at Steamy Stacks, ultimately going to put a dagger in their game plan for this lobby. They've been fully eliminated.
Here we have Gone, part of the team of him and Knight in this one as well. They moved up to second place in that game, so it surprises me just a little bit that they're willing to get their hands dirty this early on. Sky and Scroll trying to go after a chase. Virgo's stuck by himself. Don't see Shadow, but I see a shot that's going to hit. Unfortunately enough, the numbers game Taco just works too strongly against him.
It's a great execution there too by Sky and Scroll. The way that they just went for that full pincer. Virgo could only defend so many angles from
the Sky Scroll
elimination sequence, and Sky Scroll now intending fully on just making sure that they continue to at least cool off into those endgame moments. They're already within that top 6 threshold. If they can make it to finals, that's going to be a huge benefit towards their mental and so much relief, because we're talking about the club championship that's at stake and those points involved, but it's also just knowing how many teams don't want Sky and Scroll in the finals.
Yeah, I think teams just realize, you know, back-to-back major champions, almost winning the summit, and just coming in here, these cannot let a team continue to dominate. You've seen Salvatore, they went down very, very early in that last game. They gave up their second place spot, but they're still inside of the top 6 bubble, so they need to make sure that they don't have those same mistakes again, because that's going to put them on the back foot and may push them into desperation mode.
You can ensure that the part of the Middle East is certainly with these two right now, since they have had such a prosperous journey in today's competition, but survival phase is brutal for all parties involved. Darm will finally be eliminated here. Unfortunately for Edson and PA Zen, it's not like he really had too many goodies for them to take advantage of, but it at least helps to stem the bleeding a bit, and they will have an opportunity now to actually play things a bit more passive.
Yeah, that start over at Steamy Stacks looking a little scary at one point. Edson literally running around into PA Zen coming in saving the day, but now that they have each other's back here, they went away from that mess up above, and slowly but surely progressing their game, just like you said. Not too many teams nearby this location, but as they got that one elimination, you saw the surviving duo immediately disengage towards the north, further and further away from where you're going to reboot into, but at least he's giving him a shot. Khan gets one down. Faded's going to follow up as well. Yuma's the one that they get the elimination on, and they're not necessarily in a hurry to leave the Slurpee Swamp just yet.
There's just so many heals available at Slurpee Swamp, so there's really no pressure to leave unless it starts to get a little bit too crowded. Then we know how rowdy the third party actually can get, but as long as you have the bulk of the control of the rooftops, hey, anything can happen here. But for Yapko, he can't afford to go down just yet. They've been on a tear already in this lobby, 5 eliminations in total, but they don't want to be doused out just yet. They've got to keep the flame alive here. They need to start having some big endgame moments for the placement points to ultimately factor into their scorecard. But for Darm and Deemish, they've got nothing to lose here, Jacob. Darm willing to contribute everything he has in store towards this engagement, because worst case scenario, Deemish off somewhere else, safe and sound, and not only that, Darm fully understanding other teams now starting to close in on his position. He doesn't even get the benefit of that aggression onto Yapko, but Anon and Meza might punish him for sticking around too long.
Yeah, they played that one perfect so far, because Darm was so stalled out in that fight. They snuck up against, I think it was him and Yapko for so long. They got Panzer out of the sky, they took down Yapko, and now they're working on Darm next. They're trying to keep themselves alive in this tournament. All it takes is one foot in front of the other. No large leaps, just small steps, one at a time. They do find that elimination onto Darm. That's their 8th one of the game, bringing them up to 24 points off straight eliminations alone.
But it's already obvious just how many more teams are willing to just go all out aggressive currently, because they know 3 elimination points apiece, that is going to be the ultimate catch-up factor. Some of these teams recognizing the fact we are too far away. Even if we're consistent with our placements, the odds of us just being able to bank on a huge conversion of points between one good endgame placement of top 5, you know, somewhere around that 30 points and plus threshold, and double-digit eliminations, you're looking at anywhere between a 70-plus point upswing, and that just makes a big difference.
It definitely does, and that's exactly what they're trying to do here. 9 eliminations, 10 eliminations for a non-invasive. Enough is enough from these guys, and I think this is the quickest teams have been fully eliminated out of lobbies so far. We're down to the top 16. One more team falling, placement points will start to set in.
And this is what you would expect to see somewhere near games 9, 10 of this tourney day, but I think knowing that it is the last possible opportunity, that's what's causing everybody else to just crank it up one notch further and really just go all or nothing.
Now looking at the map right now, solo player all the way up towards the top. Steamy stacks. It's going to take his teammate forever if he has any hope going ahead and rotating that far. You see the whole middles where a lot of teams are kind of scattered around. They're waiting for where the next zone actually does force into play out. You see we're already in the 5th out of 7 when it finally does turn off the reboots.
Tough time there, though, for Darm and Demish. This game has not gone super swimmingly, but thankfully the rest of the day has, so Kjolnek won't have too much to panic about watching his Polish boys and work, because whether or not they get win from the lobby early won't impact them too heavily. But he's not going to risk anything else. He knows Cringe Volko, they're already finding a little bit of their groove after that last match, and clearly still ready to slide.
Yeah, the blessing here, though, for Gone and Knight, they were the ones who just got caught off guard there in that situation. Is Cringe and Volko already have full loadouts, so if you can figure out a way to get back here fresh off the reboot, you'll at least have some scraps rather than searching aimlessly for anything else. Khaled and Shari, one elimination so far, but they're the ones that are putting a little bit of pressure onto Izzy and Nosif, and you see them immediately disengage out of the high ground. They want to put themselves in a much more confident fighting position.
This is scary right now for Izzy and Nosif, but Khaled just folds immediately. Great collapse there from the Frenchies, but Izzy still so incredibly weak, doesn't have a real opportunity to try and pull that medkit off. He's going to depend exclusively on Nosif to take up that bulk of the aggressive. He's also got to try and throw up builds. He needs a and Shari desperately trying to get inside of their box, but he knows just how weak Izzy truly is. But the moment might have just passed him by, because now he can recognize the third-party intervention. This is too risky to continue.
Yep, has to be careful though, because you're officially on a clock. A little over a minute until reboots turn off, and I think that's what M-Shar is trying to do, just trying to grab as many of those materials as possible, as much as the resports. Khaled comes back in, you see him going and dipping his toes in to grab that loadout on out of that box, and that was actually very good by M-Shari. He held it down, not only to keep Izzy and Nosif from pushing him, but getting his teammate a full loadout back.
Gotta say the same though for Nosif, making sure that he was able to protect his duo Izzy there while he could actually have the opportunity to get his shield back online. Now that he's got those fully restored white HP 2, they are nestled into a decent position. They don't need to overexpose just yet, especially knowing that there is at least one more duo in Cringe and Volko directly behind them. See, a big part of the reason why they're continuing to just lurk about a little bit here. The ambush, probably not super likely, but also just after that early exit in the last lobby and watching as they dropped immediately outside of top 6, they know that they can't afford to keep suffering early elims.
Darm going down just in time. A few seconds later, we would not see him return back into this game, but because he got eliminated before the reboot's disabled, we will see Darm at least one more time. Will he touch the ground? That's a whole different story. I'm not making any guarantees yet, but it does look like he finds his way back. So Darm and Demon's first place will remain intact in this game. Booga and Braids as well, notably because they are on the line.
Booga добър лута на 65 била. Даже няма и 5 слот, ако се не е бъгнал.
Sequence, but because they were able to hide off the side of that cliff face, good decisions. Whether or not they'll be able to actually find a way to bring themselves a little bit more favorably into this match, we'll have to wait and see. But right here, right now, Sky and Scroll ready to make their next move. Logran hasn't exactly been the best place. It's been quite messy underneath, but front side of zone is definitely where they like to be.
Oatly did see in the feed. He cleaned up one elimination, whether it's his and Spooks or not.
Oatly, brad,
a
please.
whole other question. You seeing him trying to reap all that reward with all the fallen loot down below. Salvatore, you seen just using this opportunity to look back, trying to put shots on any strongly players trying to make it to the front side of the zone. They know their position's already secured, along with Sky and Scroll. Everybody's just peeking, trying to make it that much harder for anybody to feel comfortable.
That Sky is still continuing to scope out anybody that might be flying overhead. Just how rapidly this lobby has dropped. We are now going to start seeing the beginning of placement points building up here, and Gone, unfortunately, has lost Knight. He doesn't have a whole lot left to work with, but enough material and builds to turn something out of nothing.
Almost looks like he's playing with some sticks and stones here. One mini, one med kit. The launch pad is going to be a saving grace. Just need to figure out when and where he's going to throw that one out. As Darm and Demas see a full team fighting. Over towards the front side of zone. They have to go there anyway.
Дарм и Демос, ако направят 370-80 може би ще са сейф. Те са first place, ама другите 3 да даже не трябва. Була обаче му трябват тези точки и изобщо не е сейф.
Needs to make sure that he can have the full duration of this medkit. He wants his whites restored entirely, and not only that, you can see Braves dropping the shield potion, making sure that they can try and get Luga into a much healthier state to fight. Gone finally gonna touch down from where he was last off in the sky, but for Darm, he's just got no Demish. Still, out of the two, fragging potential is 100%. Always online for either of these Polish players here, and Darm just waiting for his perfect opportunity. Cali gonna realize there's somebody right behind me, but Darm, no boogeyman just yet, won't be able to get the sneak opportunity.
The fact that he didn't even get looked at there, but first and second place
in
this game left as solos. Izzy and Nosif, that's second place coming into this game, also left as a solo, and that's good news for Booga and Braves here. The team that is hot on their heels has that much pressure. And them, they're just taking it slowly. Darm taking down Scroll, not sure where Sky is at, but he wasn't even able to get any of the not too much worry because he's still stacked as can be.
But it's a bit of a sore spot right now for Sky. You can see with that launchpad in his inventory, they clearly had intentions to try and avoid pressure from the lobby, and instead being left in an isolated position now.
Anon и Везен с 13 кила измат хайграунд.
Anon and Vazen, though, they have had quite a bumpy ride. 13 eliminations, still trying to get more.
Holy all seat имате 13 кила Anon умря.
Yeah, just trying to make it mathematically impossible, knowing nothing's going to go perfect. You got to take these opportunities while you can. And Shari's going to go down. Khaled's just trying to stay alive, but with 3 builds left, doesn't really have much to work with, but he does find a treasure trove underneath. It is just simply loot, not no materials. So he's going to have to keep on looking. Booga finds another elimination. That's 3 more points added to their total. Sky even deserving credit. It's a battle of solos here in this madness.
But Gone still doing his best to fend for himself. Booga unfortunately taken out. Braids now left 4 medkits though to work with Jacob. He could choose to just try and ride out the storm here, but he knows there's just too many players surrounding him. He's got to have his pump at the ready.
He'll
be able to open up and edit, find a well-placed shot.
Брейдс като ще играе меч, nice. Плейсменти да много пълне баг даже. Но обаче е стил боен. Ама един кил до топ 10 изобщо не е добре. Даром умират, те са много добре обаче на first place. Sky продължава да коша, good shit, брат. Cool piece на Дидога. О, какъв е един.
Khaled on the other time. Nosif is just trying to escape, but he's just hot on his heels. Braids as well. Everybody bringing it to an end. If Nosif is going to go down, Braids is going to fall.
Braids умира и той много е. И Кан, и Федис пак стана хайграунд.
It looks like everything has just gone completely right for these two. And for Oatly and Spooks, while their HP might look better faring than a lot of these other contenders here, Goofy, Z-Dog,
also тимовете много добре се справят обаче на Рилола. Колкото на Баторел.
Crucial points for the club championship.
Hey, doing it again and again and again. Whether together
Гледай.
Oatly
OC срещу OC долу. Скай умира. Глупи и Дълки, те вървят ръка за ръка. Какво стана солото? Игра Сторм. 2 OC и Team of Top 3. Не. Умраха май олтото. Или е жив олтото. Добре е жив, ама той няма мат фронт. 2 в 1. Олти third place, което не е супер даже. Third place, ма не бях колко кила имаха.
Now they join this game, third place on the leaderboard. Almost every single game inside of the top 10 so far today. And now they've added a victory royale to the mix. I almost feel like they're hitting for every placement inside of the top 10.
And I know, before we even made it towards this EWC factor, a lot of eyes were kind of on Khan and Faded and trying to gauge whether or not these guys were really a duo that was going to be able to represent the EU region after all, and they have really turned out all the stops here on Survival Day. And this strong showing, this strong placement is only going to benefit them even more still, because we are starting to look directly at teams that have been hovering around the bubble, Jacob, but if you're inside of that top 2, you're looking pretty set up.
Yeah, top 2, even top 3 now. Darm, Demas, they were over 300 points. Night and Gone had another good game throughout that mix, and then Khan and Faded. Third place going into that game. You have to imagine where they're going to finish. We're going to let you know right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Как така си толкова назад, брат?
We were there for every.
Топ 8 са. И бяха 33 точки, сега па са 38. 38 точки зад Кло, обаче Зидок и Гулфи, бате. 4 точки зад Кло. Евейзън и Анан, брат, ако я бяха уинали, те ще дропнат 20 плюс кила от OC. Те ще направят рекорд на това, брат. Той май Шарк и Тини не бяха дропвали толкова. 17 кила, Колт и твато. 10 кила, Пит и това. 12. Те ще направят рекорд. OC и Тим ще държи рекорд на LAN евент, представяш се. Ма ги убиха. Опа. Damn.
You know this firsthand. So if you were to basically talk to any of these players that are competing on stage, to give them any advice about staying focused, especially for long periods of time. Some of these guys are competing for like 5-6 hours on stage. How do you stay laser focused in those high pressure moments?
This is a different sport, but I think, yeah, mentally you must be prepared at first, and yeah, to be focused. The word is focus. For my part, every time the people ask me what is your feeling at the last minute, like I say, focus. That's a big word, and I think you must be focused and to prepare it mentally. Prepare mentally with the coach. I think that's I don't know exactly if you do that, but you must do that. Really. I love that. When you're at the high level, this is make the difference, for real.
Yeah, the highest level here. It's absolutely incredible to see all these players like competing. So thank you so much for stopping by. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the Esports World Cup, and we'll see you soon.
Monster Deface. How can we not be entertained right now? What an incredible set of games. And just think, Monster, the action has been incredible, but only 6 keys will remain at the end of 10 games.
And that game right there, you saw what was going on. Sky and Scroll popping off, making it so far, and then
те не са специално за Fortnite и WC-те са просто... Те и WC-то като награден фонд е $75 милиона. Има доста селебритита просто...
And then I couldn't help but notice the slow Booga and Breed start, but they're ramping up now as it's starting to matter.
They're fighting for that top 6, right? There's so many duos all so close together, fighting for those spots. We got to talk about Sky and Scroll, though we continue to talk about them. AGAL fans are thinking the same thing. They have to make it to finals, right? For the points, those club championship points will be so critical.
This means everything for AGAL. They are so close. Whenever we flash that points, Falcons is just barely ahead of them right now. This means that they need to make it to the grand finals, and I couldn't tell you more or not if they have it in them, because OCE has been on their heels so close. You have Goofy and Z-Dog with the phenomenal group stage B performance, and A, both of them playing so well, and now they're proving it once again.
I can't even believe you see Oatly as well going insane. I mean, he got himself a
Между как беше втория най-добър чест плеер. Магнус Карлсън и другия ми избяга името, брат.
It's going to be heartbreaking as well. This will be the defining moment. These games are critical. We are quite literally running out of chances here, Zeke.
It's scary, bro. As I look at these keys, I just keep thinking the same thing. Top 6, top 6. Zeke tomorrow's finals. Only the top 6 will make it. I mean, how the pressure's on, right, Monster? How are these duels looking to just hold on and make it through?
Yeah, at this point, you know, there's pride on the line. It's your reputation. This is history. There's dollars for the club points as well, of course. At this point, we're just going to have to see who better than our casters to take us into the next game.
Time is definitely running out. There are 3 games left. There are 4 points that separate a team from continuing their journey to tomorrow and the rest of the field going home early.
And Zeke and MD have already highlighted it, though. Nobody can really consider themselves safe unless you are like Darm, Deemish, Khan, and Faded. Everything else seemingly up for grabs, because when you look at where the cutoff currently is, Booga and Braids just at 250 points. Z-Dog, Goofy, Oatly, Spooks, giving them a good scare because they are just so hot on their heels that it could be just one misstep that results in just getting pushed out of that top position. Realistically, Jacob, I don't think that anyone is going to feel very confident in their drops, because this could really be the turnaround point where teams start looking to really contest each other.
Yeah, and if you kind of take a look at everyone except for Darm Deemus, to be exact, that full page of that leaderboard kind of very, very similar when it came to the elimination points that they're getting throughout the tournament. The biggest differential is the placement points. It is very, very volatile in this reload mode. You see a lot of teams not necessarily get placement points until zone 10.
Fortnite competitive.
Almost literally the end of the game, which really goes to show you can play perfect for literally what, 17, 16 minutes, and then all it takes is that one mistake to cost you everything.
And that's what makes it even more impressive, though. We do see these solo clutch points start to trickle in. Sky specifically in that last lobby, the fact that he was able to bring out a top 5 position when everything is just so close and like tight neck position, you just can't even begin to imagine the sort of things that are running through his head. Because again, even if you ignore the club championship points, even if you try to filter out the background noise of knowing how much AGAL is depending on their position in tomorrow's competition, they just have so many other pros in this lobby that don't want to have to deal with them, period. So even though right now they might look like they're about to be safe, at the same time, I'm kind of expecting other duos to really try to throw them off guard, really get involved, and just on
прилича на CSGO Pro, брат, отколкото на Fortnite Pro.
Well, it would hurt the club championship standings, but it would also really open up the doorway for what's going to happen in the direct Fortnite competition tomorrow too.
Especially since, you know, we've seen it multiple times. It's not just one time where a team that, you know, eventually wants to win, obviously in this case wants to qualify. One of the things that they do is just knock down that team that is in their way. It's a little bit harder here in reload because the respawns, the 12 seconds, and when you get knocks, when you get elims or even full wipes, it kind of takes that timer down even quicker, but we could potentially see it. Imagine Oatly Spooks. Right now, they're 8th place, 222. They take down Z-Dog Goofy. They find Booga and Braids. So even if they might not necessarily punch their ticket with a victory royale, they're closing that gap because their nearest competition is no longer there.
With everything just seemingly so dicey currently. We saw just how active Steamy Stacks was. It looked a bit like evil Fortnite even at the beginning. But Anon, think about what they were able to accomplish and how many eliminations they were able to kickstart that game with. And it's all just these big leaps that can take place if you are able to throw up some really strong elimination matches. But you just gotta dig so deep currently if you are right now for the players, and it's just so crazy to think about the fact that we've only got 3 games left to determine who our 6 teams are going to be.
For that match.
И дара ми Димуса тука, брат. Двамата.
Looks like another solo hot drop right out of the gates. I say solo loosely because Darm Demas might be one of the only teams that actually landed here together. So while others are wiping each other and it's just solos, they're the ones that are taking complete control of the situation. There is going to be one player by himself, Retro. He got an elimination of his own. Luckily for him, Phoenix is nowhere in sight. So even if he gets eliminated here, it won't be this team to chase him down.
And unfortunately for Retro, his time at Port Crumpet is going to be cut short. Darm and Demish will have none of it. 2 eliminations already to kickstart game number 8. And now they'll have ample time to decide where they want to go next. If they want to continue trailing the players that are going to be lighting up the sky with those reboot cycles, that's entirely up to them. Darm, a misstep here, but next one, good to go. And it's Braids he's got directly in his sights. No pressure relief whatsoever. Tough spot to be in for Booga and Braids.
Yeah, sometimes you think, let's just go to the outskirts. Let's go to the farthest point. And honestly, let's go below the mountain range, but that's just a good line of sight. Chase him down even. Make sure they clear the top side of their map. Khan and Faded. Talk about consistency. This team definitely does have it. They got that first place that last game. They got multiple 4th place. They got a 2nd place, 6th place, 7th place. They're kind of hitting for it all. Just in open water. Calm the skipper. He's just trying to survive on the island.
They are just so far gone though, Jacob. When you are this deep into the ocean, okay? This is very clearly not intentional out of Booga and Braids, but they just don't really have any other options to exert. Everywhere you look at has some point of coverage from another duo, another player. And this is where it gets a bit vicious when you are caught off with these early eliminations. See whether or not they can even swim their way to safety, but for Salva, Yasin on the edge of the map currently, but Salva will at least have a little bit of time trying to scope out, size up. SMP Xin will also caught in the mix here, trying to contend against Fazen. Neither side really able to push the other an inch or 2.
On the outskirts though, you gotta be careful. I think Booga and Braids have finally been spotted out. Yasin and Salvatore, they're getting pushed as well. These are teams, Taco, that are inside of the bubble, and Edson's trying to take out one. A narrow miss, not a full shot. He's gonna regret that one, but luckily for him, PHN is there as well, trying to close the gap from one team after the other. They're trying to play the numbers game, get into the same box, but Anon and Fazen are now trying to crash this party. Dom and Demish are now trying to crash this party. Even if you didn't get sent the invitation, you're now taking part in all of this mess.
There's only one player not looking to move in the slightest, and it is Booga just sitting still, hiding away, out of sight, out of mind. Please don't realize I'm right next to you as Anon. Nice turnaround there onto Demish. That's going to be a huge elimination for these two to clutch up because it is going to force Darm to stop right in his tracks. Edson and PHN now trying to reconsider if this is really the juice that they want to try and squeeze here, but it seems like they're feeling it. Healthy enough too to keep this action rolling.
Gotta be careful because they're dropping down, going after the chase. But that's inching closer and closer to Booga down below. Don't know where Braids is at. Hopefully he's getting his game started knowing that his teammate realistically can't do much. He's just listening to it all go down around. Even seeing the cam, bro, what do you want me to do? I'm just staying alive here. It's really up to Braids in this situation. But this might actually end up being a blessing for Booga because Fazen and Anon have just cleared out everybody for here as of now. So when they finally rotate away to try to look for more eliminations, all those scraps are going to be left over for Booga himself.
Just scary stuff there, seeing Anon even check inside the building, but man, Izzy, what a shot. Great knock there initially, and Anon invasion. You already called it, Jacob. It seems like they're content. They don't think there's anybody else left over from where that last little fight took place, so they'll take their bag and immediately begin their departure. Where to next? But for Bugha, that was still so much time to commit to in the early game phases. They are going to miss out on some early elimination opportunities, and when you are just so close with the rest of the competition on the cusp of top 6, it's just such a dangerous game to play.
Yeah, putting a lot of pressure on you to have a good placing game. Half of the points are top 6, and they get in big chunks of 5 after that inside of the top 5. Darm and Deemish, 369 plus points and counting. They're after Sky, they're after Scroll. This is AGAL with their backs up against the wall here in this 8th game. Does look like Scroll continuing to try to create distance. Sky is going to be nearby. Gets those barrels, trying to get the shield and HP back on up, but he realizes he's in a position so he can't necessarily help his teammate.
And the problem right now, Deemish and Darm, fortunately for Sky and Scroll, they won't continue to get chased too heavily just yet, but at the same time, they're not out of the thick of it just yet. Z-Dog, Goofy also nearby. Sky and Scroll could potentially get sandwiched if they're not careful. Izzy and Nosif just trying to see if they can rack up a 5th elimination here, possibly even 6. Oatly gonna be the first to fall. Now they're waiting to see if they can take out Spooks and eliminate Oceana entirely, but Spooks just dashing every which way around the box, but he can't escape it. Izzy and Nosif cleaning up Oatly and Spooks.
Oh my 8th place versus 9th place, and Izzy and Nosif took him out. They tie him up overall on the leaderboard, but they still now have to go on the chase. Z-Dog, Goofy, probably their next targets. Khan baited. They just need to not go down early, get a couple placement points, but it does look like Phoenix Retro going to do a good job, at least able to get one. Retro, almost scaring me there for a moment. Fall damage was looking real, but he's able to stay alive, even with his teammate going down.
That pump shot definitely saving his life currently, but Khan potentially hoping to get a little bit of revenge here for his duo. Retro goes up, and it's Khan who wins this exchange, but for how much longer? Faded also managing to reconnect with his duo, though. It was a nice little defensive effort, though. Out of Retro. It's just unfortunate stuff for NA West that the numbers just too overwhelming.
Yeah, just tried to go and be a hero. Sometimes you got to do what we're seeing a lot of these teams do, abandon ship, and now we get to see the other side of this Bugha Braidstorm. We know what Bugha's doing. He's on the other side of the map. The zone actually pulled towards him, and he bought Braids so much time, and rightfully so. Look at Braids' loadout, definitely putting himself in fighting form, but now he has to rotate back as a solo, and in the 5th zone. This is where you could potentially see things start to slow down. Teams don't want to risk their loadout, their game, their materials with the reboots turning off soon.
You would think as much, but for Izzy and Nosif, it looks like they're only just beginning. 7 eliminations already as a duo, and the fact that they ran straight towards the heart of Slurpee tells me that they want to be involved in as much of the action as they can find, as Panzer now realizing Yapko has been knocked, doesn't want to cost them this lobby every single match, just so crucial for their standing. They've got to start coming up with the big conversions. They're already playing with such aggressiveness because they know those elimination points are their best attempt at playing catch up with the leaderboard. But with 6 already underneath their belt, Panzer going to recognize the fact that it's just better to get out while we still can.
Ooh, nice shot from Izzy on a Darm, on the Demas, just making sure to take down one of the 2 at least, get 3 more points for the total. Don't always have to go for a wipe, but as you can see, top 16 teams remain. One more team going down here, which means placement points will start to set in and cascade more and more for each and every team that does fall from there on out. But we knew early on in this game, Taco, that the zone was pulling far on over towards the west. And so for Izzy and Nosif, getting these eliminations deep into the zone is helping because it's keeping them siphoned, not having to utilize their resources for medkits, and that way they can rotate the zone with relatively no stress.
And the other benefit too for Izzy and Nosif is that 4th place on the leaderboard, Yasin and Salva, they've already been fully eliminated. So that is going to be a primo chance now for those 2 to just continue to climb, knowing that 2 direct competitors in placements above them have been wiped from the lobby. They just got to keep trekking forward, one step after the next. Khan faded. they have the luxury of knowing that they're a bit more secure in their leaderboard standing.
Те Ultimate е така 4 игри, които са умерили 20. Ако ги нямаха тези 4 игри, къде умираха 20, те кола 100%.
Like a lot of players are feeling that pressure. It's almost like mental gymnastics when you're on top side of the leaderboard. Do I continue to do what got me this far, or do I try to change things up, play a little safe, and not take those big risks? We'll definitely see how this one continues to play out. As we jump on board, Bugha and Braids actually rotating towards the north, steamy stacks. They're trying to get a lot of that extra loot. We do know there's many machines nearby. As long as they have the gold, definitely not going to be too pressed to try to make their way on out, or at least not just yet.
Problem for Bugha and Braids, though, is that they keep having to reboot one after the other, and not only that, but they're more so trapped. It feels like they're hostages at Steamy Stacks, especially with two other teams a little bit more center position, kind of holding them at bay, and they're not the only ones getting held back by the lobby. Right now, Sky, Scroll, all eyes on you, and not for the right reasons. Izzy and Nosip trying to see if they can take out even more of their competitors. And of course, with Galit and Shari also applying the pressure, the builds are just getting burnt thin at such a fast rate here. Sky and Scroll are forced to fall back even further towards that edge of zone, and that's going to put them in a rather exposed position because A, they've still got to try and make it in, but B, there's other teams trickling in behind them.
Yeah, it's just making it hard for them to try to survive. Yap goes there on the other side. Sky actually going full aggressive, knowing that Scroll is there to back him up. Instead of just using the med kit to trying to push another player off their position. Panzer, the Ivcho actually run into Bugha. His teammates already down. Reboots are about to turn off. Bugha, no! This is the 4-point lead. This is the team in 6th place, and now it's all up to Braids.
The only silver lining currently is that it is top 15, so it might only be 3, but something to contribute.
Oh no.
Nail biter position for Braids. He just won't be able to see it through. Sky and Scroll immediately picking him off. And a big punish potentially, but a most definite shakeup going to take place after this lobby, depending on what happens next. And all I can think about is Izzy and Nosip with 7 eliminations already. Bugha and Braids were initially the duo to shove them just outside of that top 6 contention point, and now they might be able to get their lick back in this game.
It is definitely going to be their best chance. Not only Bugha and Braids, but some other competition like Oatly and Spooks are already out of the way. But it's not just Izzy and Nosif that have been progressively climbing up that leaderboard. They have a good shot, sitting in 11th place so far. 209 points, definitely going to need to step it up, but anything is definitely possible. Khan and Faded, they're looking up toward the high ground. Anon and Vazen, they're the ones in the line of sight. But this is where you got to realize, can't bite off more than you can chew. Any one of these one moment, they're going from one target to the next, just trying to hunt to see who makes a mistake that they can capitalize on.
But if anything, Khan and Faded have certainly proven that they've got a lot of bite behind their bark. And well, Izzy, Nosif, reviewing back to whether or not these two are going to be able to find yet another elimination. All depends on Sky and Scroll them into a safe spot to begin with. These guys are just applying steady pressure, making sure to stick low. No one else really able to get good shots in, but Izzy and Nosif not getting a taste of their own medicine even. Think about what was happening against the likes of Sky and Scroll earlier, and now they're on the receiving end of it.
I'm not sure if this is calculated by Sky and Scroll, but they took down Bugha and Braids, or helped that be a possibility. They're pressuring Izzy and Nosif, and the reason why that's important, because those are the closest teams that could pass them up on the leaderboard. As Panzer continues to steamroll here in this game, along with Gapco, they take down another team up above. Gone feeling the same pain. It's Izzy and Nosif's world, though. We're just living in it.
And Izzy and Nosif, they are certainly feeling themselves right now, but Goofy, Z-Dog, they've managed to overtake it. 264 points. That's going to put Bugha and Braids just outside. So top 6, still most certainly.
Край.
And Sky as a
Направо
solo.
няма гледам повече.
9 builds left to his name.
Няма гледам повече, брат.
Such a rapid rate. He's going to have to find an elimination somehow, some way. Hopefully another player just a little bit more injured. Knight just on the other side of his wall. Same intentions though, but for Knight, much better positioning in terms of points.
Much less pressure that he's feeling. is even looking up, seeing what's going down. Full team trying to pressure. It might not be something he wants to get his hands full with just yet.
Sky 2 метра 0, мат, 0.
Not only playing for his teammate Sky, not only playing for their coach, but playing for AGAL, the club championship. And he has no builds left. Essentially looking for a miracle. Faded. I do believe he might be by himself as well. That could be an opportunity for him, but he's lurking back. Izzy and Nosif, they have the numbers, but Scott, you have the time.
He's got the visual audio cues, but the moment that he looks one way, immediately faded. Finds him at a separate line of sight. That is such an unfortunate ending here for Sky and Scroll. And now teams are top 6 and 7 currently duking it out to see whether or not they can overtake each other. Top 5 completely exposed currently. It all depends on whether or not Izzy and Nosa can find another victory royale in this competition.
OCE on high ground again, 279 points and counting. They're essentially going toe-to-toe with Izzy and Nosif to try to keep themselves inside of that bubble, but Izzy's gonna feel the pain. Big shot's gonna land, drop to 68 HP. Yapko again, him and Panzer have been taking names off the top of the leaderboard one by one.
But it's Z-Dog and Goofy who are quite literally at the top of this lobby currently. They've got the full benefit of that Eagle Eye overview, but Izzy, he loses Nosif. He'll at least get the clean exchange here. That elimination onto Yapko. The Siphon backs back. PH Sin has fallen, and just like that, every bit of material you could possibly want or need to keep Izzy targeting forward. But the max pulls, Jacob, they're just so vicious for everyone.
And right now, Izzy's 10 elimination solo run still has over 200 mats, trying to stay ahead of the zone, looking back at the Coyote, but he's going to grapple his way to safety. Down below, Ruin his duo. They're going to try to put pressure upward. Vocal is
Way too easy.
Izzy, what is this madness? Cringe on the
Оле-ле. Толк ноги вправо. Едно, две. Ще го пушим с добра. 70 лайт, 200 кръв. 6 била. Оле-ле, брат, какво? Holy fuck, брат.
Those huge eliminations, they have got to have overtaken pretty substantially on that leaderboard.
I told you, Seven. I told you the players are not the only ones.
Бахти, bro.
Pressure. I feel like every single moment, every single tournament that we play, there's always one of these moments where we just watch it, a masterclass performance, but it's
OC team window
that deserve the credit. Throughout the course of the game, they pass Booga and Braids, they win the game, so you gotta imagine where they're at the leaderboard.
I'm just still trying to take it all in, what just took place there though. You see one, you see the next, but this man did a full 360, blocking off with the ramp perfectly, and to find a third elimination strung together. Jacob, I've got to hear what these guys are saying.
Брата, ако го беше хвършал между другото направо.
How many mats did you give him? Like 100. Nice,
Calm, cool, collected. I'm not even sure they realize winning that game puts them inside of the bubble.
It's just Goofy was almost at the same level of disbelief as us, Jacob. 1 HP. 1 HP for Izzy, and he was still able to make it happen. That is a whole different kind of flow state that we have seen on today's competition.
My head explodes.
Let's see the leaderboard. Can и Ферите overtake Z-Dog и Goofy са third place right now. Клоу е 295. Sky Scroll падат. Не. Буга, брейците надолу вече и Йолти нямат шанс. Има демът, вече е много труден. Изи нокив. Ти коша. Втори с 14 кила. Яп, Панзер много зле, брат. Не очаквах. Те всяка игра правят килове даже, ама. Те Вейдан и Анон също към края се изнервиха и правят неща, ама. Прайс пула се увеличава по $250 на всеки плейс.
It's a pleasant surprise in terms of how close everything actually is.
Just unreal scenes. How do you even hold your nerve in that kind of circumstance? Jacob, we've still got to take a second here to think about what we even want to say, but I know Zeke's got plenty of words on the scene.
We absolutely do. We had to take a moment here to catch up with SAUL, Faded and Con, performing huge. Gentlemen, how are you guys feeling? You guys are in the top 6 right now. Feeling good, feeling strong. Your job's not done, but you guys are doing incredible here right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's our first Epic launch, so the expectations aren't really... I mean, we have expectations, obviously, but there's no pressure, really. So we're just playing our game, and it's obviously working out pretty well.
So you're not affected at all. If you guys are just saying, hey, there's no pressure, no expectations, is that actually freeing for you?
Yeah, I don't have pressure. Like, I'm playing like normal, and we just play our game mode.
How are you guys feeling about Reload? Like, if you're saying there's no pressure, there's a lot of big names here you guys are fighting against and beating. Does that feel any different? Does that feel like, oh, it's just me at home, just doing more of what I do?
Yeah, I mean, the qualifier that we played, which was like qualifier 2 where we qualified, it was the exact same thing. We just played our game. It doesn't matter who's in the lobby. It's the same thing.
Is there anyone in the lobby that you think, man, if that was them and we knew it was them, it might make you shake a little bit, or do you not care?
Oh, I don't care, actually.
That's so crazy. How does it feel to be part of SAUL, man? You guys are representing them. You guys are showing up. The fans are going crazy for you. Would you say anything to them?
Yeah, I want to shout out everyone that's supporting us. Thank you all, and also for Seoul for letting us represent them and doing well in this tournament.
Yeah. What?
Same question. How do you feel about representing Seoul?
Good, very good.
Anything you want to say to the fans?
Yeah, no.
Okay, too shy. That's okay. Final question for you. Obviously, like I said, job's not done. What's the plan for the last few games? Is it still just like, hey, man, let's just do what we do?
Yeah, I mean, if it's working, why change it?
Is it the plan the same for you as well?
Yeah, it's probably the same. We just see next games.
I love that, guys. Well, hey, best of luck in the later half of the competition. Remember, job's not done. Stay locked in. Thank you so much for right now. We'll see what else is going on at EWC.
Втори пръком се появява тук, брат. Бахте много. Звука ми бойна заради това шмотка. Даже. Гледа, няма звук. То са мютнат някакси.
Yeah, it's Lutti here from the crowd. I'm here with the family, dad and son, Guillaume and...
Ще игра след като свършат двете игри.
You're doing fine?
Yeah, very.
You're gonna go for French, don't worry, bro. So I have a few questions, I'm gonna ask them in French, and they're gonna answer in French, and then I gotta translate for you guys. Première question, du coup, est-ce que c'était la première fois que tu venais voir un événement e-sport?
Oui, tout à fait. Première fois qu'on vient à un événement comme celui-ci. Très sympathique.
So I asked him, is it the first time you see an esports event? He said, yeah, it's the first time, and it's really chill and really cool to watch, actually. Est-ce qu'aujourd'hui, tu comprends un petit peu mieux ce qui se passe sur Fortnite, du coup, quand tu vois les games, ou ça va trop vite?
Oh, complètement. J'arrive mieux à comprendre les heures que mon fils passe à jouer à ce jeu. Et je trouve que c'est une bonne chose d'être venu pour me rendre compte de tout ça, exactement.
So I asked him if he understands better and better the game after the games goes, and he's like, yeah, I actually got it really better game after game, and I now know what my son put so much and effort in these games because it looks pretty impressive. Théo, petite question, toi tu joues beaucoup à Fortnite, c'est un jeu sur lequel tu es assez fort. T'en es où pour l'instant dans ton niveau de jeu, et là ta journée aujourd'hui, est-ce que toi aussi c'est un de tes premiers events e-sport?
Ouais, c'est un de mes premiers événements e-sport et voilà. Hein.
Et t'as un bon niveau sur le jeu?
Ouais, pas mal.
Ivchou,
tu sais dire combien t'as mis d'heures sur le jeu ou...
Non, je sais pas trop.
Okay, so I asked him, like, is this his first event spot as well? And he said yes. Did he play a lot of Fortnite before? He said yes, of course. And how many hours did you put? And he's like, I can count, so I don't know. Maintenant, est-ce que ça fait plaisir de partager ce moment avec ton père, du coup, de pouvoir justement lui présenter, lui, pour une fois, c'est toi qui lui apprends des trucs un peu.
Ouais, ça fait super plaisir.
So I asked him, like, is this a good feeling for you to help your father to understand your games now? Because he's here today and he come with you. And he said, yeah, it's really cool. And for first time, it's me explaining him something and not the opposite.
Goofy and Sea-Dog are able to get that victory royale. But ladies and gentlemen, it's all about easy with the clutch, because that was a clutch. And am I saying this right? Like, he left us.
Yo,
That's
wait, hold on a minute.
He became bad.
Brother, you're supposed to be over here, man. What's good? Ah, man.
The clutch
take his job, us.
Kelly, the clutch factor from Easy off the chain.
I mean, my goodness. You hear him now, and we're going to be screaming on this desk right now. Izzy and Nosov absolutely crazy, going on a tear as a solo clutch. And we all thought it was done. We all thought he was over. He literally was down to 1 HP and still able to clutch it out. Minnie, welcome to the desk. How you liking it?
I mean, I'm loving it. The vibes are great. Can we have a desk like this every time? I mean, we got fans behind. We got Vivid as well. Oh, I mean, that end game is worthy of the hype. Izzy, I genuinely thought with that momentum that he was getting towards the end there, he was going to do it. It was like, yeah, everything was against him. The odds are against him. But it's Izzy. He's in that situation, and he just couldn't quite make it happen.
Now, win or not, that's one of the greatest clutches in Fortnite history. I mean, on we rarely see a player just single-handedly decide, I am not done in this game. I'm taking down anyone in front of him. The amount of times he's in front of a duo where you're like, there's two people in his box. I mean, how on earth does he come out of these on top? A phenomenal performance, one of the best you will ever see.
Honestly, we were all so hyped up watching that, and him being able to clutch it up too. We talk about the clutch factor for the longest time. I'm just happy we finally got a chance to see it from some of these players that actually needed to do it, right? Especially from this duo, because with that performance, once we end up seeing the overall, they might end up jumping all the way into top 6, which top 6 are going to get a chance to go to the match point finals. Talking about a duo that's actually not here on the first page, Minnie, I want to go with you actually, because we saw this from the get-go too, and it's none other than Booga and Braids. It seems like they were just playing too passive. They did come into this match in the top 6, but I don't think that's going to be the case after this one.
Yeah, they needed to hang on in that game, and they couldn't do it really. We thought they were sort of cooking up a really interesting strat. They were all the way out in the water. I thought, yeah, maybe this is their time to really have a good game, but I want to look at these highlights. Izzy solo clutch, endgame highlights in general, but it's all about the main man, Izzy.
I mean, you could just tell that everyone right now is desperate. Everyone's trying to make a play. We can no longer have these safe, low elimination games. People need to be playing out of their mind if they want to get these coveted elimination points. That's 4 points per. Who cares about the win if you're able to get 30 points from just eliminations, Levin?
I mean, when he was in some of these moments, you're sort of looking at it and thinking, eventually, surely someone's going to get. This one here was just disgusting, unbelievable. 1 HP and a dream, and I mean, sometimes you just get a player who just is in flow state. Nothing can stop them, and that is what we saw there.
Also, big shout outs to Z-Dog. He actually won the game, and I feel like we're kind of foregoing that right now. It's obvious when you have such an incredible moment like that you do have to look to Izzy for that incredible solo clutch. But Z-Dog, representing the OCE region, definitely showing that he deserves to be up here as well. So we gotta give him some praise.
It was funny actually, I saw Z-Dog and Goofy actually go up to Oatly and Spooks after they won a game, so I reckon they've got a few tips how to play that height effectively, and they Oatly and Spooks ended up winning. So
и трябва резка му лайв стрима, ма после ще го направя после да игра соло.
So good to see them performing here as well.
Yeah, and for Sea-Dog and Goofy, it's a good bounce back too from the performance that we were seeing of them at the beginning of the day too. It's not what we were expecting, but now we're also seeing those major teams, major players too that we wanted to see finally starting to show up. There you go. We got the right one working. But I want to see the overall too, because the overall is going to be able to tell us a lot. We only have 2 matches left. We're going to be able to decide which top 6 teams are going to be going into match point finals. Before this, all these duels got ready to for top 7. That's not the case anymore. As you can see there, top 6 between 6th place and 7th place, Kelly, only separated by just 5 points.
And we know just how much these games can change. We just saw a team in the bottom 10 being able to clutch out crazy amounts of points, and that can happen time and time again. Just look how close these players are right now. Yasin Salvatore, who had such a good start to the day, currently sitting at 295 points. But of course, Sky and Scroll, not within qualification, but just 5 points behind Levin. There's just too many opportunities for anyone to break into the top 6.
I just saw Khan and Faded's coach, Bloodex, and he was walking past and he quickly just went, Sky and Scroll ain't calling. I said, oh no, man, what are you on about, Sky and Scroll? He said, Khan and Faded, I don't know, them brothers are not qualifying. So again, the pressure is high going into these final 2 games for AGAL, Sky and Scroll. I mean, we can talk all day about how this isn't where we expect them to be in the flow of the game, but what matters now is what they need to do to actually make sure they are in that top 6 by the end of it.
And luckily for them, they do have a bit of a gap too to 8th place, so they're not gonna be feeling the pressure from as much, right? From Booga, from Cringe, from Oatly and Spooks as well, but it's all about catching up to that top 6.
Yeah, not as much pressure, but when you think back to how they performed on Spawn, it's been mixed when they've been contested in later stages of tournaments. They've gone down in those situations early on. They've also won out in other situations, so really interested to see how those guys end up coming out of this game. And on the bottom half of the leaderboard, things are looking pretty rough for a lot of these teams. Interested to see how these guys actually now come back in the last stage of competition.
I mean, you say pretty rough, but 221 points for 11th place is just, what, 80 points behind 6th place? So that is a victory royale with, what, 5 eliminations? And obviously that counts for everyone else to go down early, but we've seen a lot of our top teams have rough games, even at the very end. Even when they are snowballing, we cannot just be sure just yet. So, although I don't know if it's necessarily likely that any of these teams in the second page are going to get into the top 6, I wouldn't say that it is impossible.
I was looking at one team that you actually brought up earlier, Levin, and it's none other than with Japco and Panzer. They're at 183 points. That's going on right with the top 6. Top 6 right now is 295. We've seen duos being able to get 100+ points, and they've been able to bounce back too. Remember, first time we talked about them today was because they were at the bottom of the leaderboard. Do you believe that this squad, that this duo might have what it takes to actually jump up that leaderboard?
Do I think these guys can almost do a Dharma Demish of yesterday where they get like an 18 bomb? Probably not.
Fair enough. I think it's fair enough too, especially with only 2 games to go, right? What is one duo that you're currently looking at and you're wondering, okay, this is what they need to do to make it into top 6 that are outside of top 6?
I mean, Sky and Scroll, just win the off spawn. If they are going to get contested right now, make sure you don't go down early, because not only is it important for them, it's important for AGAL as well. The door is open for them overall in the club championship standings. Sky and Scroll, you got to make it happen.
Booga, Braids, I talked to you guys at the start of the day. You guys are close. We know that you can do it. We know that the Lion might be sleeping right now, but once he wakes up, he will be roaring. And of course, currently in place, he is just a few points behind him, and Braids have proven themselves time and time again, getting the last spot to EWC Reload Elite Series, and they do not want their run to end here, to end now. And I don't think it will.
I've got a message to
Survival stage Ultra Finals.
Unconventional. I'm not finding myself speaking to Middle East duos often, but this is a team who has been so impressive today. Don't slip at the final hurdle. Continue to prove people that your region is worthy of the spots. Hold on in these last couple games.
For all these players, it's not the time to hide. It's the time for you to shine, as we're going to be heading into the final 2 matches of survival stage here at Fortnite World Championship at EWC 26. Taco, Jacob, it's about to get intense.
It's already been so intense too. That's the craziest part to think about, but I love how the analysts were able to just really touch on the fact, Jacob, that these teams that are currently sitting in that 7th and 8th position, specifically Sky and Scroll, they know what it's like to be in these types of kind of choke points, and they've been contested before. When everything was on the line, when it really came down to the wire, and they had their metal tested, they were able to overcome and overtake in Majors 1 and Major 2. All of those experiences, though, from the first 2 majors of the year, culminating into this moment, because you have to anticipate that they are likely going to be contested off spawn. They are likely going to try and be chased down by other duos that don't want them to make it through into tomorrow's competition. And for a team like Yasin and Salva, they've just got to overcome every obstacle in their way.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Even Braids getting taken down right out of the gates. Booga being left by himself, something that we saw at the start of that last game. And it wasn't even necessarily them going down in the early portions.
Survival stage,
zones that caught him off guard. Retro down below, great damage onto Spooks, trying to go for the elimination, but big shots. He's going to take him down. That's going to be a big knock. And that one immediately kind of gets stolen away. Deemish, that's his second one so far of the game, but he falls. That's Skrull and Sky. I think they realize what is at stake, the 5-point differential, and that anything can happen at any moment. So you got to start taking part of these early games.
Good coverage there from Skrull, though, while he continues to apply some pressure against Khan. And while Khan was a little bit more directly able to pick up some of those leftover goodies, it's not like he's in a position to keep that aggression going. Same case scenario for Skrull. He's realized that there's no point in sticking around any longer. It's just not worth the risk this early on. They've got at least one elimination. You'd rather try to reconvene with Sky and see what else they can pick up.
Yeah, you can kind of see Goofy not too far away. The Sin and Salvatore, it almost seems like they're preparing some sort of crash pad play. Goofy's going for the initial lurk. Not sure if he got spotted out, but you know his teammate's trying to close the distance. He made it inside of the building, unspotted so far. Yassine still hasn't got the memo up until now. Goofy goes for a shot, but he misses that opportunity. Both teammates trying to crash to make sure that they have their teammates back, but Sea-Dog gets there first. He gets that first drop, making sure Salvatore cannot return to save the day.
Okay, Yasin eliminated, that's fine. You can still reboot. Just don't let the panic start to consume you, because it can be tough getting outside of your own head in these circumstances when you are starting to really feel the pressure, the lobby closing in on you. Still, they've got a chance, and it's worth trying to push through it. Jojo Fishy and Aoxy. Unfortunately, the day has just not been whatsoever in their favor. But for Mshari and Kalen, they still have a chance. Slim as it might be, they cannot afford to stumble against the likes of Jojo Fishy. They need to confirm every single one of these eliminations that they can rack up.
And just a couple rare misses coming out. Opportunities going out the window. Skrull is down here for a moment. That's first place. Going ahead and getting the drop onto at least one, leaving Sky by himself. And this is just the battle for the leaderboard. Goofy and Z-Dog feeling the pressure. Not sure if Shadow and Virgo got the memo, but they could end this run in this game.
For Shadow and Virgo, there's just too many other teams looking their way over at Slurpy Swamp. They don't want to be the ones caught in the middle of it all. Z-Dog and Goofy just purely benefiting off of that last victory royale. It was such a big swing towards their standings on the leaderboard. Sky, Skrull though, able to get a bit of an indirect assist out of Volko. They were trying to deal with Khan and Faded simultaneously. Instead, it's only going to be Faded trying to escape, but he's having to block off multiple angles here. And with Sky still looking to try and barrel into his position, Faded on his last bits of HP, doing everything in his power to try and fight back, but Sky's going to finally get the closing shots here. So what it initially haunted Skrull from the starting point, not getting that elimination onto Khan, not closing out that engagement entirely, having it kind of turned against him. Now this is where they can get a little bit of space to work with.
Yeah, and with those eliminations there, that puts AGAL, Sky and Skrull inside of that bubble. But Salvatore, you see, get an elimination, pushing him right back on out. That's just how close this leaderboard actually is. Throughout the course of the game, they're going to be stealing away that spot, but all that matters is where you finish at the end of the day, and Salvatore is going to get finished off, knocked and deleted out of this one. Luckily for him, his teammate is still alive, so he's not out completely. He just has to figure out where he's going to drop down next.
This might be the worst possible position, though, for Yasin and Salva, because when you have such strong present duos like Darm and Deemish, who are in very cozy spots on that leaderboard, you begin to wonder if you're really going to be able to escape, because the moment that Darm and Deemish see that, they might be thinking to themselves, well, why deal with these guys? Why not just get rid of them right away? Because they've clearly been heating up ever since yesterday's competition. They've done an excellent job at representing the Middle East.
One of the greats from their region, putting them on the map here. Izzy and Nosif as well. 302, kind of quiet game. Trying to make sure they don't put too big of a target on their back, especially after one of the craziest clutches we've seen in quite a long time. Volko and Cringe 246 points as well, trying to climb up that leaderboard. And that's going to be the thing here, is you don't have to necessarily push yourself inside of the bubble with this game here, but you have to push yourself close, so the last and final one of the day matters.
That was a tough flyover banner, though, seeing that Shadow and Virgo are the first duo eliminated from game number 9. Everything spot, but hey, Darm, Dimish,
защо е сам тук, брат?
Still catching up. They got their first place spot taken away. 7 eliminations here. I want to say they're even so close to trying to take it back, depending on how many eliminations Con and Faded actually do have. 3 so far, so they are keeping it close to the top side of the leaderboard. Even Scroll taking part. That's, I believe, that might be the 3rd or more elimination of this game, just showing the constant action and the players that are going for it.
Everybody just trying to be super proactive. Just great understandings across the board that if you're not able to track down at least 4 or 5 eliminations on top of a strong placement finish, someone else is likely going to pass you up. And for Scroll, every single one of these components really factoring in pretty heavily here, not just towards their overall standing, but the mental positioning too.
Saw that replay on the elimination to Retro. Phoenix still up. He's towards the outside of the scene. And Salvatore still here towards the backside of the zone. In Slurpee Swamp, like you said in a few games before, there's so many extra heals. You can basically take your time. Izzy, no sip. I did see them get an elimination in the feed, but you can see Izzy kind of the scratches are feeling deep here on this one. No sip not able to crash pad on out. Realizing Izzy is in complete danger. He might not necessarily try to drop down and be the hero, but he is lurking around to at least throw a punch their way.
Khaled going to become the new target, though, for Anon and Basin, so NoSip will be able to provide some coverage, but at the same time, Anon and Basin could still pose a pretty big threat here, and for Izzy and NoSip, they have already suffered early elimination status in earlier lobbies, and after just having broken into that top 6, they do not want to experience what it's like having to sit and wait, figure out where your standing is actually going to measure up by the end of the lobby, and then depend exclusively on that game 10 performance.
See the leaderboard on the side. 6th place is where you want to be when the day is over. That is AGAL, Sky, and Scroll. 299 points. Salvatore and Yassine 1 point away, 298. And then Booga and Braids that have 1 point in this tournament were inside of the top 6, 253. Obviously from there, that's where the gap does open up, 7th and 8th place. But if you have that Izzy and NoSif type performance, that Darm and Dimish type performance, it is almost no worries to bring it to the last game and give yourself a chance.
I'm gonna keep it a stack with you though, Jacob. Asking anybody to do what Izzy just actually accomplished, I don't know. That's Yasin just continuing to get picked apart here by Dimish and Darm. They are just like hawking them down every single corner, not allowing any kind of a safety net to be provided at Slurpee Swamp, even with Yasin and Salva sticking around, trying to play through the storm, hoping that eventually Dimish and Darm are gonna bail out of dodge, and it's just not going to be the case. And for Booga, Braids, Z-Dog, Goofy just overhead. A lot of problems looming right now.
Yeah, I think it's too risky to try to go for a fight. We are in the 5th zone, moving into the 6th. One more, reboots will turn off. But that is kind of the direct competition right above them. Z-Dog, Goofy, 3rd place, 330 points. So Booga and Braids might need to start looking for eliminations here, unless they're hoping to stay consistent in back-to-back games.
Going in 9th, glad that we're getting a nice little opportunity to check in what Zillion Boys been up to, but Darm and Dimish going to preoccupy the space instead as Aoxy eliminated one more time. Just brutal fixations here out of Darm and Dimish. It seems like they were not content with watching Con and Faded overthrow them in that 1st place position, and they are immediately trying to make up for lost time here. 10 eliminations already, 30 points alone, just off the starting phase of this match. And for Con and Faded, they're trying to match the pace, but it's just not easy. Darm and Dimash just have such a firm grasp on these teams that are getting smothered over towards the center of the map.
Yeah, they're literally closing the gap before placement points even start to set in. Through eliminations alone, 30 points with those 10 eliminations for Darm and Dimash, and you see them kind of rotating towards the side. We are in the 6th zone. Now it would be disastrous to go down. You will be able to get rebooted back in the game, but where will you land? What loadout will you have? It's going to be a whole nother question. Sky and Scroll in the distance, Booga and Braids. I talked about them already positioned themselves relatively early inside of this zone, and so far it is working out in terms of placement.
Loadouts, though, a little bit tough. A little bit harder to work with, but they can at least take their time. They've got a good indication of where the rest of the lobby is sort of sizing up, and well, they're just going to be hoping for a favorable pull here as Oakley dropping in hot, but he'll be able to at least touch down. The problem is, look at what he's in between two completely healthy teams, and they won't have any issues whatsoever with wiping him out yet again.
I'm just thinking, did he go on respawn fast enough? That's going to be the biggest question. It was literally seconds there that he did have an opportunity. And I do believe the answer to that is yes. Oakley back into the game, but for how long? Might be another question. Dimash getting one. Faded trying to keep up. They're trailing roughly 5 eliminations or so to Darm and Dimash, who are now on 12 eliminations, continuing to light up the leaderboard, and it's making it easier for them to catch up to first place, because now Faded has just been eliminated by Phoenix and Retro. Khan gets his get back, getting one, but now at what cost? Because he's a solo.
Can't help but think that Darm and Dimash are trying to beat their own record after yesterday. 18 might not have been enough. 12 already just tells me that they might be going for the full 20 or even better still. It's just a very tall ask though right now. We're baited to continue holding down that number one position. Either way, Sky and Scroll, they're finding a whole different type of demon here because they need every single point that they can acquire. They have to ensure that they are within that top 6. There is just so much riding on this competition. They cannot be eliminated. The club championship points being at stake, but for Yasin and Salva, they'll be happy to collect on that elimination towards Khan.
And this is the team that we're watching on the line. 6th place for Yasin and Salvatore. Good elimination there. It's going to mean they can hold on to it just a little bit longer. But Darm and Dimash, a 13th elimination of this game. They already have the record for the weekend so far, and they're just trying to break it, take away that first place spot. Sky and Scroll, though, a team that you do have to watch out for. They're playing right now to try to go ahead and put themselves inside of that bubble. 3 eliminations so far, doing a good job of closing that gap. But they still have more work to go because the placement points so far in this tournament have been the difference maker.
But they did beat the rest of the pack towards that front side position. They are starting to open up a couple of edits here, trying to see whether or not they can actually convert a knock or an elimination along the way. And hey, they might just let Darm and Dimash do all the dirty work for them. As long as they stay on that ultimate low ground, stick towards that front side position, they continue looking back at some of these teams that are just getting absolutely beaten up along the way. They're trying to rotate, but Darm and Dimash just non-stop dropping bodies out of the sky.
Yeah, you see Izzy and Nosif. They probably see the feed. They see what Darm and Dimash is doing, so they're just trying to fall underneath the radar, not become a target by any means. Goofy and Z-Dog as well, 4 eliminations, trying to keep their top 3 spot intact with a good game here. Sky and Scroll continue to get aggressive. They're not playing for top 3, they're playing for top 6 as of now. You can see them and Yasin and Salvatore with eliminations, kind of stealing the spot away from each other as this game does continue to move on.
Definitely going to need a refresh soon enough, though. The material count could be a bit healthier. And as things start to really trickle in, frontside position, separating layers too. Looking down, they might be able to get an opening shot off onto either Toyota Yumo or Zidon Goofy, but their intention is clear. It's just to stay one step ahead of everyone else and continue to lock down the front side.
Yeah, even shockwaving into the same box, going into the zone because they're willing to sacrifice that HP to get themselves a good and safe spot. Goofy and Z-Dog probably doing the same
Yeah,
thing.
Goofy, Z-Dog, wall.
New team on high ground though. Cringe and Voko, they have the rocket. They're shooting down. Darman Demas with their initial target, but it's Sky and Scroll that you have to wonder how they're going to finish in this game. 3 eliminations, playing for more than just themselves. We're talking about the Falcons AGAL Club Championship. If they don't survive this survival stage, they're almost giving it up.
Just waiting to see whether or not somebody else is going to end up dropping to where they were at. But for right here, right now, Deemish and Darm looming overhead, continuing to pose such a big threat here. But it's Knight and Gone who have been eliminated. That's one team that is inside of that top 6. So a little bit of cracks beginning to show in some of our competitors here, but for Dharma and Deemish, it is full steam ahead. Booga, Braids doing what they can to muster up a little bit of that front side positioning, but Nosif and Izzy, one of the last teams you want to encounter right now with the way that they've been firing off, but still low on the material count.
Salvatore goes down. Yassine is out. That is 6th place. They have just been eliminated out of this game. Darm and Deemish given the helping hand, but they go down immediately after. Koyota and Yuma, Team Zeta on high ground, wreaking havoc with the rocket launcher as well. Cringe and Voko trying to make a comeback be possible. 279 points and counting, but there's still too many juggernauts in their path, including Izzy and Nosif, but they are out of builds.
Izzy, Nosif.
Oh, Izzy and Nosif are going to go down.
This is tragic right now for Izzy and Nosif. Just like that, their flame has been doused, but for Sky and Scroll now contending with Booga and Braids. They're going to try to each other, but Booga, Braids, they've got the advantage of staying nestled inside of their box. Sky trying to get aggressive. He doesn't have any materials left over whatsoever. Recognizes that Tollman is also all by himself, but Braids, Booga, they needed a big win. Sky has been taken out. AGAL will just have to watch on to see who's actually going to come out on top.
All of their competition is already gone. More than half the placement points still left. Big Elim there underneath, but Booga's going to get dropped. Top 3 performance so far has been secured, but Braids, the only solo left alive for his team. I believe it's Yuma on the other side is the other one with Koyota. The duo looking strong. Tamat on the other side. The inter-region battle here. Tamat hoping for a miracle. Both of them are just on slivers of HP.
Koyota, Yuma,
today. Koyota and Yuma take the game.
A little bit of friendly presence from the same region, but for Koyota and Yuma, they have been here before, and they are looking to lock this one down. They desperately needed this performance too, Jacob, because this victory royale just put them within that striking range of the top 6.
Yeah, they started this game in about 11th place. And throughout the course of that game, we saw Gon and Knight go down, which were 4th place. We saw Yassine and Salvatore go down in 6th place. We saw Sky and Scroll as well, who are in
Почнем с апдейтного играта. Оп. Юма и Койот имат шанс. Бой, брейците, Sky Scroll, Easy Nokif, Gone и Knight са 329 почти. Трите тима. Визи Док и Goofy им трябва 10-20 точки, maybe.
Looking at Con and Faded, Darm and Deemish, but everything else feels up for grabs because from Z-Dog and Goofy all the way down to where Booga and Braids are at, everything is just too close. The margin of error is just so slim.
Yeah, and that's a big one there for Yuma and Koyota. They were kind of struggling to make it past that top 8 placing throughout the day. Multiple 8s, multiple 9s. You throw a 12 and a 13 in there as well. But in that last game,
they got place, which was good, showing that upward progression
and then eventually continuing that trend with a victory royale. Unfortunately enough, though, the biggest downfall of that entire situation is they only got 4 eliminations, so only 12 actual elimination points, only 72 points to try to close that gap.
But the most ridiculous thing to think about right now is that we have 3 separate teams all tied up with the exact same amount of points. Sky and Scroll, Izzy and Nosif, Gone and Knight, all currently sitting at 329 points apiece. And when you think about the fact that they are our 4th through 6th place teams, Yasin and Salva just outside of that with 322, Cringe, Volko, Booga, Braids also tied up at 304. This last matchup is going to determine these teams' fates for tomorrow.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I feel like only the top 3 are safe as of now. From what we've been witnessing, teams, even when you go down in 12th place, that's only 12 placement points. There is still 48 on the board, more than enough to close the gap at any turn. Tamat Mofu making it deep into that last game, trying to give himself a heroic one, which could, in theory, still be possible. They have to take out their closest competition and then maybe end with a certain number of eliminations. So it's a little bit out of their control, but still a possibility. I'm a man with dreams, Taco.
I think so is AGAL. They're hoping that they're not losing theirs along the way, but we'll get more insight onto what happens next with some of these club championship points, because right now we've all got to take a breather, so we'll be right back.
We have a new matchup over in the STC arena, and as Falcons are now officially out of the competition, it's time to dive into the implications that could have to our CC leaderboard. Because right now, Vitality are facing off against Team Spirit. Things are neck and neck currently, but what we're really focusing on is whether or not Vitality can get that win. If they do, they are back in the discussion when it comes to the top of our CC leaderboard, because over at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, they also have Pac, who's now made his way through to the quarterfinals. Another opportunity for Vitality continue pushing through the competition and potentially get some more points. And to cap it all off, when it comes down to our stage, if we're already looking to finals, Vitality are already there. Falcons are already there, and AGAL are looking to make their way there as well, which means it could come down to our stage as one of the deciding moments for the club championship. Of course, as we know, we'll keep you updated on everything.
The stakes have never been greater. We just saw there on that leaderboard mini, 4th to 6th, all tied on 329 points. The teams just outside of that, from 7th to 9th, all in just about a 20-point range. It's going to get crazy in this final game.
I mean, 7th place team's only 7 points away from that 6th place as well. It's honestly too close to call. This is survival stage at its finest right now, because there'll be teams that will be upset at the end of today. There'll be keys that are getting crushed that maybe shouldn't be getting crushed if we were to look at teams on paper. Sky and Scroll, one of them, what a performance right there. They still haven't put themselves ahead of everyone else. They keep giving us reasons to get scared about them.
They're making it really close to a mini. I mean, look at some of those teams on the outside, right? Yasa, Salvo. I mean, they were in the top 6 for most of the day. It felt like they were this, Middle East redemption arc, really just going to secure their spot, and they've just slipped outside.
And unfortunately, this is exactly what they were doing in their groups as well. They had a really good start, a bit of a decent middle, and then things just started to fall off towards the end. So when it comes down to them, I'm hoping that they can learn from their mistakes and hopefully find a little bit more success here in this last game.
Let's talk about our region a bit. Cringe and Vocal in 8th. I mean, not the week they wanted to have. No. Ideally, not the day they wanted to have, but they've crept up in these moments. They need a big push here.
And they didn't have a good start, remember. They were all the way down there at the bottom of the leaderboard. As I mentioned earlier, I spoke to them at the beginning of the day. They were looking, sounding, and feeling really, really confident. And these are the sort of teams that now they can take it upon themselves to perform on this stage. We haven't seen this level of gameplay from them yet, but they need to make it all happen here.
And then, I mean, we have to talk about the main man himself, Booga, Braves. Everybody was so pumped for them to just qualify to be here and compete. But we want to see more than that. We want to see the big Booga in the final.
And it was a nice little solo clutch there from Braids as well. We've seen it from them. Those individual performances as a team haven't necessarily been working out as well. They've been relying a lot on those solo clutches. So if they can pull it all together now going into this final game and actually play together as a team, hopefully they'll have some more success.
I feel like the players on this stage need a bit of hype from the crowd. They need a bit of energy. So Paris, make some noise! Let's send it to the casters for the final game.
Levin's always wanting people to make noise, and after the last couple of games,
let's go.
Today. When you kind of look at that leaderboard, Darm and Deemish 432 points, Con and Faded 405, and then Z-Dog and Goofy as your top 3, 363 points. I'm not the man to make guarantees anymore after yesterday, but what I do know for sure is they are looking safe.
You want to think as much, but it chills down to the bone here because Sky Scroll, Izzy Nosip, Gone and Knight cannot harp on it enough. The fact that they all have the exact same point count for those threshold positions for tomorrow's competition, it is just absolute insanity here, Jacob. And for Yasin and Salva, so close, but still so far away. We could potentially be looking at a competition for tomorrow, a finals that consists of a representative from every single region.
Could be amazing, and honestly, we've seen major events decided by 5 or less points. Placement, elimination, one throughout the course. The difference could have been the difference. And now with our last and final game of today, we literally could see a singular elimination, a singular placement point make the difference here.
Can't help but wonder where the bulk of the focus is going to actually be at. We've seen time and time again, Steamy Stacks have plenty of presence from so many other duos, but there's going to be a lot of agents of chaos looking to play spoiler for all of these teams here, and Darm kicking things off already. Braids has also been eliminated. That's 2 for Darm, but then he is shot from another direction entirely, so ultimately gets cut a bit short there. And that's going to be a little bit of relief for Gone and Knight.
The solo hot drop. Anytime the game starts, just players just trying to pick up some early elimination points. And if it works out, they clear the spot. They got a whole POI. If it doesn't, they go down.
Последна игра. Утре Finals. Днеска топ-6 плуват. За Quo, Oldly, Buga, Sky Scroll. Не са сейф за Quo.
But he's also not too far. He's also just trying to get whatever tidbits he can find. It just feels like he is full on scavenging currently. And if he only knew, he only realized that he was so close to such direct competition in Yasin and Salva, he's going to continue keeping them in his peripherals, and for good reason. Don't want to get caught off guard, but Yasin, Salva, a little bit too preoccupied with just trying to play through their own match.
Trying to loot up, use a lot of the extra barrels that are going to be around. That way they don't have to dig deep into the resource pocket. Gone tonight, getting their second elimination of this game. See all the pile of loot, picking and choosing. You want to take that? What do you want? Knight coming in, probably fresh off the respawn, and he's getting gifted a full loadout out of the gate. These guys have been putting on such a great show this entire weekend, but sometimes when you're tied at 329 and you're at the bottom of that tiebreaker, it tends to come with nerves.
For sure, and even for Goofy and Z-Dog. Well, we want to believe that they're in a relatively safe position because of the fact that they are currently sitting in third before coming down to this final matchup of the day. Still, don't want to find yourself completely on spectator mode if you are this Oceanic pairing. I think the funnier thing to think about, though, is even last night I had a chance to run into both Z-Dog and Goofy, and Z-Dog said, I will be there in finals. And it looks like he might have manifested that into a reality.
Hey, even leading up into this, I was being told, look out for Z-Dog. His mechanics, fighting skills, insane. Retro, trying to put pressure on the Spooks, who ends up landing a sneak attack onto Phoenix. Not sure how we got away with that one, but Oatly's coming in to try to crash the party, but Spooks going down, leads Oatly on the back foot. 12 seconds, an official clock has been started, but with no shockwaves, no shotgun, and quickly running out of builds. Oatly needs to just hold on. They are going to try to pressure in, but I do think he's doing a great job buying time, but it's just mere seconds left. Spooks is going to get back into the game, so not all hope has been lost.
Oatly just doesn't have anything to really work with here. No shotgun means no real opportunity to try and turn this one around. Sky and Scroll are going to find their first elimination here in Game 10 onto Vazin, and now they're already on the move. It's hard to sit still. It's hard to leave your fate at the mercy of another, but it's Khan who ultimately shuts Sky down. Scroll forced to sit and hide it out inside of a bush, probably counting his lucky stars that Khan doesn't realize where he's actually at. still, that's going to be enough of a delay that Sky and Scroll are going to have to try and overcome.
That was almost 300 IQ. Scroll through the crash pad down, went into the bush. Khan and Faded took the bait. They thought he crash padded away when in fact he did not. And they put him into the line of sight of Khaled and Mshari. Perfectly played by Scroll to keep them in this game.
Every little bit. Got to pull out all the stops here, but now Khan, he's actually going to be the one left in a solo position. And while his fate for tomorrow's competition isn't at stake based off this performance, it still is going to make it that much easier for Scroll to realistically bounce back here. Sky's already back into the action, but the longer that Khaled can keep Khans distracted, the easier it'll be for the Danes to reunite.
Especially since it is going to be a 1v1 as of now between Khaled and him, as Mshari does get taken down. Scroll is able to escape danger, find a crucial elimination, give himself to work with, and his awareness insane.
TikTok me bannaha za един ден.
Not a Vazen, we're actually going for the elimination. Scroll barely able to escape. Vazen spawning right back on in. That would have been a good pile for loot of him to land on.
Teamish and Darm. It's Nosif who's going to actually turn things around, but is he way off in the ocean? And Darm being able to follow up immediately is going to prevent Demish from being fully wiped out here. 5 eliminations, still on the move too. Darm and Demish are just taking everyone out.
These guys are coming into this survival stage to make a statement. And honestly, looking at the entire Fortnite community's predictions, a lot of them did have Darm and Demus making it out of that group. So rightfully so, these guys want to prove that they're a dangerous team going into that match point finals. Boogan Braids still up. Even though Braids has had some trouble so far in this game, he's able to get at least 1 elimination. You can see that they are looted up. Not necessarily maxed out with big pots and everything, but they're definitely putting themselves in contention.
Even with Braids having been eliminated earlier on, it's still leaving them in a position to potentially make a deep run for it. But the club championship points are truly what's at stake here right now for AGAL, as they'll have to sit and wait to see whether or not Sky and Scroll can deliver a performance that nets them some points for tomorrow's competition, because they're going to still need top 8 to really build up on that club championship feature.
Yeah, getting there is just the first step. Does continue the journey after. Panda takes a big shot. Maybe necessarily expecting to keep peeking. Gon's going in. He's just trying to get the siphon. The bait and switch comes in. Finally, Gon does get knocked down. Just in time, too. Yapko definitely does need the siphon. And now they have decisions. Revive instead of reboot. Keep them on their toes. The Panzer would have spawned out so far away from his teammates, so they made the right decision there.
Is he a no-sip, though? Still way out. They just got to try and bring themselves back into this one. Keep in mind, they were all tied up.
Oxy, Jogo, Fishy, Verno,
we have seen their direct competitors be able to convert knocks into elimination points. Sadly for Nosif, despite getting that knock onto Demish, he didn't actually get credit for the full elimination since Darm was able to play backup there. So they've just been tied, still waiting for that opportunity to try and overcome.
Shadow Virgo eliminated by Darm and Demus. Boogan Braves taking the same approach to that last game, playing consistently for placement. The eliminations will come. Bofu with his back up against the wall, dropped down to 6 HP until he eventually gets knocked altogether by Volko. Second elimination of this game. These guys too, just like everybody else, trying to make a resurgence up the leaderboard. We talk about ties between 4th, 5th, and 6th. It's 8th and 9th. It's Booga, Braids, Cringe, and Volko tied going into this game on 304 points.
And you can't really count Volko and Cringe out of it either. They've already gotten 1 victory royale in the day. Another would secure their position for tomorrow's competition based on how everyone else fares inside of the current top 6. Yuma and Koyota, though, they were trying to get something going after finding a victory royale in the last lobby, but again, Jacob, it is just such an uphill battle for so many of these teams, and especially with the fact they're trying to fare against Khan and Faded, who have already secured their spot in the finals. Things just continue to go against them.
Toyota and Yuma coming into this game. 10th place. Much harder situation to be in, but they're definitely making it possible. If they could just get some eliminations, combine that with how well they played in that last game, definitely will be looking good. But I do have word, and it almost looks like 5th place, Night and Gone, have been eliminated.
You can see it. I wanted to wait and figure out what that player cam was going to look like. And the frustration, you can't help but feel every single bit of emotion that cam just highlighted, but they're just gonna have to wait it out, Jacob. Hope that they've done enough. Hope that everyone else behind them doesn't actually get the opportunity to play catch up.
That's definitely a tough feeling, forced to watch and wait, but they did gain some points throughout that effort. They just need their nearest and closest competition to begin to fall. See where the zone is going all the way towards the northwestern part of the map by Steamy Stacks. Booga and Braids again playing solely for the win, for the placement. That's 60 guaranteed points if you could go ahead and make that happen. And then obviously the eliminations, or at least the opportunities, will naturally present themselves as the game goes on.
Weston and Salva are really sizing up the rest of the lobby right now, though. They were looking relatively stacked for their build counts. Sky and Scroll, also very solid recovery, even with those initial delays at the very beginning of this lobby. They've still managed to power through, put themselves into a well-placed position, but they know they're working on a knife's edge currently. And any single misstep is all it would take for everything to come crashing down around them. And there is just too much on the line between AGAL's club championship points, especially after the results that took place in other titles, knowing that this could be the real separating factor for the overall EWC club championship is insanity.
Yeah, well, you kind of look inside of the zone. The dust kind of settling a little bit. Nobody fighting, nobody making any big moves, barely even peeking through to fire shots at each other. But everybody on the outside still going for eliminations. Still trying to reach the top side of that leaderboard. You see it on the side. Night and Gone, 5th place down at 335 points. Only have to watch and wait. Izzy and Nosip, one elimination, one placement away from taking away, tying that 5th place spot up yet again. And this is the stage of the game where everybody has to start to worry and lock in, because Goofy's have turned off. I'm not sure Goofy made it in time.
Goofy's going to have to sit this one out.
Не, OC няма да мейкне finals май. Wow.
Sitting in that 3rd place spot, but will it hold by the end of it? You'd like to think as much. They have done such a phenomenal job on the day to put themselves in the best case scenario for suffering an early elimination.
Yeah, I will say the only drastic part about that, besides going down, is you're a team on top of the leaderboard. You would initially be siphoning away points from everybody down below. Now that's one less possibility of making it happen. You see Sky and Stroll seeing the zone move all the way up to the northwest and giving a little southeastern pull on this next one. They're just trying to refarm as much as possible. Brick, the biggest material that they are missing, and they're in one of the best spots to start to accumulate some of that resources. But they realize with the zone moving, they got to be one of the first teams to rotate over, so that way they don't get held back.
So many of these buildings have just been completely caked out, though, by the teams situated inside of them. Nosip and Izzy, a little bit low on their brick count, but they still have plenty of metal to work with. Committing a lot of their hard material here to claim some good space towards that front side of zone. Panzer are going to be spotted out here, but Nosip and Izzy, they're not willing to take any chances. No overexposure, just playing it smart.
Seeing where the zone is pulling all these teams. Khan faded on one side. Yapko, Panzer on the other. Izzy, Nosip positioned above them. Booga and Braids. Izzy and Nosip immediately moving as the zone reveals itself. They do take some shots but every other team following close by. Yakko Pans are the second one to move. Booga and Braid starting to rotate on over. Top 13 teams, Taco, placement points are starting to set in, but it's inside of the top 6 where you get to the meat and potatoes.
And a big part of the reason, though, why Izzy and Nosip are willing to commit so early to these rotations is because of that low material count. They need a good position so they can just look back and spray the rest of the lobby down. But for Sky, Scroll, if they can get this next elimination here, that would definitely be a very solid setup because they are claiming a lot of space currently, trying to cut off all these other teams from that frontside position.
Yep. Taking a quick shot, repositioned on the other side. Izzy and Nosip staggering back for as long as possible, putting pressure on every other team around the lobby. And then they crash pad their way up the mountain, perfectly played by them. Not even a scratch, not even a shot gets fired their way. And again, just falling underneath the radar. They're not even necessarily contesting the high ground. They're not peeking to overexpose themselves. They're just letting everything come naturally.
Sky and Scroll, though, just using up the last of their Vulberry Fizz. Booga, Braids also lurking nearby. So many teams still vying for those leaderboard positions, all so closely knit together. But Cringe as a solo, he might just be looking at the beginning of the end here for his chances at that top 6 position. He is going to have to dig deep if he has any hopes of breaking in to that top 6 territory. But the builds are running out. The lobby is closing in. Players are continuing to surround him, and he just doesn't have the openings to look for those shots. Izzy, on the other hand, will find one, but he still needs to actually connect it into an elimination.
I was thinking for a moment, not this again. Izzy just ending runs. Cringe and Voco have been eliminated, unable to reach into the top 6, and it's Sky and Scroll that are not only getting that elimination, but onto Spooks as well. 362 points and counting it, quickly making it to the front side of zone, not giving themselves
Глупи дошли падат топ 4. Буга може да го изместят. Койота. Юма и Койота са на хайграунд, могат да винат втора игра подред и това да им е кол. Дарем Демос обаче ще дропна 20, вау. 17 кила не сме видяли нито един от тях. Скай Скрол е това найс. Добре, Скай Скрол по... Остават Буга и Койота. Буга, Койота. Олът ли умира? Не. Буга обаче 342. Зидок и Глупи са 369, ще топ 5. О, ясен може да го мине. И Буга са 345. Топ 5 right now. Sky Scroll продължават да убият. Това е топ 6 тима, май умря. Найс. Не, отдясно е било, бай. Sky Scroll са какво? Буга колко точно трябва да направи? Не. Буга е като соло вече. Хая и Лоу е соло. Буга е в топ 7, 12 точки трябва да направи, брат. И те не са умрели май въсъмното. Юма и Койота обаче са на хайграунд, ако уинат. 10 точки е победата, 20 правят им киловете обаче. Иначе няма да клонат май. Или? Топ 2, ако е 6 точки, 10. Правят им 2 такива и ще клонат. Не кловат. Те са живи, брат. Юсин. 370, 352. No way, брат. 2 точки. 2 точки май не си на това мисля, че. Не, по-скоро овъртейкнаха OC. OC тим не клова. Те май ще са 7, брат, Койота. Не ми каза, че са топ 6, брат. Вау, не клонаха. Или? Деям, не клонаха, брат. Те си помислиха, че клонаха 1 кил ги делеше, брат.
about everything that Yuma and Koyota brought to the finish
Никога, брат,
line.
350.
But the real question still remains, Jacob. Was it actually enough? Were they really able to overtake
Една точка, брат.
a sixth-place spot on the
Глупито
leaderboard?
успяват заради единия кил, който направя в гейм.
It's an absolute
И
nail
те маняци
biter
клошнаха топ
because
3.
the entire time they were eliminated so early on. They were sitting and waiting. And now to witness Yuma and
Две
Koyota
победи
winning
подред са
this
топ
final
7.
lobby for a
Вау!
secondary victory
Е, това
royale.
направо
I
е
can't
по-зле,
even
отколкото
begin
да
to
пееш
think
на
what
топ
might be
10, брат.
going through their heads, but the faces say it all. There is just so much unfolding here. Everyone really gave it their all this weekend.
Yeah, just waiting for that leaderboard to pop up, seeing who makes it through.
Две победи подред, брат. Последните две игри и топ 7. Е, това е...
Trying to read how these players are feeling. Well, I know one thing for sure.
Тотал ще са, брат.
Sky, Scroll, Mom, Dad, they're happy, so you got to imagine they have
Те как така
qualified
точно
through. But did Koyota, Yuma, did the back-to-back
всички ще направят толкова добри игри?
Z-Dog
Пак.
and Goofy going down early. Did they have enough points? We saw Booga fall inside of the top 5. Question.
GG's. На косъм бяха да клонат. На fucking косъм, брат. No way. Нищо поне утре ме е Finals. Finals ще съм много excited да гледаме. Да ги пръскаме, брат. Две победи подарите да не клониш за един кил. Наверно, брат. Много зле. Чат хората, които гледат в TikTok, харескам лайвстрима в TikTok, така че елате пак. Ще брат, правиш яра. Може да ги пробвам лифти watch. Само да не умра спамът може. Брат. Защо е толкова зле играта, бе? Ще взема ли скина много ясно, какво да правим? Какво да правим, ако не го взема? Някой нямаше ли шопейка, брат? В този къп с къп. Мичик скарал, къде се взема някой заедно? Че аз не знам, братя. О, бос. Firewood. кара добре, че ще го направи добър. Шалок, да. Това буш ли е, брат? Как може безкрайните разпадваме от венни машина? Бай, прави да си гей, брат. Първа игра да играеш така. Айде да видим, брат. Ево ми се кача се. Правильно. Ма къде са тия хора? Бизнес. Let's go! Аре. Seventeen kill win first game. I'm so fucking good. Чат са Ivchou, файтам шопа мърсен с всички ползвате хаштагът. Изрубил лека, защото на мен не ми дава. Ами трябва да си гол от едно, иначе батъл реал изрубил тима. Нещо шопадец си заслужава. Еми... Не знам. Тоски, бе. Станали Unreal? Да, бях Unreal Legends вчера, ама вече съм само Unreal. Плюс точка си. О, падаме пак ме на... Aim check. Как се дигат в Unreal Legends? Сами трябва 100-500 в Unreal и ти го апгрейд. Колко си просто. Много митик често е лава. И помпи ако наше. Бах ти гея, брат, защо имат... Защо? Защо има трима? О, мага. Защо няма нищо с кое да се избяга? Никога, брат. Никога няма с кого да се избяга. Не си ме виждал от 3 години. Може. Получил себя Fortnite. Бягай с този скин, лек. И графиката ми е много. Ево има да. Това съм халка, брат, трябваше да го убия то. Даже не знам къде падна. Спокойно точки съм. О! Как му стресна, брат, това обаче. Ако падна на чест, умирам ли от буша? Някой знае. Например. Арила. Нема ли някой уе? Удивително написи, братле. Мога виж всичко. Колко съм слаб. Не ми следва. Йо, са кой регион? Европа. Шилда намерихме, верно. Не знам как. Ну, вот это как не справа. Да, Макс лучше. Перевъртат. Go. Let's fucking go. Another win. Another one. Another one. Не чета коментари, може би, защото бях вторния. Пускай съм набил, там са много лесни. Да им дам малко шанс там. Колко точки ми? 300 плюс. Втора победа ме е това, да. В Ивчо. Your go-go facts. Ева. Дай шут, бе, пич. Дай ми овършута, елек. Къде ме го грабна? Четвърта игра почвам. Поли NPC names има тия въртле. Ама като няма нищо за ковър е много трудно да кивам. Аз направо съм умрял, къш. Ja, man. Тази мишка не съм я чувал, братла. Където ми кажеш. Четвърта игра съм. Стои с 80 вече с тези точки. Еми 8-бита май ще е по-добре и в двата гейма, ама не съм 100% сигурен. Ма за Zero бил от 8-бита. После Ivchou бил. съм най-бързировият плеер, молава. Молава. Молава на шанс. Правим сме. Така ли гледам? Мремо. Смогам тук вон. Мах си дървата. Ще падне, бат. Бах си зробив стратегите. Ще потом високо не върта. Какво стрелям? Вау. О! 5000 долара от Zero Build this season, бе. 5 бона earnings от this season. From Zero. 14 кила win в High UA. Аре. Къде сте, брат? Кой е дров? Такива кила. Никой. Аре, WA. WM, брат. Тази камерата, ако се пробвам, няма кой. Ако няма успел не играя full passion. Ама не мога винаги full passion игра. Топ 80 съм. Оня на вендинг машината, брат, като дойде, не знам как не влезе нито един шот. Така 4 хита влезнаха в него, брат. 4 каска му гледат, те не влизат. Колко точки са скина ми? 300 плюс. Не знам. Колко earnings? $80. Ивчови смази. То откъде дойде, брат? Защо няма никакви саундове? Естествено ще почне да ме стреля с дърмен. Развали ми уинстрика, брат, топич. Уинстрика ми развали. Еми, unlucky, bro. Unlucky. Just found out of nowhere. Just found out of nowhere. Like that. Аз го взех на Mobile Cup, много е дебел. Може. Не, центро ще видя. Ако ще играя, пак ще е един час след. Има го в шопа ми, супер. Топ 1000 колко е? Не пише кога е писал вред. Някакви с по 11 кила са в топ 1000. I guess. Той има 3 победи 17 кила. Има 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 енгейма. Окей, бро. Имаш някакъв с още по-малко кила, 7 или колко. 8 кила, 6 кила. Какъв той ерор 1.1.2? Нямам идея. Мога да нямаш гол от едно. Колко е колко ми? Сигурно 350 плюс за скина вече. Защото аз съм 280, съм топ 100 и 30, пък остават час и 10-20 минути. И 70 плюс може и 60. Добре, защо нямам... Защо не ми се падна друга темка? И сейфове, що са отворени лек. Езър, това е казвам фул пашън, трябва да се играе, ама как? Как трябва да се играе фул пашън, брат? Аз за да се почна там, трябва да имам шибан шилд, за да сляза този лут, иначе няма как. И отново просто някакъв пич се спална out of nowhere горе, брат. О, как така има такъв пашън и всички хора с Zero Earnings все още мога да разбера, брат. Играта е толкова лесна. И те са толкова слаби едновременно всички. Кой е топ 7 200-300? Chapter 1 Season 3 играм. Европа играм. Пети игри ми остават. Не знам да ни имаме кемпят, брат. Трансферът се падна шутен нуле. Не са забавно. Аз как трябва да ги изкампя, брат? Те винаги ме кампят мене. Как? Като нямам нищичко. Тук няма и рашпад, даже няма, брат. Как да станат нещата? Бах ти бедната локация лек. Лисникам да не мога, пак нямам нищо, моля ви. Не давам ви. Ако мес. Если нещо, не съм весел само. Окей, man. Are full paša na zemljski, no? Коя игра съм ми... Седно. Скинка потом. Еми няма шилд, брат. Нямаме шилд. Утре има ли някакви турнири, бе, освен EWC? Би трябва да няма. Аз трябва да твитна looking for duo, by the way. Ще накрая па ще играя соло. Ще накрая па соло, брат. $280 плюс точки съм. Естествено, това може да е добре. Екстра импулската 7 и 8. Само EWC има. Значи е файн. На диета ли си? Не. Колко часа е утре турнира? 3:30 почват и 4 часа почва първа игра. Ми се скинах, ще е 350 плюс и свършва в 11. През нощта не. 3:30, 15:30. Своя ми, каквото ми скимне, брат, това важно е тренировките. Макросите се запова и това е. Как сме как бе? Утре също, нали? Еми утре и WC, утре няма турнир. Това с метал бъкля, не съм сурен. 280 плюс точки са. Защо трябва да има поинт бъгове, брат? $350 плюс точки ще искам. Важна е тренировката за бургери. Турнира е до 11 ще печелиш скин. Супер Соник скин. Вери, браво, браво. Това са спринта. Спринта... Какъв е бъга, аз няма май. 60 хелт, 90, 130, 230, 75, 305, 505 хелт имаме тук. Това са ни placements point. Какъв математик. Много бързо да ги сметнем партица. 7 игра са. Как взимаш безкрайни неща? Ами това е Zero Build, винаги си имаш тази шокоевка, иначе от вендинги, обаче тук на Лонки Ленд е единствения вендинг, който няма безкрайни неща. И така. Иначе като играеш Zero Build, винаги си имаш тази шокоевка. Не знам кой топ съм преди да влизаме в топ 300. Нека видим къде ще плуне. Тук пак ще е много топа. Тук е вода, което може да плуне. Тук да. Там плува. Next ще е Дветик. Аз мога да отида. Къде не мога да отида? Май тук ще седим. Еми уния неща, къде се купуват от лоби, тук помагат само за ранките, нормална игра. И просто като твърдаш често имаш по-голям шанс да се паднат. Те неща от самия чест. Пък ако не си ги купуваш, нямаш никакъв шанс да се паднат от чест. Ивчо май ще ми измъчат. Нямам щит. Нямам ъгъл до вендинга. Как мога да... Добре, как ме видя и как има толкова много С какво ми е имботна, така аз бях на 100 пак, бе, варят. Бах ти шитнята. С какво ми е имботна, бе, варят. Колко час трябва да съм реди, че да пусне вас гейм? Ами, да вземе на 2 минути, сигурно. Батъл Реал само паша е 350 плюс. Повече какъв барат ми бе, въртле. Видя ли AI на Dynamics? Не съм. Еми 350 плюс имаше. Лонки, спаун, трябва да лопим. Хубаво ли дроп направи, by the way. Това беше най-добре дроп на него. Бях първият човек, който тегна на бъзрена, бях първият човек, който коча автобуса, бях първият човек, който лен на него. Вау, като бягаш с кирка, вече са го направили наистина да си имаш максимум. Там не падна ли човек? Изтегли газа си изтегли, газа. Освен газа нищо не изтеглих от тази вода. Кога почна този турнир в 8? We did not put out on dogs. Трябват ми 30-40-50 точки мак за сейв. Защото ме са да фолчета в TikTok, още малко сме 40. Е пълен късмет, брат. Да решува някой. Ебуша. Нямам такива бъгове. Спринта. Колко точки ми 300 е малко хората. Силни. Айн healing dog. Not now. скинка това. За Соник. Топ 50 елма, къде нямаме плейсмент. Скинка планирчицка. Как сме бил? Крис вече много повече хора и играят явно. И изобщо как са намерили брат тия дървета, не знам. Бе, аз съм много далече, бе. Yeah. Еми. Вот така. 8 кила пак в Хаило, брат. Пак ги пръсна, бе. Easy skin, bro. Easy skin, bro. 21 съм. Най-много килове в БГ. Направи 5 набиране. Много съм дебел. Иначе бих. Взели го, да. Виктор Наза. Май 9-та почвам. Или 10-та. Четиристотин 31 точки. Е било топ 10 на Middle East. Хайде да ми намери игра, ако може. Топ 10 в момента е 392. 10 минути. Аз коя игра почвам? Ще почна. 9-та ще почвам даже. Holy Prime. Holy Prime! Искам тая да изграбя Дакина, да направя някакви точки да въведа на ласт. Can we do it? Май няма да е, брат. То стекюта. То докато ме пусне, ще оставят 8 минути. Като сме в автобуса 7:30, то няма време за нищо, брат. Няма. 31 съм вече. Свърш, не го взех. Не го взех скина, не го взех. Ивчо бейби. 2 Ивчовчета. Ивчо бейби. Има някой добър зеробил плеер. Rapid East. Another BG. От тия маняци никой не съм чувал. Ей, те къде са пишат Маск или DX са някакви decent, над decent нивото на Zero Build, защото това е Zero Build Team. Ма пак не става за нищо. Аз дали ще намеря още една игра е въпрос. Тая игра дали ще намеря. Камо ли следваща? Колко поинтс бях? Еменката, имаш идеи да го правиш. Чиста страница. Трябва да уинна играта, брат, че съм топ 10. Как да го уинна тази игра? брат. Как не ми пикъпна? Защо премахнаха тия настройки? Скролвам като луд. Скролвам като луд и не ми пикъпва твато, брат. Скролвам като луд, бате, като луд. Скролвам и ще фръкне. И не става да го вземе, брат. Оле. Бахти на ебаното. Но едно е бива. Сега ни топ 10, ни топ 100. Нит нямаме намери игра. Колко поинт си бина? Мисля, че е 65. Ами не цъкам с хора, братле. 3 минути. Ще на батъл рял да видим. Ivchou, points check, Reaper points check, EQs check и всичко. Не, бе! Как така, бе? Как нямаме пикъпне дръмгъна, бе? Ей, бе! Да. Микалата е... Няма какво да ти кажа, брат. Не е твой начин. Чат на 25 анонсваме тима, омага. Орга. Те 25 съм фулокен. Аз already съм. Абе, май съм, щом не съм пуснал лук на Фордо. Взели скина да лихваря мерси за харта. Скина е взет. Взете. Какъв този ли е, бе? Вода. То къде е, бе, чат? Не чух къде е Ленна. Какво става, брат? Какъв този звук? Турнирира, да. Numara, thank you, bro. Tanok Malibuka. Tanyan, bro. Какво се е чувало, говоря? Чувам някакъв лор, ама не знам какво. Рипъра рейд или? Ако е това тенк с 473 го учи един учи. Ма къде е тая зона? Ма какви са тия зони? Братлето отива на трета световна с тия килове. Какви са тия планини, бе? Мадридет. Не, защо му бия толкова малко? Оф, това го уинвах, брат. Яба. Как толкова малко бе, човек? Еми, 412 точки. Гран фрая е тази игра, гран фрая. Хубаво чатаре. Чуваме се после за NA. Мога да пусна стрим и така. И за скинче саки Ивчо в Item Shop-а. Се чуваме после пак. Арте.